The story begins in Seoul, South Korea. In the present day, the future of Seoul is in the hands of one man. The head of the Yunghwan Guild, Zhang Shiwan, is kneeling with his hand on the ground amidst the dark smoke. He sighed heavily with a tired expression. The protagonist with a red ring above his head looked at the enemy of all mankind, Shin Kanghu, standing amidst the ruins of the city. The guy looked ahead with horror on his face and said that he couldn't believe it. A woman standing in the crowd covered her mouth with her hands in horror and screamed loudly, Yunghwan Guild. Kanghu confidently crossed two swords in front of him and said that finally, only they were left here with him. Shiwan is kneeling with his hand on her. He stood up shaking from his knees amidst the dark fog and said that because of this useless massacre that the enemy of mankind had arranged, everyone around was suffering. The protagonist, with an enraged look, quickly raised his hand to the side and radiating powerful red energy from it, loudly said that this was because of a devil like him. Kanghu, with a malicious smile on his face, looked at him and said that this was very funny. Who did he think he was, really an envoy of justice? Shiwan, with a brutal grin on his face, created an energy ball in his hand and asked how dare he talk about justice. He squeezed his hand with energy and sent many bright lightning bolts to the sides and loudly said that he was fighting on behalf of everyone. Kanghu always gets in his way. So who is he if not a devil? People with enraged faces watching the fight loudly supported the protagonist. Shiwan, with a confident look, looked forward. He loudly said that as long as they supported him, he would never lose. The protagonist, with anger on his face, quickly extended his hand forward, directing a magic circle towards the enemy of humanity. A powerful beam of energy from the circle headed to the side at high speed. Kanghu crossed his arms with horror on his face and looked at the bright light from the energy. People closed their eyes, covering their faces with their hands from the powerful stream of smoke after the explosion of energy. Shiwan approached the kneeling enemy of humanity. Kanghu, with a tired look and blood running down his face, looked at the people in the smoke. They said loudly with joyful faces that they always believed in Shiwan, and he must kill this freak. People raised their clenched palms into fists, and loudly said for the protagonist to kill him. They exclaimed this several times. Shiwan, with a calm face, looked down, and said that no one wants to leave Kanghu alive. He raised his hand with purple energy rings. The enemy of all humanity, with an angry look, placed his hands on his shaking knees. The protagonist directed the flow of energy forward, throwing Kanghu away with great force, and said that this is his end. The enemy of all humanity, with horror on his face, spat out blood from his mouth. He slid along the ground with great power, breaking it into pieces. Shiwan, with a smile on his face, hung in the sky, spread his arms out to the sides and loudly addressed his friends, saying that all their preparations had finally borne fruit. He raised his hand up and, emitting streams of red rays, said loudly that now, absolute freedom would descend upon these lands. People, with tears in their eyes from joy, looked at the bright light and said loudly that it had finally happened. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, moved his finger to the sides, directing the red light. The beam hit the sky and several lightning bolts struck down, illuminating everything around in red. A huge hand stuck out of the sky above Shiwan's head. People looked forward with horror on their faces. The protagonist, with an ominous grin, looked up. People, with fear on their faces, quickly ran away from the hand that had appeared. Shiwan, with delight, clenching his palms into fists, said loudly that finally the Demon King had descended, now there would be real peace. Kanghu, with beads of sweat on his face, looked at him and thought that this was more like real tyranny. The protagonist turned to look at him and said loudly to Hank, "Why is he still alive? He should open his eyes wider and take a closer look." Shiwan looked forward with an ominous look and said loudly to look at the real world he created. Just like that, the world was destroyed. It turned out to be a novel, and the author thanked the readers for the support they showed for the life of a villain who became a savior. The readers' expectations were completely destroyed. The protagonist Shiwan turned out to be a servant of the Demon King. With his comrades, the 13 stars, they became the highest level of evil. But fiction is just a mirror reflecting reality. This novel is based on the author's college life. That's when he saw the power that can hide even school violence. And the true face of the world, the power that can switch good and evil around. That's why he included this reality in the novel, but people did not appreciate it. The commentators asked, "What's wrong with this ending? These freaks with writer's syndrome should be banned from writing novels." The author thinks that nothing can be done about it. He clicks the cross on the monitor window to exit the comments. The author sat down on the bed among the scattered things in the dark room. He remembered the reader's comments. The commentator asked why the author left an open ending. The second commentator wrote that this is the guy who brags about crossing his arms in real life. The author pressed his lips together, put his hand over his eyes, and remembered the reader's comment. He wrote that the author is also a minion who destroyed the reader's world. The author gritted his teeth and thought that everything is wrong. Now he won't even be able to rewrite anything. He just needs to go to bed. Falling asleep, he wondered why it was so noisy here. In his dream, several people were hitting the ground with weapons. He opened his eyes lying on the ground and wondered if this was really a stone floor. The warden kicked the worker and called him a freak in a very offensive way. He said loudly that despite the mercy of the eclipse, how dare he do this? The protagonist thought, did he really say eclipses? The worker, receiving many blows to the body, covered his face with his hands. Kanhu, looking at him, remembered his past, where it was exactly the same. He thought, is this freak really going to appear in his dreams now? The warden, with rage, quickly raised his fist, holding the worker by the clothes with his other hand and loudly said that he is a useless idiot. He better start working, otherwise he is finished. The warden, getting ready to attack the worker, quickly turned towards the protagonist. He appeared in front of his face with a terrifying look, raising his fist and said that he was wondering who it was. The warden, with bulging veins on his face, hit Kanhu with great force with his hand and loudly said that he is a useless freak. He did not even last a second. The protagonist thought, why does it hurt, although this is just a dream? The man, with an angry look, put his hand on the warden's raised hand and loudly told him to be quiet. The warden raised his hand with rage on his face and said something to the man. Kanhu wondered if this was really a dream. It seemed incredibly real. The warden spat on the floor and turning to the side said that one day he would definitely kill him. The worker with horror on his face put his hand on his shoulder and turning to Kanhu asked if he was okay. The protagonist wondered who he was talking about. Just don't tell him. He looked at the palms of his hands before he could finish speaking and ran to the side thinking that this couldn't be. He sat on his knees and put his hands on the ground near the water. Kanhu directed blue mana into the ground and powerful streams of energy went forward enveloping his body. With a drop of sweat on his face, he looked at his hand with a blue glow and thought that this was the ability to absorb mana at will. This is definitely an innate increased sensitivity to mana. The protagonist put his hand on his head and looked at his reflection in the water. He looked at the palm of his hand with horror on his face and wondered if this meant he had become Kanhu. He covered his eyes with a smile on his face and thought that of all people, Kanhu. If he was still alive, it meant there were still 5 years left until the end. If he had become Shiwan, at the very least, he would have been revered as a hero of the world. But at this rate, it would end with the Demon King coming and killing everyone except his henchmen. If the protagonist did not change the ending, he would die a miserable death. The good news is that he knows how to escape from this place. As he thought, when transmigrating, Kanhu's past and experience became his. The system window notifies that his class is Assassin and he is level 10. The protagonist's skills are short-range jump and teleportation. Kanhu looked at his stats and thought that he was still at that level. He put his hand on his knee with a tired look, holding a blue stone in it. The protagonist raised his hand to his face in anger and said that his stamina was too bad. Kanhu thought that it was not worth giving him the weakness of being innately oversensitive to mana just because he was a villain. The protagonist drew a line on the ground with a stone and thought that this was the only way. The worker ran towards him and loudly addressed Kanhu and asked if he was okay. The protagonist, sitting on the ground, turned to the side and said that everything was fine and that he should not worry. The worker, putting his hands on his legs, sat down and asked if he should ask them for a break. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, said that if they gave people a break depending on their condition, then they would clearly not have ended up in such a place. In this detention center, created by the criminal organization Eclipse, there are novice hunters who are able to use mana. They work like slaves to mine mana stones. Kanhu, with a serious look, told him not to worry about him and to mine the stones. The worker, with a thoughtful look, asked the protagonist if he wanted to escape. Kanhu, with a tired face, closed his eyes and told him to forget about it. The worker must go before the guards punish him. He must not do anything reckless. The worker, with a smile on his face, put his hand on his head and agreed with him. Kanhu, with a serious look holding a gun in his hand, thought that he did everything to warn him. This guy was created as a character motive for him. While he cannot change the novel, for the sake of his escape. After some time, the workers are standing in the mine among large mana stones. Kanhu is holding a cart with stones in his hands. He turned around in surprise, hearing a loud scream. The worker is kneeling with his hands on the ground in front of the overseer. He said that when all the guards' attention was focused on the newcomers, some crazy fool decided to escape. The overseer told him to watch carefully. He raised his hand holding a gun and it loudly said that the worker will answer for his actions. The overseer quickly stuck the gun into his back. The protagonist looked forward in amazement. The overseer hit the bloody body of the worker with great force. Kanhu swallowed saliva and made a sound. He clenched his fists and looked at the worker's bloody body and thought he was a fool. The protagonist told him not to do anything stupid. He looked down with a devastated look. The warden, with a terrifying look, put his weapon on his shoulder and asked if he would go on a rampage like last time. Since there was no one here to stop him, he would gladly kill Kanhu. The protagonist said that he didn't care that the worker was dead, and the warden looked at him in amazement. Kanhu turned to the side and said that what was more important was that he should let him go to the toilet. The warden, with a bloody sword on his shoulder, asked what he was talking about. He addressed him insultingly with a malicious smile on his face and asked if he was scared. The warden, turning to the side, told him to follow him. The protagonist looked forward with a stern look. After they arrived at the building's corridor, the warden put his hand on his hip and said he had a minute. He said with an ominous grin on his face that if he delayed even for a second, this place would become his grave. Kanhu looked into the toilet where several corpses of workers lay. He walked forward and thought that it must be here somewhere. The warden crossed his arms and counted the seconds he spent in the toilet. Kanhu looked at the door with a calm expression and thought that this was definitely it. He quickly ran his hand over the stones, scratching his arm. The protagonist with a tense expression draws a strip of blood on the ground with his finger. The warden counts the last seconds until his exit. Kanhu drew a magic circle of blood. He rose from his knees, looked at the circle and said that he was sure it was watching him. The protagonist knows that he enjoys tragedies, trials, and despondency. The magic circle lit up, emitting blue mana. The warden standing behind the door loudly said that he had 10 seconds left. He loudly ordered him to finish his business and get dressed. Kanhu looked at the bright light with a confident expression, clenching his hands into fists, and asked if he wasn't curious about how a low-ranking person like him could summon him. The protagonist thought that if he followed the original and stayed here for a little while longer, he would appear later. If he delayed even one more day, the hope that the world had been waiting for would become unattainable. Kanhu looked at the bright beam rising up with a horrified expression, placing his hands on the ground. He thought that this was what he would say to convince him, in response to his summoning. Since Kanhu had become the entertainment he had been looking for. The protagonist stood next to the magic circle emitting bright mana with a smile on his face. He said that the one who could use his abilities to the fullest was him. Kanhu looked down with an ominous smile and said that he knew he would appear. The main constellation that had made a contract with Kanhu in the original. The protagonist confidently called out loudly to the dimension robber. He said that Kanhu was very impudent. The dimension robber said that he would let him use his power for a while. Since he had caught his attention, he should prove himself. The protagonist with a smirk on his face enveloped in rays clenched his hand into a fist and told him to relax and watch. The system window notifies that the dimension robber constellation is a neutral constellation. It has special skills of looting and upgrading. All skills have reached the maximum level, fine to make your own. The overseer with an angry look opened the door with great force and loudly asked, "Who does he think he is?" Dark smoke enveloped the toilet he entered. The overseer looked forward in amazement and noticed a dark silhouette among the smoke. The system window notifies that first, all skills have reached the maximum level. Second, short-range jump has changed its level to the maximum. Kanhu with a blue aura in his eyes quickly jumped forward with the intention of attacking. The system window notifies that the teleportation level has changed to maximum. The warden looked at the smoke with his hand raised. He turned to the side with beads of sweat on his face. The warden asked in horror, "Is he really not here?" The protagonist with lightning in his eyes quickly approached his back. He pierced the warden with a stick with great force. He turned back with an angry look and blood flowing from his mouth and loudly said that Kanhu is a freak. The warden shaking with pain makes sounds of horror. The protagonist quickly pulled the stick out of his neck and blood gushed out of the holes made. The warden's body fell to the floor of the toilet. Kanhu, clutching the bloody stick in his hand, thanked him. The protagonist calmly wiped the blood from his face with his hand and said that thanks to him, he will leave this place today. The dimension robber said that he was interesting and the contract was concluded. Kanhu, picking up the warden's weapon from the floor, thought that this was how he had avenged him. He, squeezing the hilt of the sword, put the sword in his bag. The system window notified that he had received the weapon. The protagonist said that from this moment on, he would not look back. After some time, Kanhu was standing in a dark corridor with his back to the warden's body. He was holding a canister in his hand and pouring gasoline on his body. The protagonist, putting his hand in his pocket, thought that this was the first step to escape. Obtaining the second-rank warden's uniform was completed. Kanhu, throwing the lighter down, thought that the second step was setting fire to it. The third step was escaping through the main gate. The workers, running to the sides from the powerful fire that had engulfed the buildings, loudly said that he was in front of the 18th building. The man loudly asked, "What kind of freak did this?" The worker, raising his hand, loudly said that they should call the fire department. The worker ran quickly to the car, put his foot on the ladder in front of it, and loudly said for everyone to follow the instructions. They were going to the crematorium. The worker turned his head towards the driver and told him to go faster, and he agreed with him. The driver looked in the mirror and asked if this was a second-rank uniform. Was he replacing the supervisor who was in charge of them? Kanhu, sitting in the car, agreed with him and said that there had been an escape from Building 18. The driver turned around with a surprised look on his face and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist said that he had climbed over the fence from the northwest side. So why were they still standing? The driver drove at high speed and apologized to him and loudly said that they were already on their way. Kanhu tensely thought that the path to the northwest of the fence led to Mount Chungmaying. At first glance, this was the ideal escape route. Since it was dark, there were no guards and the path was confusing. But in fact, there were a lot of traps there, making it the most dangerous route. He uses this information, which was known to the guards, and escapes. The protagonist crossed his arms, looked ahead, and said that they would try to catch him on the way to escape. If they lost him, they would go to Mount Chungmaying and return his corpse. The driver, with a drop of sweat on his face, holding his hands on the steering wheel, said that he understood him. The guard standing at his post loudly said the secret code Warang. The driver from the armored car loudly said the secret code, the word cigarettes. The guard, waving both hands, loudly said that everything was clear. Kanhu thought with a serious look that he would finally climb over this fence. After some time, an armored car was driving along the road among the trees. The driver said with an interested look that he must be tired because of what was happening in the 18th building. The protagonist, squeezing his bloody collar with his fingers, agreed with him. He said that it would be easier to kill these disobedient prisoners. The driver agreed with him with a smile on his face and said that these trash were hunters only in words. But in reality, they were just losers, right? Kanhu thought, was he really calling the prisoners trash? The worker turned to the warden with a serious look and asked how long he had been serving in the 18th building. The protagonist, looking down, said that he had come the day before yesterday. The worker said that this meant that he worked in the 9th block, and Kanhu agreed with him. The worker asked, then the 9th block, which did not even exist, was created the day before yesterday? The car, illuminating the dark forest with the light from its headlights, quickly drove forward. The main character, with a smile on his face, taking out a sword from his bag, said that for sure, only to clean up trash like them. He quickly headed towards them with the intention of attacking. The car stopped, creating smoke under the wheels. Kanhu quickly slid backwards. The worker flew out of the car window, breaking the glass into many pieces. The driver, creating a powerful ball of fire mana in his hand, loudly said that he was a freak. The main character quickly jumped aside from the stream of fire mana. He looked at the burnt ceiling of the car with a serious look. The driver looked up with fear, stretching his hand forward. He created a ball of fire mana and loudly asked how dare he deceive them? A powerful stream of fire energy broke through the ceiling of the car and quickly flew up, creating rings around itself. The driver, with a smile on his face, clenched his hand into a fist and looking up said what kind of trash he was. He turned to the side and looked at the car mirror. Kanhu, kneeling, quickly disappeared from his sight. The driver, with horror on his face, looked at the shards of broken glass. The protagonist pierced his neck with a sword with a terrifying look. The bloody tip of the sword quickly broke through the car window. Kanhu raised his sword with a stern face. The driver fell from the car to the ground and coughed loudly. The protagonist, with beads of sweat on his face, felt a sharp pain in his head. He put his hand on his head with a grin and asked if he had really used too much mana. Kanhu turned towards the approaching car with horror on his face. The protagonist raised his hand up with a smile and asked if that was really a patrol. He wasn't expecting them, there weren't many left. Kanhu jumped out of the armored car into the collapse. He confidently clenched his fists and quickly slid down the mountain of earth. The protagonist knelt down and went down. The hunter said it was impressive. He couldn't believe that Kanhu was able to kill 2 guards and escape. The hunter put his weapon on his shoulder with a smile on his face and called him low-ranking trash. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he had a red mark above his head. The hunter had made a contract with a constellation. Kanhu was curious to know what his power was. The system window informed him that he had a neutral constellation. He was a skilled connector and could track mana. The protagonist calmly placed his hand with mana on the ground and wondered if he could really track mana. So that was why the hunter found him so easily. Kanhu said with a smirk on his face that it worked out very well. The hunter looked at him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist thought that he could see what constellation this guy had a contract with. The red mark above his head showed that his constellation was a dimension robber. It had special looting skills and advanced training. Third, by killing another hunter, he could get the constellation he had a contract with. The system window informed him that he could rob the target. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, leaning his hand on the ground, thought that this was his first chance to try out the constellation's loot. But since he has a contract with the constellation, he is at least level 100. The protagonist needs to avoid a face-to-face fight. So, instead, he will lure him in and ambush him. The hunter, with a sly grin on his face, looked up and said that he was really low-ranking trash. He raised his hand above his head and told Kanhu to hide better. The hunter used his constellation's ability and said that nothing would escape his sight. He walked through the dark forest and asked where he was hiding. The hunter looked at the tree and felt the protagonist's mana. He clenched his fist with a smile on his face and said that here he is. The hunter, with an angry look, threw his weapon at the tree with great force. He looked at the cut-down trees amidst the smoke. The hunter, with a surprised look on his face, quickly looked forward and asked where he was. Kanhu confidently kneeled and pierced his neck with his sword. The protagonist said, "Just think, a melee fighter just threw his weapon." He was wrong in that he looked down on his opponent. Kanhu, with a terrifying look, quickly threw his hand back and cut the hunter's neck. The system window notifies that he has killed the target and received a contract with a skilled connector. The skilled connector is under the control of the dimension robber and cannot escape or terminate the contract. All the skills of the skilled connector are transferred to Kanhu. He thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand and looked at the system window where his characteristics are written. The protagonist pressed his finger on the system window and his night vision was increased to the maximum. He said with a tired face that he succeeded. Kanhu used his night vision ability and said that there were no more pursuers nearby. The protagonist, with beads of sweat on his face, quickly covered his mouth with his hand. He fell to his knees, thrusting his sword into the ground, and coughed loudly. Kanhu looked at his bloody palm with a tired expression and wondered if he had gone too far. In order to hide his tracks from the hunter, he suppressed his mana sensitivity and hid. The protagonist poured all of his mana into the stone. If he had left it as is, the explosion would have sucked out all of the surrounding mana. So he had to quickly suppress his mana sensitivity and throw out the stone. Thanks to this, he was able to lure him and kill him, but in order to get closer to him, he had to use the jump. Which is what brought him to this state. If he overexerts himself anymore, he will simply die here. He needs to hide in a safe place. Kanhu walked forward over the collapse and looked to the side and thought, here it is. A truck that transports sand that refines mana stones. The protagonist quickly jumped off the edge of the mountain and jumped forward. He landed down, raising clouds of smoke, and looked up at the sky. Kanhu calmly lay on the sand and put his hand on his head and thought that during the escape he killed 3 guards. This was not in the original novel. He should try not to change the original until he becomes stronger. This way the protagonist can use his knowledge. Given his bad position in this world, the future should not change somehow. The truck drives forward at high speed along the road among the mountains. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, put his hands on the wall and made a sound of pleasure. He enjoyed the sunrise sitting in the truck with sand and said that it was very beautiful. After some time, Kang Dong said that they can just find low-ranking rookies who will mine mana stones. So they have nothing to worry about and can return to work. The assistant said that he understood him. Don, with a cigarette in his mouth, said that this guy is very smart. To think that he caught them off guard and brazenly left through the main gate. At the same time, Kang Hu, with a tired look and breathing heavily, thought that he was going to die now. Due to the excessive use of mana, stamina is slowly recovering. The protagonist, with bloody gloves on his hands, pressed the buttons. Don put his hands in his pockets and looked out the window and asked if the level 10 killer whose presence cannot be detected killed the level 45 guard and the level 55 with the constellation. Kang Hu picked up the phone and said that it was him. Han So-yeon called him by his status from the phone. The protagonist said that he was in front of Taejun Station. Kang Hu asked if he could ask her for a favor. Don looked ahead with a smile on his face and said that it was interesting and that it would be a fun hunt. After a while, the protagonist thanked So-yeon. She helped him even though he appeared out of nowhere. So-yeon bandaged his hand and asked what happened to him. Was he really in a military zone? Kang Hu said that he was kidnapped by Eclipse. She sighed heavily and asked loudly, shaking, what was he talking about? Was he forced to mine mana stones? So-yeon said with a worried look that these guys were known for kidnapping hunters. The protagonist said that mana is needed to obtain mana. That's why low-ranking hunters like him are easy prey for other hunters. Kang Hu thought with a serious expression that despite this, he trusted So-yeon and contacted her. Because she still loves Kang Hu. At the time of their breakup, she was a rookie hunter who had just awakened. But now she is level 150 and has a contract with a constellation. If she had been with him back then, she would have ended up in the Jongmyang detention center too. The protagonist leaned his hand on the floor and raised himself up and thanked So-yeon for taking care of him. He said that nothing good would come of her contacting him. Eclipse might track her down. So-yeon put her hands on his body and said that she was level 150. At that level, it would not be easy for ordinary hunters to harm her. She asked him not to worry about her. Kang Hu turned his head towards her with a smile on his face and told her to just use this power for herself. So-yeon said that she put a lot of cash in a hacked phone. It is almost impossible to track. The protagonist asked, her guild operates in the gray area, right? Kang Hu remembered the original novel and thought that this is true. Both then and now, the guild suits her. So-yeon sadly put her hands on her chest and asked if he was thinking about joining their guild. Like in the old days, they can again. The protagonist interrupted her and turned to her. He raised his hand and said that there is no need to cling to the past. So-yeon looked at him with tears in her eyes. She, with a smile on her face and drops of tears flowing down, said that it is right, she thought so. So-yeon fulfilled his request. She has one friend, a leader, and all the details are on the phone. She, with a smile on her face, put her hands on her chest, told him to take care of himself. Kang Hu looked at her with a grin on his face and thanked her, saying that he hoped that everything would be fine with her too. After some time, the protagonist asked to stop at Taejun Station. The driver asked with a smile on his face if he could turn on the radio. Kang Hu put his hand on the armrest and looked out the window and agreed with him. The radio said that the latest news was that the Yunghwan Guild had completely destroyed the White Rose mercenary group. The protagonist remembered the events of the novel. After the Judgment Day. That day came quickly and unnoticed. A man sitting in a car surrounded by a dark aura said that today was some kind of strange day. Even though it was the weekend, there was no one on the street. He turned towards the girl, holding the steering wheel in his hands, and asked if that was true. The dark aura blew away the skin on the girl's face, leaving only a skull. The man asked loudly with horror on his face, what was that? The skeleton held his scythe to the frightened man's neck. After some time, several skeletons with scythes looked down at the exploding rooftops of a building in Gangnam, Seoul. The news girl holding a microphone said that they could see the sky was turning purple from afar. According to reports, there are in this region. A huge green monster grabbed her and ran forward without letting her finish. An unknown number of monsters, dungeons shrouded in a strange veil. And in the midst of this chaos, those who gained power are called hunters. This inexplicable event made people believe that the Day of Judgment had begun. The hunters who killed monsters began to kill people. At first in the name of God, but then, for no reason at all. However, just as they were approaching the end, the savior of the world appeared. Shiwan, he was in Seoul, and there, he was able to gather assistants, protectors and healers, the Chunwon Guild. Kang Hu came out of his memories and thought that this is why everyone wants to go to the very safe Seoul. He thought with a smile on his face that the White Rose group had long been tracked down by Hunter Shiwan for organizing the terrorist attack at Exit 11 of Gangnam Station in Seoul. The White Rose group is not a terrorist organization, and in the end, they were not involved in the terrorist attack. This was all Shiwan's doing, and if Kang Hu went against him and revealed that it was all his doing, he would have made him his enemy. And the result is already obvious. The protagonist looked at the phone in his hand and thought that this is why he asked for help in joining the mercenary group. Since any guild is within his reach. The driver turned to the gentleman and said that they were here. Kang-hoo looked ahead with a serious face and thought that it was best for him to be a mercenary who only receives missions from a mercenary group. Lee Yeren, holding a folder in her hand, greeted him and said that Soyeon told her about him. She extended her hand forward with a smile on her face and introduced herself. Kang-hoo extended his hand with a serious expression and thought that it was not a good idea to tell everything yet. The protagonist introduced himself with a fake name. Yeren shook his hand with a smile on her face and said that she was glad to meet him. She extended her hand into the folder with a thoughtful expression and said that she had a great job collecting information. The protagonist with a stern expression said that he refused it. He wanted something with a good reward. Can she give difficult tasks from the beginning? Yeren asked what he was talking about. She clearly heard that he was level 10. Kanha said that it was true. Yeren put her hand to her mouth and laughed loudly. She wiped a tear from her eye with her finger and said that it was funny. They say that excessive courage is very reckless. Yeren with a frightened expression and a green aura in her eyes froze surrounded by mana. The constellation asked if Yeren wanted her to take care of her corpse. Kanha looked ahead with a mischievous smile on his face and asked, "Doesn't being a mercenary mean having skills regardless of level?" A few seconds before, the protagonist thought it was very strange to meet a character he created. The system window notified that she had a neutral constellation, Chaos Observer. It has the ability to block or distort vision. Yeren is a mage and buffer who made a contract with a constellation above average. She is a character created by the protagonist one day to confront the 13 stars. Kanha thought that he needed to gain her trust. He made fists with a smile on his face and asked, "Doesn't being a mercenary mean having skills regardless of level?" Yeren closed her eyes and addressed him by a fictitious name, and said that fiction and reality are different. Kanha stood with his back to her, and said that prejudices are also different. She put the glasses to her eyes with a smile on her face and agreed with him, and said that she would test his skills then. They were standing opposite each other in the wind currents. Erin created a circle of mana in her palm and said that she wanted to test one thing. Erin spread her arms out to the sides with a smile on her face, surrounding herself with mana, and said that he could dodge her skill. The protagonist said with a calm expression, so she wanted to test if he could protect his body. She agreed with him and said that the ability to dodge. It meant that he might have an opening to attack. Keho covered his face with his hand from the bright light of the mana and thought that it was creating puppets using fog. And it was possible to track anyone even from distant places. It was called a fog tracker. The protagonist moved his hand aside with a serious expression and thought that it was not an offensive skill, so he would not die if he was hit. But if Keho did not dodge, there would be traces and the test would end immediately. The protagonist clenched his fist in front of him and said loudly that she should start. Erin looked at him with a smile on her face and raised her hand and said loudly that she should start. The foggy tracker surrounded by green rays quickly flew towards him. Kanhu took a stance, preparing to dodge. He quickly looked at the constellation with a smile on his face. A powerful stream of mana hit the place where he was standing. Erin looked at the strong stream of smoke around him. She turned around with a surprised face and loudly said that this couldn't be. Kanhu quickly ran along the building opposite her. Erin thought that this was impossible. At this level, even a meter jump was difficult to do. He uses the basic skills of an assassin so skillfully. Was it really a short-distance jump? She thought with a smile on her face that he was saying this for a reason. Erin with a smirk on her face pointed forward 2 fingers with her constellation and asked if he could dodge this time too. She sent powerful streams of mana towards him. The Chaos Observer quickly moved forward. She extended her hand towards Kanhu, who was flying down. The protagonist turned to the side and smiled. He turned around at great speed in front of the mana beam. Erin looked up at the powerful explosion. She covered her face with her hand and made a loud sound. Erin thought with a surprised face that he dodged again, not to mention what he just used. Was that really a teleport? Kanhu used his skill and quickly flew up behind her. He put the sword to her throat with a serious expression. The protagonist looked at her and suggested that they end the test there. She jumped away from his sword with a smile on her face. Kanhu, with a drop of sweat on his face, thought that she was faster than he imagined. It wasn't for nothing that she became a mercenary commander. Yeren raised her hand with an enthusiastic look and asked if he had trained before. The protagonist with a stern face said that he hadn't. The commander moved the sword away with 2 fingers and said that level 10 hunters weren't capable of such a thing. Kanhu looked at her in surprise and asked if he had passed anyway. Yeren with a smile on her face looked at the sky and said that she thought he could be given level 50 quests. The protagonist put his sword back in its sheath and looked away and said that it was good. After some time, a car was driving at high speed among light-colored buildings. The commander with a smile on her face brought her fist to her mouth and asked if he was interested in a bulletproof window. Lately, an annoying shooter has been following her constantly. Kanghu leaned on his hand and looked out the window and asked, "Is it really a shooter?" Yeren put her hand on her cheek with an enthusiastic look and said that she received a lot of attention from the freaks from Eclipse. The protagonist calmly thought that this was a war for territory. The commander looked at the piece of paper and said that this was a task to track down a bandit. Yeren was the customer, and this order would be very useful for him. The Chaos Observer with a red face flew up to him with a piece of paper in her hands. The piece of paper says that you need to send Kim Mukyeon, a level 50 mage, to Gyeonggi-do, to the Abandoned Ruins open dungeon, and a request to extract a rank 3 item, Bastard's Boots. Kanghu seriously clutched the piece of paper in his hand and asked if he had to return it alive. Yeren, with a smile on her face and glasses on her head, said that he could kill him. Too many civilians died because of Mukyeon. The protagonist can execute him on the spot. The Hunter National Security Agency will also like it. Kanhu said with a smile on his face. That he will start right now. After some time, he walks through the dungeon of the Abandoned Ruins. Kanhu remembered the words of the mercenary commander. She said that he is probably hiding somewhere, so it will not be easy, since this is a fairly large place. The protagonist thought with a smile on his face that this is not a bad dungeon for him to debut in. This is the place Kanhu used as a hideout in the original, so he is familiar with it. And there are also quite useful mid-level bosses here. The protagonist looks around holding his weapon in his hand. He turned to the side and said that here they are. Kanhu cut his finger with a sword, making it bleed. A rabbit with red eyes looked at the pouring blood. They looked forward with angry faces and sharp claws. Many rabbits quickly ran towards him. The protagonist calmly jumped aside from the attacking rabbit using teleport. He cut the rabbit in half with his sword using short-range jump. Kanhu repeated these actions several more times. The protagonist used short-range jump with great speed to cut the last rabbit. He calmly looked forward holding the bloody weapon in his hand. Kanhu remembered Eren's words. She said, for him to get the item for the customer, and otherwise he can do whatever he wants. The commander asked what he wanted as a reward. The protagonist said that he only needed a license to clear dungeons that had many final bosses and mid-level bosses. He looked at Ventus, who appeared with a smile on his face, and said that here was a useful mid-level boss. Kanha said that he was glad to meet him. The system window notified that the protagonist could rob this target. Ventus, with a red aura from his eyes, said that he would kill him. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, told him to stop standing and talking. A powerful stream of red mana fell on Ventus's body. He quickly jumped forward holding swords in his hands. Ventus moved to Kanhu's head at great speed. Several of his clones jumped forward emitting a red aura. Ventus jumped from the ground and raised his weapon up with the intention of attacking. He, enveloped in red mana, struck his sword forward with great force. The protagonist used teleportation and quickly jumped back from under his blow. Kanhu, with a blue aura in his eyes, thought that he hit as if this was his main attack, but in fact, the real attack was from this side. The protagonist quickly headed towards the second Ventus holding a sword in his hand. He approached him using a short-range jump and pierced his stomach with the sword. Ventus, enveloped in a red aura, quickly raised his sword up. Kanhu, using teleportation, moved behind him. The protagonist thought that he was only a mid-level boss in words. His close combat is quite rough. Kanhu hit Ventus' legs with great force, forcing him to his knees. He raised his hand with a weapon appearing. The system window notifies that the protagonist has equipped a weapon. Kanhu raised his sword and quickly pointed it at Ventus's neck. The protagonist stabbed his sword into his neck with great force. Ventus, with a red aura in his eyes, raised his head in pain. Kanhu turned to the side and a blue beam of mana flashed from his sword. Ventus's body dissolved into many pieces. The system window notifies that he has received the illusion skill. Kanhu looked at the window that appeared with a smile on his face. The protagonist turned his head and clenched his hand into a fist and saw a bright light in the window of the building. At the same time, the guy looked at the green leaf and said loudly that it was Solatium. He pointed his finger forward with a smile on his face and asked if Zhou Yangji, a third-rank Ozen hunter, saw this. He is quite difficult to find, isn't he? Young Jae thought with a serious expression, who knew that he would kill Ventus by hitting her weak spot. The huntress turned to the boss with a smile on her face and said that she had seen this guy in the store. She remembered Kanhu telling the clerk that he needed Sevirus brisket, kobold blood, and monster sleeping potion. The huntress returned from the memory and said that it looked like he was going to farm monsters in the dungeon. The guy looked out the window with a confused expression and said that this guy looked like a skilled killer. He had never seen him around before. The boss thought that he was not the kind of hunter who should be in a dungeon at such a level. The huntress looked at him with a mischievous smile on her face and addressed him by status, and said that he was still not his equal. She raised her clenched hand into a fist and asked if they should bring him here. The huntress is confident that Yangji will easily bring him to his knees. The boss, with a stern look, said that there is no need to do that. He said with a sarcastic smile that it would be much easier to let him continue and then rob him. The huntress, with a smile on her face, looked out the window and said loudly that as expected of him. So they will just wait until Kanghu gets tired and then follow him. The system window notifies that he has reached level 16. The next basic skill is at level 20. Kanghu put his finger on the system window and thought that he will put all the points into stamina. As long as he controls his innate increased mana sensitivity, he does not need to put points into it. So the protagonist will put everything into stamina. Kanghu sighed heavily, holding the Solatium in his hand, said that finally, he feels at least a little alive. Solatium has a calming, analgesic effect. It is an excellent means of suppressing mana sensitivity. It is difficult to obtain in a normal dungeon. Since it grows naturally, it is difficult to mass produce. But there is only one person in the country who knows how to grow it. That person is at the epicenter of events. Kanghu looked away with a stern expression and thought that this place was previously called the Demilitarized Zone, and it is quite far away. He needs to prepare as soon as possible and go there. If his mana sensitivity gets the better of Kanghu during the fight, he will die on the spot. The protagonist put his hand on his head and walked forward along the street of the dungeon. After some time, the car drives forward along the street. Yeren, with a wary look, holding the steering wheel in her hands, said that just a year ago, the signal quality was not so bad. Over time, it has become much worse. From the phone in the car, she once said that they are trying to intervene. So there is nothing they can do. Moreover, she must be under the eclipse or the Black Lion, and it will only get worse. Yeren said with a serious expression that it was possible. She once said into the phone that it seemed like she had a hard time after she got involved with the guys from Eclipse. She looked in the mirror and said that everything was fine. Yeren had gotten used to walking and looking back since a long time ago. She quickly drove forward and asked if he had a hunter he could recommend to her. The car quickly hit the debris on the ground and turned to the side. She once said into the phone that he had been short of staff lately. Yeren, with a smile on her face, holding the steering wheel in her hand, drove forward at high speed. The car leans to the side trying to turn to the side. She once said that was why he needed to contact her. Yeren, with a smile on her face, said that she didn't even know if she could recommend a hunter he would like. He, with a smile on his face, held his phone in his hand. Yeren asked if there was a hunter he would like. She thought that everyone would be rejected. Shiwan looked at the sheets of paper with the resume in his hand and said that he had changed his standards a little. At the same time, Yeren, with a serious look, drove forward. Shiwan said that he wanted to cultivate someone from a low level. She said that she had one person in mind. Shiwan looked away with a smile on his face and asked if it was true. Yeren said that she thought he needed a little more time. She didn't want to jump to conclusions. He looked at the guy's photo on his resume and turned to Yeren and said that she was never wrong. He was sorry that they lost him because of an accident. The commander sighed with a smile on her face and said that it was in the past long ago. He shouldn't pay attention to it. Yeren would continue to watch him. She asked if he had any useful information for her. Shiwan said that he had insider information about criminal organizations. He said that he would send it to her by email later. Yeren looked at the lit phone with a smile on her face and thanked him. Shiwan, with a smile on his face and red cheeks, said that it was nothing special. He could share such information with her as much as he wanted. Shiwan turned to the man and said that their guild needed talented people. He asked her to send him someone worthy. The guy with his mouth covered in mana looked at him quickly. Shiwan said into the phone with a terrifying look that he would do everything in the best possible way. Yeren sighed heavily and said that it was good. She didn't understand why there were such high expectations to a person who had just received his first request. At the same time, Kanhu with a terrifying look quickly pointed his weapon forward. He hit the body of the mid-level boss Ibriya with great force. She looked at the sword in her hand and coughed loudly. The protagonist jumped back with great speed, leaning his hand on the ground. Ibriya with an angry look raised his clawed hand up with the intention of attacking. Kanhu looked at the hand rushing towards him with a serious look. He used his kidnapping skill. The protagonist, kneeling on one knee, aimed the skill towards the hand. It passed through him and hit a stone. Ibriya looked at him with a puzzled look. She quickly raised her hand with the disappearing stone. The protagonist, using the illusion skill, ran to the side and thought that the capture skill had one big gap and he would use it. Ibriya with a smile on her face lifted the stone up and raised it and sent it forward. The stone, shrouded in red mana, quickly flew towards Kanhu. The protagonist with a serious look slid along the ground and flew forward along the ground, stretching out his hand. The stone hit the ground with great force and broke into pieces, raising clouds of smoke. Kanhu's hand lying under the stone changed its color to blue and disappeared. Ibriya with surprise on her face looked forward. The protagonist with a serious look, shrouded in mana, teleported behind her. He pulled out his sword and quickly stabbed it into her stomach. Ibriya with a red aura from her eyes looked up and said something in her language. Kanhu pulled the sword out of her body, splashing blood around. The system window notifies that the mid-level boss has been defeated and his level has been increased. The protagonist looked away with a calm expression and thought that he would need to invest his stats into endurance. A window appeared above Ibriya's disappearing body. The system window notifies that skills are being stolen from the selected target. The stealing of skill proficiency is at the maximum level and works on a fixed radius. Kanhu looked at the system window holding a disappearing sword in his hand. He raised his hand in front of him and, using the stealing skill, pointed it at the knife lying on the ground. A hand made of mana quickly grabbed the knife. The protagonist with a stern face holding the knife that appeared in his hand said that he can also use items. If he does everything right, he will be able to fight much more effectively. He quickly swings the knife to the side while kneeling. At the same time, the huntress, her mouth wide open, watches him through binoculars. She told her comrades to take a look at what kind of beast he is. Young Jae, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked forward and thought that he was a real killer. Did the protagonist really defeat Ibri without a tank? The huntress asked him in confusion what he was doing. The guy asked if he was testing his skills. He looked at the boss and asked if it was time for them to show him reality. Young Jae put his hand on the window frame with a thoughtful look. He heard someone calling him with a drop of sweat on his face. The boss turned his head in their direction with an angry look and loudly told her to shut up. He also said that they needed to pick a moment when he was getting tired. His comrades loudly agreed with him with fear. At the same time, Mukyeon held the meat in his hand and bit off a piece of it with his teeth. He looked at the piece of paper in his hand with a tense look. It said that the Black Lion had approved permission for Mukyeon to join. They should pass the information on to Yeren, with a blue gaze. He, sitting on the bodies of dead people, threw the piece of meat aside and said that this was good news for him. Mukyeon lowered his hand with a piece of paper with a smirk on his face, and said that he thought Yeren was really nervous trying to catch him. Mukyeon clenched the paper with a wicked smirk on his face, and said that Eclipse and Black Lion weren't bad either. He would finally be able to get to Taejun for the first time in a long time. He looked forward with a scared look. Kangwoo looked at the tall building where Mukyeon was hiding. The protagonist looked up with a serious look, clenching his hands into fists. Mukyeon with a smirk on his face said that this was another guy he could rob. He banged his fist on the wall and told them to come out. Mukyeon confidently sat surrounded by black wolves covered in mana and said that it was time for them to eat. Several black wolves covered in dark mana ran forward. They quickly burped from the edge of the building and jumped on the protagonist. Kanha lifted the meat that appeared in his hand with a serious expression. The wolf opened its mouth wide with drool flowing down. Muyuk looked ahead at the wolves eating the meat with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is this? Did they really fall for a simple piece of meat that easily?" The protagonist calmly clutched the sword that appeared in his hand and raised it up. Kanho quickly plunged the sword into the body of the dark wolf. He quickly turned his head towards it and grabbed the piece of meat with his teeth. Muyuk said loudly in surprise, "What is this?" The protagonist with a stern look asked if he wanted to bite into this deliciousness. He chose the best piece and thought that they would like it. The wolves, lying in front of the bitten piece of meat, disappear. Kanho said with a serious expression that he was warning Muyuk that if he valued his life, he should give him what he stole. Muyuk bared his teeth, raised his hand, and loudly insulted Yeren. He stood on the edge of the building and said loudly that the protagonist should take it from him if he could. Kanho quickly pushed off the ground and ran to the side, saying that there was no point in dragging it out. Muyuk thought with a sly grin that although he was well prepared, the protagonist was clearly no smarter than him. He looked down and thought that let Kanho try to get around his traps. Let him run, he would blow himself up anyway. The protagonist uses the skill of tracking mana around. He saw many mines on the ground and thought that there were too many of them. Kanho jumps up holding a weapon in his hand and leaves smoke behind him. Muyuk looked down with an angry look and loudly said that the protagonist was a freak. Kanho confidently runs forward creating streams of smoke. Muyuk wondered if he had really avoided all of his traps. He raised his hand with an angry look, emitting mana, and asked loudly, "Does Kanho really think he is scared?" The system window notifies that the constellation Mukiak is inclined to evil. The Chaos Fighter provides effective ways to weaken the enemy's senses and vision. He raised his hands with an ominous look, creating dark streams of mana, and loudly said that he is a precious body protected by the constellation. Mukiak rose up, directed rays of mana, and loudly said that he will show him hell with the help of black magic. Kanho quickly teleported away from the flying beams. The protagonist jumped up, raising huge clouds of dark smoke. He looked ahead and thought that he was about level 50. Mukiak is a black mage with a constellation of loss of sensitivity. Kanho confidently ran forward towards him and thought that he roughly understood what to do. Mukiak with a smile on his face clenched his hand into a fist and said that this time he definitely would not escape. He used his blindness skill and a huge black circle appeared in front of him. The protagonist looked in surprise at the hole that appeared. He quickly ran forward and thought that it was not the time yet. Kanho waited a few seconds and raised his sword up and thought that now was the time to attack. Mukiak with a grin on his face looked ahead and loudly said how he was able to get through. The protagonist ran forward through the black space and said that he did it very easily. Kanho with a smile on his face raised his sword and said that after all, it was he who created this ability. Mukiak with an angry look clenched his fists and said loudly that this is not true. The protagonist used the abduction skill and directed a huge hand forward. Mukiak with beads of sweat on his face clenched his hand and asked loudly, "Is this really a monster skill?" The illusion behind him loudly said that this is all a deception and an illusion. Kanho pointing the weapon towards him said that this is a movement cancel. The sword pierces Mukiak's body through and through. The protagonist with a stern face pulled the sword out of his body. Mukiak raising his hand used mana burn. A powerful stream of dark mana exploded the illusions and threw Kanho aside. He with an angry look directing beams of mana loudly said that the protagonist should burn in hell. Kanho running back thought that his attacks were too fast. Did he really use some kind of object? The protagonist jumped out of the window pushing off the wall with his foot. Mukiak angrily created a ball of mana in his hand and looked at Kanho and loudly insulted him. He sent a beam of mana forward with red eyes and loudly told Kanho to die. The protagonist received a blow from the dark mana and quickly fell down. Mukiak with a smile on his face told Kanho to fall. He looked in surprise at the many illusions of the protagonist standing in front of him. Mukiak with an angry look raised his hands with radiating mana in front of him and loudly called him a freak. He used the loss of balance and raised his hands up to create a powerful explosion of mana. The illusions with serious faces quickly ran forward without receiving injuries. Mukiak angrily extended his hand forward and loudly asked, "What is this?" Kanho pinned his head with his hand and leaned the sword against his side. Mukiak with beads of sweat on his face, unable to move, loudly addressed him. The protagonist struck his sword into his body with great force. Mukiak fell to the floor with his hand on the floor and coughed. He put his hand on his wound with a grin on his face and asked loudly, how was he able to deceive him? Kanho looked down with a smirk and a bloody face, and said that he wanted to test the same thing. The master of maneuvers said that it was an excellent tactic. The protagonist turned towards the system window that appeared with a serious look and said loudly that this is it. The system window notifies that the constellation master of maneuvers praises his attack strategy. It uses a small reserve of holy power to provide a positive effect. The protagonist's experience is increased by 0.1%. Kanho turned towards the window and wondered if this is support. Many constellations are watching the hunters, but they do not support them. All because they drain the power of the constellations. The protagonist looked at the yellow window. The Dimension Thief said that this is insignificant support, only a small part. It even humiliates him a little. Kanghu told him not to worry with a smirk on his face. His best decision was to choose the protagonist. In return, he will do his best. The Dimension Thief said that he was crazy. Kanghu should deal with that guy first. The protagonist slashes his sword at the leg of the crawling Mukiak. He insulted Kanghu loudly with a horrified expression. Mukiak asked loudly, would capturing someone like him give him anything? He stretched out his finger while lying on the floor and asked loudly, did he really think that would do any good? Kanghu said with a devastated look that if only the world could change by capturing someone like Mukiak, he would have done it already. The protagonist confidently raised his sword with the intention of attacking. Mukiak looked at the sword surrounded by mana heading towards his face with a horrified expression. The system window notified that the target had been killed and the Chaos Fighter contract had been stolen. The constellation is enslaved by the Dimension Thief. Kanghu cannot remove the effect until the contract expires. He will inherit all the abilities of a Chaos Fighter. The protagonist holding the disappearing sword in his hand brought his finger to the system window. He received the skills of blindness and light chaos. Kanghu said that this is great, and he was lucky again. The protagonist looked ahead with a smirk on his face and said that he can then take this item for him too. He lifted Mukiak by the collar with his hand and said that undressing men is not his hobby. Kanghu put his hands on his body, threw his things aside, and said that this is a good catch. It is weak for level 50, but the protagonist thinks that these items are quite useful. He put on a mana glove on his hand and said that it would be ideal if he connected this thread with a throwing dagger. Kanghu put on a vest and said that the effect on health of this item should be changed. He held out his hand with a ring of mana and said that this was a ring that increased stamina. Such a valuable thing should not be wasted. The protagonist looked at the amulet in his hand with a smile on his face. This is the amulet of the god of evil, and it consumes 1 mana per second during awakening. The time it takes to use skills is reduced. Kanghu looked at the system window, putting his hand in his pocket, and said that this is the best buff for him. The protagonist looked ahead with a smile on his face and said that he thought he had found the item he needed. Kanghu will sell all level 9 items, and he will get good revenue with it. The protagonist thought that it would be good to increase the level to 20th along the way. Kanghu confidently clenched his fists and left the building and thought that the Killer Devourer skill would be coming soon. After some time, the protagonist looked around and thought that it was strange. There was not a single monster here. This must be a good place for an ambush. A bright light shone in the window of a tall building. The huntress with a smile on her face holding binoculars in her hand asked them to take a look at this freak. She said loudly for them to finish him off. Young Jay with a smirk on his face asked if they were starting. The guy holding a bag in his hand looked at the bright light in the building. The boss nodded his head confirming the operation. The guy put the bag down loudly said that the request was accepted. Young Jay loudly said that they should wear him out properly. Many white rabbits with red eyes turned to the side. They opened their mouths wide with rage on their faces and ran towards Kanghu. The protagonist holding a bloody weapon in his hand looked at the running rabbits and said that here they are. He struck with his weapon, cutting them in half with a beam of mana. The system window notifies that the protagonist has reached level 20. Kanghu with a smirk on his face looked forward holding a weapon in his hand and thought that he had been waiting. The system window notifies that the main skill of the assassin class, Quick Strike, has been obtained. The skill has been upgraded with the constellation to Bleeding Strike. It increases the bleeding effect when hitting the target again. The huntress looked down and said that it was too easy. Yanja, with a smirk on his face, disagreed with her. He had just lost his vigilance. The boss, holding a weapon in his hand, quickly jumped towards Kanghu. Yanja, with an angry look, struck a stream of mana forward with great force. The protagonist quickly jumped aside from his blow. Kanghu, with a serious look, wondered who it was. Did he really want to rob him too? A little more and he would have cut off the protagonist's head. The boss, with rage, holding a sword shrouded in a red aura in his hand, asked, did he really miss? Yanja dashed to the side, swinging his sword and loudly said that this time he would not miss it. Kanghu holding a weapon in his hand quickly approached him. The protagonist quickly walked forward cutting the boss's body. The system window notified that he had performed a bleeding strike. He needed to strike 10 times to weaken the regeneration ability. Kanghu looked at the system window and thought that he needed to strike as many times as possible. The protagonist turned around in horror. Yanja with a sinister grin on his face was standing alive and holding a sword in his hand asked, Is this really what he called an attack? The hunters with happy faces loudly said that it was useless, it would be an endless battle. After all, he was only getting stronger. Yanja with an ominous look swiftly attacked Kanghu with his sword. The protagonist stepped back thinking that he was definitely strong for his class, even stronger than him. Kanghu walked forward at a tremendous speed, cutting the boss's body with a bleeding strike. He turned back, pointing his weapon forward, and looked at the intact Yanja standing in front of him. The boss confidently spread his arms out to the sides and loudly told him to continue. Kanghu with a smirk on his face thought that he would hit him at least 4 more times. The protagonist swiftly charged forward, raising clouds of smoke below him. Yanja looked forward with horror on his face. Kanghu with an ominous look jumped towards his face using the blindness skill. The boss with red eyes looked forward, shrouded in darkness. He, under the influence of the light chaos skill, loudly asked, "What is this?" The protagonist confidently dealt him a bleeding strike. He thought that this annoyed him. No matter how many times the protagonist wounded him, nothing made sense. Yanja turned around with an ominous look and said that now he could see. He asked with a grin and reddened eyes, "Were the tricks over?" The boss felt a strong pain and asked loudly, "What was this?" He cringed from the pain and put his hand to his head and wondered what was wrong with him. Yanja could not believe that he was losing strength. The hunters looked at what was happening, and the huntress loudly addressed the boss and asked, "What was wrong with him?" The guy with beads of sweat on his face looked forward. Yanja clenched his teeth and loudly said that this could not be. He, with bulging veins on his face, enveloped in a large amount of mana, loudly said that the more he was hit, the stronger he became. A hand made of mana grabbed his body. The boss, with horror on his face, looked down at the sword rushing towards him. Kanghu, with a stern look, pierced his body with his weapon. The protagonist looked at the shaking boss and said that he might be a berserker. But in the end, Yanja is a human, and if he loses a lot of blood, he will die. Kanghu calmly reached into his jacket and looked at Yanja's fallen body. The huntress, with horror on her face, quickly ran forward and said loudly that they needed to leave. The guy said loudly that he was not so simple. The protagonist confidently bit into the solatium and said that where do such idiots come from? There is nothing to be done about it, since the Osana hunters are isolated. The system window notifies that the target has been killed and the Blood Eater contract has been stolen. Kanghu looked at the system window with a smile on his face and asked, "What's going on here?" The protagonist confidently looked up and said that this is already the second one this day. Shouldn't he support him? The Dimension Robber said that he has gone crazy. The system window notifies that the Blood Eater is enslaved by the Dimension Thief. The protagonist cannot remove the effect until the contract expires. He will inherit all the abilities of the Blood Eater. The Blood Eater is a neutral constellation. As health is lost, immunity to mental attacks increases. Kanghu asked if this is really a constellation that protects against mental attacks. This is not bad at all, and he took the necessary items. A bracelet with resistance to magical attacks, shoes that increase movement speed, and also gloves that increase endurance. Kanghu looked at the gloves on his hands and said that this is perfect. On one hand it is, on the other a glove for throwing. The protagonist quickly walked forward and said that now it is time for him to complete the request. Sometime later in the night, Taejeon. Yeren looked at the shoes in her hand with a smile on her face. He leaned his hand on the table and said that she did not expect him to find Bartaro's shoes so easily. Yeren thanked the protagonist. She said with a smile on her face that the first request is a test and half of the people fail it. Kanghu thought with a serious expression, "What does that mean? 50% of the people die during the request." Thanks to cold-bloodedness and calculation, the success rate of requests is much higher. Yeren handed him a piece of paper and said that as she promised, he would get access to a dungeon with mid-level bosses, and here is all the information about it. The piece of paper says that it is in the cargo pass located at Gapyeong Station. There are 4 mid-level bosses and 1 main boss. Yeren asked Kanghu if he is satisfied. The protagonist looked at the piece of paper in his hand with a calm face. He thought with a smile that this is a dungeon in which the 5 skills he needs are hidden. Kanghu put his hand on the table with a smirk on his face and said that he will go there tomorrow afternoon. The protagonist extended his hand with items and asked if she wants to buy them. Yeren looked at the items that appeared with a surprised face. She said that these were pretty good items and that she would pay a lot for them. Now they could move on to the next request. Kanghu pointed to the photo of the man in the request and asked if it was this guy. Yeren said that it was a request from the Public Security Agency. His name was Hyo Yoongtae, and he was accused of stealing government property and robbery causing bodily harm. The reward for him was 300 million won and 1 month of providing dungeons below level 100. Yeren looked at the piece of paper in her hands with a serious expression and asked if Kang Hu would be able to handle it if they didn't have a single lead. He was spotted near Yangpyeong Station, and after that, they couldn't find a single trace. The protagonist said that it was okay with a smile on his face. He had his own way of finding him. After a while, Kang Hu stood among the buildings with brightly colored signs and put his phone to his ear. He thought that by selling the unnecessary items, he had earned 250 million won. Since he had money now, he needed to get on with his life. The man on the phone asked, "Who is it?" Kang Hu looked at the phone and said that he would like to purchase 10 batches of silicium. They should deliver the batches to Yongsan Station. At the same time, the man said into the phone that he had accepted his order. The protagonist looked up with a stern look and said that he still had some time before the dungeon conquest began. Kang Hu could drink a couple of glasses and gather some information. At the same time, a guy in the bar with a furious look struck forward with a stream of mana. The man, having received a severe wound to the neck, coughed loudly. People looked at the fallen body of the man with delight. Kang Hu approached the bar counter. He confidently handed over a couple of bills and asked for a glass of silicium. The bartender Benny, with a surprised look on her face, holding a shaker in her hands, asked, "Really, silicium?" She, with a smile on her face, picked up a few bills and said that she didn't think anyone would order it, because it has a unique taste. The protagonist put his hands on the table and said that he was just his type. The bartender turned around with a smile and told him to wait a bit. Kang Hu put his fist to his mouth and thought that bartenders in places like this always had useful information. Of course, it wasn't always reliable. The protagonist turned around with horror on his face. He looked at his subordinate Cha So-hee and wondered what she was doing here. She was a subordinate of Eclipse CEO Kang Dong-hyun. Kang Hu, with a drop of sweat on his face, wondered if they were following him. Benny handed him a glass and said that it was the first time she saw such a handsome guy. She looked ahead with a smile on her face and said that it was a pity that they wouldn't meet again. The protagonist looked at her with a stern look and asked why they wouldn't meet again. Benny said with an arrogant look that she had heard some rumors here. She leaned closer to his face and covered her mouth with her hand and said that it seemed like Eclipse wanted to take this club for themselves. Kang Hu, squeezing the glass, thought that they wanted to capture the hunters gathered here and send them to work in the mines. This is one of the typical methods of human trafficking. The protagonist, raising the glass to his mouth, looked away and wondered if that is why So-hee is here. He can't even relax and drink a glass calmly. He got up from his chair, finishing the drink, and thought that he needed to hurry. Benny and the protagonist quickly looked away with fear on their faces. Kang Hu, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked at the guys in uniform who entered. The girl ran towards them and loudly asked, "Is this really Eclipse?" The guy looked ahead with horror on his face and asked why they came here. The man in uniform with a smile on his face said that they better run away from here. They quickly ran forward and loudly said that their precious goods were there. The man grabbed the standing guy by the hand and hit him on the stomach with great force with his hand with mana. The Eclipse worker quickly swung his weapon in front of the guy standing there. He looked at Kanha and asked why he was looking at him. He raised his axe with a smile on his face with the intention of attacking and asked loudly if he was asking for a blow. The protagonist quickly appeared behind him using teleportation. The worker looked forward with horror on his face and said loudly that it was very sudden. Kanhu, swinging a weapon shrouded in mana, cut his neck. The protagonist, holding the weapon in his hand, looked at the worker lying on the floor. So-hee, with an ominous look, rubbed her chin with her hand, looking at what was happening. She quickly jumped to the side. Kanhas looked at her with incomprehension. So-hee, with a confident look, raised her hand and threw her knife forward. The protagonist, with horror on his face, looked at the knife that hit the worker's chest. The guy, gritting his teeth, brought his hand to the knife and looked at the approaching So-hee. She confidently raised her hand, pulling the knife out of his chest. The worker, with fear on his face, said, "Why?" So-hee, not letting him finish speaking, kicked his body with great force and he quickly flew to the side. Kanhu, with a calm face, looked at her and wondered what she was planning. So-hee, with a smile on her face, looked at him and said that she saw him for the first time, but he looked familiar. She asked him what guild he was from. Kanhu looked ahead with a calm expression and said that he was from a guild that didn't like to have their hands tied. So he put her hands on his shoulders with a smile on her face and asked if they could talk about business. She turned towards the Eclipse workers and said that they would talk after they left here. The workers, with frightened faces, wondered what they should do. Should they change their strategy? so he confidently said quietly to attack. The workers quickly ran forward and loudly said to hold them back. Kanhu looked ahead with a confident expression and thought that it wouldn't be easy. So he raised her hands with a smile on her face and said that she would help. The protagonist wondered if she really wanted to test his skills. He couldn't give in to her. Kanhu clutched his weapon in his hand and looked at Sohee rushing towards the workers. He confidently threw his sword at one of them. The guy looked at the worker who had fallen from a chest wound. The worker loudly said that they should attack now, because he had nothing. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, extended his hand forward. The sword flew at the worker, piercing his chest. The protagonist, with a determined look holding the created sword in his hand, quickly hit the worker's hand, cutting it. He turned to the side and directed his sword forward, hit the second worker's neck. So he looked to the side in surprise and wondered if this was telekinesis? Kanhu, with a grin on his face, raised the bloody sword up and said that they should go to the emergency exit. He quickly moved forward and loudly told her to run. The worker looked at the running protagonist and loudly ordered everyone to hold him. They quickly ran down the corridor after them and loudly said that they should deal with the rest. So he, with a smile on her face, ran after him and asked, "Isn't he a hunter? Can he really use magic too?" Kanhu, with a smile on his face, looked at his glove and remembered his words. He said that the glove would go perfectly with the dagger. The protagonist came out of the memory. Kanhu turned around with a smile on his face and thought that she should think what she wants. He doesn't need to tell him everything. The protagonist stretched his leg forward and looked at several workers coming out from around the corner. A person throughout the club said that this is a notice for their customers. In order to create chaos in this club, they planted insiders from the Black Lion. They are Eclipse, they will carry out a quick takeover. The workers with angry faces quickly moved forward holding weapons in their hands. The worker hit Kanhu with a hammer with mana, but he managed to jump back from the blow. The protagonist raised his weapon up and hit one of the workers on the neck. He hit the guy's neck with his elbow with radiating mana with great force. Kanhu quickly looked at the system window that appeared. The system window notifies that the constellation of the Apostle of Justice was impressed by his actions to punish hypocrisy and evil. She consumes holy power to give him a positive effect. His experience is increased by 0.1%. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, headed towards the second worker, thinking that this is justice. The protagonist quickly ran towards the attacking worker. He, with a feral look, plunged the sword into his head and wondered if something like this could exist in this world. Kanhu thanked them for their help. The workers threw mana-shrouded axes towards him with great force. The protagonist jumped to the side, not getting hit by their attacks. The axe hit the wall and, breaking it, remained in it. Kanhu, standing on one of the axes, jumped towards them. The protagonist, using a skill, jumped a short distance and, waving a dagger with mana, killed several workers. He thought that this was the constellation of the Apostle of Justice. Kanhu landed on the ground, kneeling. At the same time, so he pulled the dagger out of the worker's head. She looked down at the few corpses lying there and thought that she knew it. So he looked at the protagonist who was knocking down the door with great force. Kanhu pointed his thumb towards the open passage with a smile on his face. So he clenched her hands into fists with a wicked smile on her face and thought that she had not missed him. After some time, the building stood under the starry sky. The worker, with an angry look, brought his hand to the microphone in his ear and loudly said into the phone for them to search more carefully. At the same time, so he and Kanhu were hiding behind the wall of the building near them. She looked at him and asked how about working without any problems? So he handed him a business card with a smile on her face and said that the payment would be generous. The protagonist took the business card from her hand with a smirk on his face and turned to the side and told her to contact him if they had an urgent task. Seohee looked at Kanhu leaving and said into the microphone in her ear, addressing the master, that they were done with this test. The investigation will not be difficult, he only needs to tell the name. She looked ahead with a smile on her face and asked, "Does he really mean Kanhu?" Seohee said into the microphone that there were some small problems, but the benefits will be greater than the losses. After some time, at a crowded station during the day, the protagonist got off the train and looked around and thought that judging by Seohee's reaction, his order had not yet been delivered. Just in case, it would be better for him to avoid the city of Taejun for a while. Kanhu is very annoyed by the fact that the influence of Eclipse is increasing. Recently, they even waited for a train moving towards Gapyeong. Instead of taking the train going to Gapyeong, it would be safer to leave through Yongsan Station. After some time, the protagonist put his suitcase in the rack. He looked at the silicium with a smile on his face, holding it in his hand, and said that the delivery went smoothly. Kang-Hu put his hands in his pockets as he left, thinking that in the story, Kang-Hu also received silicium near this station a couple of times. It's good that he knew about it. The protagonist turned around, hearing the man's conversation. He tensely raised his hand to his face and asked into the phone, "Does he really need to play along?" The man said that there are no dungeons to be found in Seoul anyway. He looked ahead with an angry expression, taking the phone away from his ear, and said loudly that why is he not doing anything there. The man turned around and loudly said into the phone that he should run to Yongsan Station. After some time, people in Seoul looked at the large sign on the building. The Purification Guild, sworn to protect, has become a place where there is a monopoly on dungeons. However, this is the only place where the public security agency functions properly. This is enough to manage such a large market. The prices here are generally very high. This market is about 1.5 times larger than any district. There is probably a lot of good stuff here. Kang-Hu took the dagger in his hand and said that he needed to get rid of the training sword as soon as possible. The system window notifies that this weapon is Heaven's Bliss. Its level is 5 and it adds 50 to its strength. The protagonist looked at his hand while creating a stone in it. Kang-Hu created the stone and instantly crushed it into pieces. He looked at the remains of the stone in his palm with a smile, and said that this is what real strength is. The system window notifies that Heaven's Bliss is a skill. If you do not participate in a battle for more than 30 minutes, the speed of stamina recovery doubles. Kang-Hu looked at the dagger with a smile while squeezing it in his hand and said that there are quite a few options here. The protagonist thought that, unlike other hunters, he did not need to worry about mana. If he wanted to use super sensitivity to mana, then managing physical strength was a priority. Kang-Hu said he would take it. After some time, the protagonist holding a dagger in his hand walks forward along the street. He stopped in his tracks with an uncomprehending look, having heard people talking. The boy holding his father's hand turned to his mother and asked if they would be able to eat chicken at night now. Mom agreed with him with a smile on her face and said that this is Seoul. Dad closed his eyes and said that the Public Security Agency and the Purification Guild will protect them. Kang-Hu walked away and thought that this was self-deception. The main character turned his head to the side after hearing a loud scream. The boy's dad, sitting on the ground, put his hand on the wound on his cheek and loudly asked not to touch at least the child. The man holding the boy in his arms turned to him and asked if he was joking. He squeezed 2 fingers on his hand and loudly said that when you ask for something, you need to be more sincere. The boy, with tears in his eyes, hit the man's body with his fist and loudly called for his dad. People looked at this and loudly said that this was the agency. They loudly asked that someone contact the Public Security Agency. Kang-Hu looked forward with a serious expression and wondered if this was really happening in Seoul during the day. There are freaks in the world. A little more and the Public Security Agency will show up. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that he would do them a favor on behalf of the guild. Kang-Hu looked ahead with horror. The men quickly turned to the side and loudly said that this was Chai Guangyan from the Purification Guild. The system window notified that his constellation of harmful incense was called the Demon of War. It has unique skills in the field of fencing and spatial orientation. Kang-Hu looked ahead with horror on his face and thought that he never thought that he would meet Yuan's colleagues here. He would never participate in something like this, so why was he here? Guangyan threw a black bank card towards the men with a smile on his face. The man in the mask looked at it with interest and asked what it was. Guangyan extended his hand forward and told him to spend as much as he wanted from it. In exchange, the man must give him the child. The man, lowering the boy to the ground, said that in exchange. Before he could finish speaking, he threw the boy to the side with great force and loudly told him not to dare move. The boy fell into Guanghyuk's arms and screamed loudly. His dad squeezed his hands with fear on his face. Long black claws appeared on Guanghyuk's hands. He quickly disappeared, creating a stream of smoke. Kang-Hu looked to the side and thought that he was not that simple. Guanghyuk specializes in using space. The men looked in surprise towards Guanghyuk, who appeared. He created a powerful stream of dark mana around himself, not letting them escape. The man raised his hand and brought it closer to the dark smoke and asked what was it. Guanghyuk quickly approached them holding a weapon in his hand. He confidently pierced their bodies with dark magic. The hunter looked forward with a torn mask on his face. Kang-Hu looked at him in surprise and thought that this was the hunter he saw at the station earlier. The hunter looked towards his dead comrade with horror on his face and asked if he really killed him. He raised his hand and loudly asked Gwang Hyuk to spare him. The hunter loudly said that they did as he asked. Gwang Hyuk only asked to play along with him. The people looking at them outside the dark sphere asked what he was saying. Is this some kind of skill and that's why they can't hear anything? The hunter with beads of sweat pouring down put his hand in his pocket and took out his weapon. He pulled out his weapon with an angry look and shouted loudly. Gwang Hyuk with a smile on his face quickly attacked him with his weapon. He stopped using his skill and said while walking forward that they were safe now. The protagonist looked forward with a serious look and thought that this was to be expected from him. Gwang Hyuk increases the trust in the Purification Guild by using independent hunters. Is this all for the sake of monopolizing everything even more? They can enjoy the moment and the opportunity because soon everything will become Kanhu. At the same time, the man holding a piece of paper in his hands handed it forward and apologized for having to come here in person. This is all the information they have about the fugitive she was talking about. So he, sitting on a chair with a calm look, took the sheets of paper with the information in her hand. She looked at the photo of Kanhu. So he, with a smile on her face, looked down and said that this face was familiar to her. At the same time, a man standing by the mountain with his hands behind his back asked, "Does this mean he is Kanhu?" The protagonist looked at him and said that he thought it was time. "Now can he enter?" The man, looking at the second guy, said that the preparation of the dungeon was complete. He looked at Kanhu with a stern look and said that he was level 20, but he was much lower than the recommended level for their dungeon. The man asked if he was sure that everything would be okay. The protagonist thought that if he wanted to steal his skills, he should definitely raise his level. Otherwise, he would not even have a chance. Kanhu, putting his finger on the system window, thought that the minimum goal was level 50. If he wanted to rise faster, he would have to try hard. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, looked ahead and agreed with him. After some time, the protagonist goes forward, covering his face with his hand from a strong stream of flying sand. Kanhu looked ahead and said that nothing can be seen here. He turned back and looked at his tracks and said that if he had not left them, he would have gotten lost long ago. The protagonist with a drop of sweat on his face looked at the cliff. Kanhu, raising his hand, said that he almost fell. Is the road really over? The protagonist turned back among the flying sand. Many red eyes were looking at him among the flying dust. Kanhu looked at them and thought that they were lizards. The protagonist confidently put his hand in front of him, taking out a weapon, and said that if he copes with them, he can reach the goal even faster. Kanhu, waving his weapon, looked up at the lizards raised in the air. The man said that they even recreated the tracking simulation. So he thoughtfully looks at the piece of paper in her hands. She raised her head and asked, "And what is the conclusion?" The man said that it seemed like Kanhu had attacked with mana and was lucky to get past a level 100 hunter. But that didn't make sense since he had successfully attacked him later. The man hung his head down with a resigned look and said that it was impossible to do that at level 10. So he looked at the photo of the magic circle the protagonist had drawn with blood in the toilet. She said that she had heard him. So he handed him the sheets of paper and said that, to be honest, she had met him a couple of days ago. The man put his hands behind his back with an angry look and asked what she was talking about. She said that she estimated that he was at least level 100. So he raised her hand with fire mana with a frightened look and asked how that was possible. The man couldn't even determine his level. Kanhu quickly threw his dagger at the lizard with a smile on his face. The lizard with a pierced stomach said something in its own language. The protagonist looked ahead with a stern look and thought that he had thought so. Kanhu hit him right in the belly, but it only wounded him. If he tried to kill everyone, it would take a very long time. The protagonist put on a glove and directed a beam of mana into a dagger and ran it across all the lizards, wounding them. Kanhu looked ahead and thought that only these two were left without wounds. He quickly directed his dagger at them, piercing one lizard's belly. All the lizards fell to the ground, making sounds in their own language. The protagonist, with a smirk on his face, enveloped in a blue aura, extended a finger forward and beckoned them, telling them to try again. The lizards quickly headed towards him, blowing up the sand beneath them. Kanhu looked back and thought that when he hunts monsters, there is something he needs to be careful about. The damage received if the monster is destroyed, but the hunter does not cause damage to it. The death of the monster will not be counted for the hunter. But what if the protagonist causes at least a small wound to everyone? Kanhu, holding a dagger in his hand, quickly ran forward, running away from the lizards, and thought that this changes everything. The lizards jumped forward at great speed and loudly said something in their language. The protagonist jumped over the cliff with great force using the jump skill. The lizards with red auras in their eyes looked at Kanhu, who landed on the other side. The protagonist turned back and looked at the lizards that fell into the cliff. They fell to the ground with great force and disappeared. The system window notified several times that he had destroyed an ordinary monster. His level had increased to 27. Kanhu said loudly with a smile on his face that he had succeeded. After some time, so he put her hand on her hip and looked at the magic circle in the toilet and asked if Kanhu had really done this. She thought that this ritual was performed using blood. Why did he perform it? Did the protagonist really summon the constellation? So he looked forward with a tense look. She brought the phone to her ear and answered the master. He asked if she had finished her investigation. So he leaned her hand on the wall and said that she was in the process of it. This fugitive is not an ordinary person. She once said that he thought so. So he, walking down the corridor, asked him to send her another person. He asked why she needed it. She looked up, remembered the killed powerhouse, and said that someone did not watch what he said. He drove her crazy and she killed him. Kanhu looked at the disappearing lizards. The protagonist brought his hand, clutching a weapon in it, to his face and looked at the mana stone holding it in his other hand. He remembered how he worked in the mine extracting such stones. The protagonist came out of the memory. Kanhu threw the stone aside and said that so he must have already guessed that he was the fugitive. The protagonist, clenching his hand into a fist, said that, however, he will not let himself be caught so easily. A mid-level fire boss appeared behind him among the flying sand. He confidently walked towards the protagonist, clenching his palms into fists. Kanhu turned around with a smile on his face and said that he had been waiting for a long time. The protagonist picked up his weapon, clutching it in his hand, and said that he would use his first ability. The guy was watching what was happening from the mountain. He looked at the bow in his hands, aiming an arrow. After a while, the defeated monster was lying in the water, and the system told him that he had stolen the fire modifier skill. Shin Kang, who looked forward with a satisfied expression, and the system said that this skill was improved depending on the constellation, and that it was also possible to impart fire properties to any type of weapon. His pursuer looked at him silently for a while, and then thought in fear that he could not believe that he had caught a mid-level boss so quickly. He was quite good at hunting. At first he threw his dagger at him, and thus attracted the fireman, and then ran after him, and he deceived him into an oasis. He personally threw himself into the water. He definitely has skills that are not typical for low-level players, and this is worth the attention of the leader. Li Yirin placed the information about him in front of him, and then turned away, and he asked if she really wanted him to follow this hunter. He looked at his photo, and she said that the test results were excellent, and she was worried about the level. She turned towards him and said that if the situation became dangerous, he should help him. She looked at him with a satisfied look and said that he shouldn't forget about teamwork. He thought that his talent would definitely come in handy if he developed it a little more. He stood up from his hiding place and thought that he should continue following him. After a while, a dagger flies towards the monster, but he reflects it with his barrier, and then he returns it and says with a smile that he must be a defender. He looks at his opponents and sees that in front of him, the rear defender is a mid-level boss, the flank defender is a mid-level boss, and the front defender is a mid-level boss. He looked at them and said that he hopes that the payment for them will be like the three of them. They help each other, and he remembered Li Yirin's words. A while ago, he lowered his head to her and said that he would contact her once he dealt with Hyo Yoongtae. He was about to leave, but she said that he should wait since they had good clients, and she offered him to work with them. She folded her arms and said that he would hardly be able to conquer an entire dungeon by himself. He looked at her silently for a while and then smiled and said that he was not going to join anyone since he was a loner and would get everything by himself. Currently, he makes a short-range jump and goes around the enemies from behind, and then he tries to hit them, but he failed to break through the barrier. He uses teleportation and space capture, which causes the enemies to be confused, and he jumped back and thought that this is great and this should be enough. The monsters look at each other, and Shin Kang, who uses abduction, and he thought that this is the maximum distance that abduction will work. He runs towards the boss and rolls under him, and then he approached the other one, and said that this is why he does not want to work in a team. The monster looked at him in surprise, and he said that if he starts relying on others and does not calculate every step in advance, then failure will be guaranteed. He uses teleport, and the monster looks at him in fear, and then Shin Kang, who uses short-range jump and breaks through the monster's defense. He throws them back, and the system said that 2 mid-level bosses were destroyed. The remaining boss runs towards him in rage and tries to hit him, but he uses teleport, and the monster did not expect this, but he quickly turned towards him and swung at him. He found himself inside the barrier and the monster was still confused. He said that he tried to trick him but it didn't work. He goes around it and pierces it with his sword, and the monster looked at him pitifully and then fell to the ground. The system said that the mid-level boss was destroyed and he gained a new level. Now his level is 29. He pulled the sword out of the boss's body and then looked questioningly at the messages from the system, which said that he acquired the skills of front, flank and rear defense, and all three types of skill were combined to create the skill of defensive barrier. Defensive barrier is a fortified defensive barrier, and it will last until its use period expires. He holds the leaf in his teeth and carefully watches the message, and then he said that this is interesting and the skill was raised to the maximum level, and it will definitely be useful to him. The observer stares at him silently for a while, and then he thinks that he is even more amazing than he thought, and he really doesn't need any command, although it is not yet time to judge it. Shin Kang Hu walked away, and he stood up and watched him, thinking that everything will become clear after the battle with the main boss. After a while, the undead stands in front of him, and the observer stares at them silently for a while. Shin Kang Hu said that they finally met. The monster looks at him with a terrifying smile, and he pointed his finger at it, and said that from the beginning, he was its target. The undead uses dark purple fireworks, and he dodges all of its attacks using short-range jumps. He jumped behind the undead and tried to hit him, but the monster used defense magic and flew up. He casts wind arrows, and Shin Kang, who runs across the field and holds a leaf in his mouth, thought that it is not easy to keep up with him. He attacks him with wind arrows and breaks the leaf in his mouth, and he thought in surprise that he does not spare strength in the attack. From the back he uses defensive magic, and now he will use arrow attacks. He can get close to him if he takes damage on himself, then he needs to use bleeding, but he has a signature skill, Blood Flower. He imagines how the monster snapped his fingers and killed him, and then he thought that with this skill he can instantly kill him. He runs around the battlefield and thought that he needs to think of something and take into account that he does not use other skills. He runs away from the arrows that the boss shoots and thinks that he only showed him a short-range jump, but he does not even know about his trump cards. The monster looked at him in annoyance, and then continued to attack him. The observer watches this and thinks that they did not even damage each other. Is it really taking them so long to find weak points? The monster casts a strong spell with an irritated look, and Kanho looked at him with a smile and said that he finally got him. The monster uses dark purple fireworks and several spheres fly at him. He said that now he will show him his calling card. Kanho dodges his attacks and thought with a satisfied look that he will not be able to catch him now. He used abduction and said that the monster should come closer to him. The boss with a very irritated look screams and launches a spell at him, and Kanho thought that he did not expect that he had been casting a spell all this time. A strong explosion occurs on the battlefield, which almost reaches the observer. Kanho teleports behind the monster, and he said that he can shoot at him as much as he wants. The monster looked at him questioningly, and then smiled slyly, because his projectile is flying at Kanho, but he smiled and said that he is rejoicing too early. He raised his hand and used a protective barrier, and then hit the monster with fire gifts. He looked at it with a serious expression and said that the monster should burn. The monster completely burns, and Kanho said with a satisfied expression that the fire attribute is quite useful. The observer thought that he was able to defeat Alicia with his level, and he thinks that he knows that he should report to the leader. The system said that he stole a skill called Blood Flower from the monster. Kanho stands in front of the burning remains of the monster, and said that this is where his most important goal is achieved. He turned around and said with a smile on his face that his spectator also left. The system tells him that his level has increased to 32 and he gains a basic assassin class skill called Acceleration. He keeps looking at the system windows, and while chewing on a leaf he said that his levels are gradually increasing. The system also tells him that the War Demon constellation is praising his attack strategy. This constellation consumes a small amount of holy power to give him a small buff, and now he has an additional 1.3% experience increase. He thought with a satisfied look that this was an unexpected support, and he didn't think that he would be supported like this. The system told him that he should be grateful for this, and he says it with such pride. There was some loot from a monster left near his feet, and he said with a smile on his face that it could be useful for him. After a while, the car is parked near the house, and Cha so he is talking on the phone, and she said that the master doesn't have to worry because she found Kanha. She is standing at the door with a few people, and she said that he locked himself in there, but they are going to burn that door down. Her hand lights up and she says with a smile that she will go and look for some evidence. Kellic is standing outside the door and texting that Eclipse found the house and they are looking for traces of him. He looks through the peephole and sees Seo-hee talking on the phone, and she says that as she thought, he left no traces. Kong Dong with a cigarette in his mouth says that he is even a little jealous of Kong-hoo. She is surprised and asks what he means by jealousy. While people are searching the apartment, he says that nothing can stop him and he is careful and determined. She says that since he says that, he probably likes him. Kong Dong says that he has prudence, which is a strength that Seo-hee doesn't have, and if he goes under his command, he will be a good competitor to her. She gets really scared when she hears this and thinks, does he really want to replace her? They hand her some papers and Kong Dong asks if they found anything useful. She looks at the papers with a smile and says that she thinks it should interest him, and she thinks the owner of the house is a hunter. Seo Yun holds her phone shyly and types something, so he and her companions come out of the apartment, and she says that she is always ready for tasks from the master, and she thinks that they found clues. After a while, Kang Hui came out of the dungeon and thought that defeating Alicia was important, and his main goal was to steal the blood flower, but the items that dropped were also good. Selling the green magic stone turned out to be a pretty good deal, not to mention the ring that enhances bleeding and the skill book. Although it is not suitable for his class, but he knows a way to learn it, so he will save it for the future. He receives notifications on his phone and says that the further he goes from the dungeon, the better the signal. He looks at his phone questioningly and sees that he has received messages from Soyeon. She wrote that she already called him, but he didn't pick up, so she wants to tell him that Eclipse is investigating and she thinks they are looking for him. He said with a satisfied look that it's good, and he is glad that he found out about it now. He remembers Sohee and said that she got to him pretty quickly and he is surprised. He looks at the messages from Soyeon with a serious look and thought that she is most likely an informant for the Hioe Guild, which is a subsidiary guild for the Purification Guild. He put the phone back in his jacket and thought that if Eclipse can track him, then of course they will get to Yeren too. For Yeren, he is just a newbie in this business, she has no reason to cover for him after his refusal. If you consider that Eclipse and Blue Eye are in conflict due to rivalry, then it is not beneficial for them to share information about him. He remembers Young-tae, and as he enters the carriage he thinks that he has to find him as he planned. He looks ahead with a serious expression and thinks that he needs a partner for this mission and that he needs to meet that person upon arrival. After some time, Do-hoon holds his head and looks at the house, and then he says that this is the only way to catch Young-tae. The bespectacled man says that he understands that he is worried since it is a comrade from his homeland, but he shouldn't worry. The Yangpyeong district isn't even under their jurisdiction. Do-hoon looks at his watch with a serious expression and says that this is the last house where he can be. He goes up the stairs and knocks on the door and asks if anyone is home. A white-haired guy opens the door and asks who he is. Do-hoon asks if Young-tae happens to live here. He pursed his lip and asks who he is and why he has to be here. He said that he couldn't be here because he lived here alone. Do-hoon looked behind him for a while in silence and saw that he had a gun on the table, and he asked with a serious look if he was a professional hunter. He turned around and looking at the gun asked if he really thought that because of the gun. He exhaled and said that this world was very unpredictable, and he kept one for himself just in case. He apologized and closed the door. He looked at his watch again and said that apparently he wasn't here. The door opened a little and the guy looked through the crack with a smile and took out a gun, and then aimed at Do-hoon. He took out his katana and hit the guy on the hand, thereby cutting off several fingers and the barrel of the gun. The guy screamed in pain and Do-hoon burst into the apartment with a serious look and said that apparently he was not mistaken. The guy ran away from him holding his hand and Do-hoon said that he should have taken it off safety. He kicks him in the back causing the guy to fall and he places his katanas next to his head. He said with a serious expression that he should tell him everything he knows about him. He looked at him with fear and said that he had only met him once and he ordered him to kill anyone who would look for him. He only knows that he is a loner who likes to hide carefully, and he doesn't know anything else. Do-hoon clutched his katanas in irritation and then asked if there was someone covering for him. After a while, he left the house and standing on the street said that the investigation in Yangpyeong was stopped. He looked to the side and saw several police officers walking towards him, and he thought that he didn't know what they were doing here, but he couldn't go back now. He hid behind the wall and thought that he should remain unnoticed for now. The police officers looked at the column and noticed something strange, and one of them asked if there was anything strange there. Do-hun looked scared and thought that it was an ambush, and he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Kanhu came up to them and asked, "Aren't they from the Public Security Agency?" They looked at him questioningly, and he said with a smile that he had something to ask of them. They awkwardly said that they were on a mission and now was not the best time. He pointed his finger to the side and said that some hunter stole something from him on the main road. Do-hun looked at them silently for a while and then, while they weren't looking, he quietly walked away from them into an alley. Standing behind the wall, he exhaled and said that he was very lucky now. Kanhu turned in his direction and looked at him with a smile. After a while, Do-hun takes out a book from the shelf and looks at the photos in silence for a while and remembers the past where he is standing with his comrade, and he said that he congratulates him on being accepted to Seoul. He heard that it is not easy to get there, and it is not that easy to work there. So he is now collaborating with the Purification Guild, right? Do-hun laughed and wanted to say something, but he interrupted him and said that it is great, and he can leave this place to him. He pointed at himself and said that he does not need to worry about it because he will take care of everything. He will be here and he is in Seoul, to each his own. He stands in silence for a while and then turns to Kanghu, who is walking towards him. He looks at him with a serious expression, and Do-hun asked, apparently it was him on the street, how did he know about this place? Kanghu walked towards him and said that his name is Do-hun and he is level 362, he works at the Seoul Metropolitan Police Department. He looked at him questioningly and asked if he was looking for information about him. He reaches for his katana and asks if he is also from the police. Kanghu stretched his hand out to the side and said that it is not so, but he knows why he is looking for Yumtae. He looked at him questioningly and Kanghu stretched his hand out to him and asked if he would be okay with cooperating with him. Yirin is sitting in the office with the observer, and she said that she is sorry that he is not interested in her suggestions. She laughed and said that despite this, he is a good client, and she thinks that she will recommend him to Shirwan. Suddenly they turn around in fear and hear someone asking why he can't come in. Yirin became wary and asked what was that noise behind the door. So he opens the door and twirls the paper in the air with a satisfied look, and then she said that she finally found what they needed. Yirin gets up from her chair and asks with a very serious look why she came here. She says with a smile that they don't have to worry because she came with good intentions. She hands her the paper with Kanghu's file and asks if she knows him. At the same time, Do-hun was silent for a while and then asked if Kanghu had anything to offer him. He held out his hand and asked if he thought that everything would be over once he found him. Do-hun looked at him questioningly, and Kanghu held out his finger and said that it was not an easy matter. Besides, even as an officer of the Seoul City Police Department, he was still unable to get information about his friend. He imagines Do-hun sitting at his computer and a police officer coming up to him and saying that he doesn't think it's possible because he's under the jurisdiction of Yangpyeong District. Do-hun says that it's not under their jurisdiction and there's nothing he could do. Kanghu remembers the police officers and saying that he's practically on his trail. Do-hun looks at him with a serious expression and asks what he means. He says that he has protectors and is such a high-ranking person that even the Public Security Agency has taken notice of him. Do-hun remembers certain fragments from the past, including the time he was in the man's apartment, and he said that he doesn't know who he is but that he clearly shouldn't cross him. He remembers the man with glasses saying that Yangpyeong District is not under their jurisdiction. He asks with a scared expression who's behind him then. Kanghu says that one of the key figures in the Purification Guild is behind him. Do-hun connects all the facts in his head, and then he turns around and says that this is nonsense, and it can't be. He said that whether to believe it or not is up to him, but he should know that they are pursuing the same goal. Kanghu said that they can meet tomorrow at 6 p.m. He can go to the square and see for himself. This is not some kind of trap, but if he has doubts, he can do his own investigation. Do-hun looks at him silently for a while, and Kanghu said that in return he will keep his promise to him, and he hopes for his cooperation. At the same time, so he stands by the table, and then asks if they know this guy. Yirin looked at the paper and thought that his real name is Kanghu, which means that Eclipse is very interested in him, since they sent her here. She shook the paper with a serious look and said that she does not know anything about him. So he pointed at her with an irritated look and said that she was lying to her now and that she had already checked everything. Yirin held her hair and then said that maybe she knew him but that things didn't work out between them because of the conditions. She said with a scary look that if that was all and she didn't want to get into a fight then she better leave here. So he gritted her teeth and said with a serious look that she better not lie to her. She left and Yirin said that the observer should follow her because they needed to check where she was going. She looked at him with a smile, and said that if she had information about this crazy woman, then their relationship with Kang-Hu would become stronger. After a while, Jang Tae silently looked at the phone in his hands for a while, and saw that it said that there was a person looking for him. He walked outside with a smile, and then said that they were idiots, and they couldn't find him in the most obvious place. He stands in front of the door and whistles, and Kang-Hu looks at him silently for a while, and then he follows him and says that they agreed on 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He is surprised to hear his voice, and Kang-Hu with a serious look said that he is late. The system reports that he has a skill of a harmful constellation called Dark Priest, and it gives him the ability to hide in the dark. The system reports that hunters who serve neutral or good constellations improve their combat skills. Jung Tae looked at him with an irritated look and said his name, and then he exhaled and with a smile on his face said that he was mistaken. Suddenly he used blindness and ran away from Kang-Hu. He looked back and thought that he used blindness on him quite discreetly. Besides, he has strong resistance to skills. Jung Tae with a serious look looked at him and said that apparently he was looking for him. Kang-Hu is standing at the same place, and he thinks that if he knows about his skills and hideout then he should kill him. He starts attacking him and throwing many daggers at him. At the same time, so he attacks the guy who is holding his shoulder in tears and says that he doesn't know anything. She looks at him silently for a while, and he said that he doesn't know who Kang-Hu is. So he snapped her fingers and burned the man, and then looked at him haughtily. She remembered the past when Kang-Hu with a smile on his face said that they can contact him if they have an urgent task for him. She looked ahead irritated and thought that he told them to contact him, but he himself is lost somewhere. He knew who she was from the beginning and that's why he ran away. She remembered the words of the boss who said that if he takes him under his command then he can give her a great competition. She stamped her foot and was silent for a while, then said that if you take into account the master's words, then he is an enemy for her. She laughed, and then said that everyone makes mistakes and she thinks that the master will forgive her if she kills Kang-Hu by mistake. At the same time, many daggers are thrown at Kang-Hu, but he activates the barrier and looked at him with a serious expression, and Jung Tae looked at him questioningly and thought that he didn't expect him to use a shield after all, he is from the assassin class. He rushed from his place and threw several more daggers at Kang-Hu. He didn't expect this and began to dodge all of his attacks. Jung Tae looked at him with annoyance, and said that he was good for being able to avoid his attack, even if it was due to the long distance. He rushed to the side and took out several more daggers and thought that now they can fight up close. Kang-Hu uses kidnapping and is about to hit him, and Jung Tae didn't expect this and asked what is this. He stabbed him with a dagger and used bleeding strike, and then looked at him with a serious expression and said that he had already placed mana in places where he could hide from attacks. He presented a cover scheme in all of his opponent's moves, and he said that he could read his every move very clearly. Jang Tae groaned in pain, and then held his ear and said that things were not going well and he would have to retreat. Kang-Hu created another blade and threw it at him, and then said that it was useless. He looked at Kang-Hu in fear and he used blood flower, and Jang Tae rolled on the floor and groaned in pain. He walked up to him, and he was holding his neck and said that if he wanted to kill him, then did he at least understand who was behind him. Kang-Hu said that he knew it was Gwang Hyun from the Purification Guild. He looked at him questioningly and asked how he knew that. Kang-Hu threw another dagger at him and told him to shut up and sleep. After a while, Dahun comes out of the hangar and thoughtfully thought about why he decided to make him such an offer. A while ago, Kang-Hu moved his hand to the side and said that he almost ran into his colleagues from the agency. He looked at him questioningly and asked what he meant. He said that he heard that they can solve a lot through the app, but he heard that they often use that watch. Dahun looked at his watch and he asked if that meant that his friend's account was still valid. He stared at the watch silently for a while and Kang-Hu said that if security wanted to get rid of his friend's account, then they wanted to get rid of him too. He raised a finger and said that however, those who were covering for Jung Tae clearly weren't asking for that. They probably wanted to cover it up quietly because the Seoul and Yangpyeong Public Safety Department is under pressure. They would rather hide it instead of looking into it. However, someone was able to log into the account and found the information and found that villa. Dahun looked at him in surprise and he said that he kept his promise and now he has to help him. Dahun is walking down the street and he thought that if he told the truth, then the mistake of the Purification Guild and the security department is true, then he doesn't know what to do. He walked up to Kang-Hu and he said that he was late for their meeting and he was waiting. He folded his arms across his chest and asked where Jung Tae is now. He moved his hand back and said that he doesn't have to worry about it. He picked him up by the hair and said that he brought him with him. He looked at him in surprise and said that he used stealth and that's why he couldn't find him. Dehun looks around and Kanghu said that he deliberately chose a time when there would be a lot of people around. If he takes him now, he will be able to find out who is behind him. However, if he decides to take revenge on him, he will not stop him. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked what he decided to do with him. The people gathered nearby were pushed aside by a man in a police uniform and he approached them and asked if he was the one who contacted them about Youngtae. He nodded and showed it to him and he said with a smile on his face that he thanked him for his work since they had been chasing him for quite a long time. He took out his phone and said that he should enter his hunter registration number so that he could receive the reward. Kanghu entered the number and gave him the phone. He said that he was very grateful to him. He thought that he received 300 million won as a reward, and the opportunity to rent a dungeon. After a while, Dohun is standing by the wall, and then Kanghu comes up to him, and he said that he was very surprised that he decided not to take revenge on him. He sighed with satisfaction and said that his friend would not have done such a thing in his place. He looked at the sky and said that they both wanted this world to become a place where everyone could trust each other. He wanted the Purification Guild and the Public Security Agency to become such a place, so he hoped that they could correct their mistakes. His expression changed and said that if his words were true, then they could not leave either the Purification Guild or the Public Security Agency unpunished. Kanghu keeps his hands in his pockets, and he thought that he felt like he would go down the same path as in the story. Dohun, who led the Public Security Agency's rebellion, and in the story he was the villain and enemy of the Purification Guild. He remembers Du-hun attacking Si-hwan, so he thought he was the same as him. Du-hun thought he was on his trail because of the case with Youngtae, but he didn't leave any traces this time, so it should be okay. He raised his hand and said he was surprised because he never thought he did it because of the reward. He looked at him with a serious expression and said he wasn't going to do charity work. He smiled and thought that cutting off Gwang Hyun's arms and legs was the biggest reward. He holds a piece of paper in his hands and then asks if that means they caught Youngtae. He agrees with him and says that's right, and they sent him to the hospital because his condition is terrible. He closed his eyes and exhaled and then threw the papers aside and said he should shut up and he's useless to them now. He looked at him with a serious expression and said he should tell him who did this. He looked at his phone in fear and said that he got the registration number of that hunter. He looked at the phone screen in fear and then asked what happened. Gwang Hyun looked at him with annoyance and asked why he suddenly became silent. He said that his information disappeared and that information was also deleted from other public security departments in the system. The system gave an error, like a dead person's account. Gwang Hyun slapped the table really hard and then looked at him with annoyance, and asked if he seriously thought he would believe this. They bowed in front of him, and he asked what they were doing in Seoul all this time. One of them said that he personally went to Yangpyeong but he didn't find anyone suspicious there and came back. He swung his arm at them and asked what kind of nonsense they were telling him now. Before he slapped him, he was stopped by a voice that told him to calm down. He was very scared, and in front of them a portal opened from which Siwon came out, who extended his hand towards them and with a smile on his face asked what was going on here. Some time ago. Dehun holds his hand in front of him, and then he said that he was very surprised that he decided to help him. Kanghu with a serious look said that he did it only for the reward, because he does not do charity. He folded his arms on his chest and thought that in addition to all this, he was able to grab some of Youngtae's items, and the ability to restore stamina is important. Dehun said that now he understood why he helped him take revenge. Kanghu with a serious look said that there is no worse enemy than a friend. He looked at him questioningly, and he said that he needed a sword to attack the Purification Guild, and he chose a good way to acquire an ally. Dehun laughed and said that he was just like the main character of some story, since he decided to do something like that. He thought that the role of the main character was given to someone else, and the villain Kanghu becomes more sinister when Siwon shines. He is nothing more than a shadow. Dehun said that in that case, he will just go back to Seoul. He left, and Kanghu thought that until now he was obsessed with the villain Kanghu, but is this the development of the plot of the novel he wanted to write? At the same time, Gwang Hyun said that he wanted to ask him again what he was talking about, and what were they doing in Seoul. He looked at them with an irritated look and thought that he even turned off the cameras to cover his tracks. He does not understand who he is, and why he was able to do such a thing. Siwon came out of the portal and said that he should calm down. He said with a smile on his face that he thinks that he is just in such a bad mood. They call his name with happy faces, and Gwang Hyun looked away with displeasure. After that he said that they should get out of here. They were hypnotized and said with smiles on their faces that they obeyed him and were already leaving. After a while, Gwang Hyun and Shirhwan are sitting on chairs and he asked what happened in the end. He said with a dissatisfied look that the tool he used was broken and it seemed to him that someone did it on purpose. He wanted to say something else but Shirhwan interrupted him and said that he always told him one thing. He looked at him questioningly and asked what he was telling him now. He looked at him with a serious look and said that he should always remain calm or can't he do it. He looked at him with fear and Shirhwan said that it doesn't matter who did it because whoever gets in their way he will turn them into ashes. After a while at Yangsu Station near Byong Mountain, Kanhu is standing in front of the statue and said that he now knows where it is. He remembered the past and thought that according to the story, the main character Shiwan was here, even though it was a hidden dungeon. He looked at the entrance with a serious expression, and then headed there and thought that this time he found it first. When he entered, he saw a mid-level boss named Shadow in front of him. He thought that it would be difficult with him, especially if he attacked from behind. The monster opened all its eyes and used Shadow Step and began to attack Kanhu. Several shadows rushed towards him, and he thought that it was important for him to hit the timing. He threw the dagger behind his back, and then threw it, and thought that now was the time. He flew through one of the shadows and pierced several at once, and then hit the ground. He summoned a sword and jumped towards the main shadow, and then swung at the monster, but he used the exchange skill, and Kanhu did not expect this and looked stunned at the shadow with whom he exchanged. Then the monster moved towards him and tried to hit him, but it was an illusion, and Kanhu was able to raise his dagger. The shadow looks around, and then he launched a blade at the boss and killed him. He thought that everything turned out great, because when he used the illusion, he did not even suspect that he would attack him and did not even predict the trajectory of the attacks. And the main thing that he did was to attack at the most opportune moment. The monster falls apart, and the system reports that the middle boss has been destroyed and he has stolen several skills from the object. He gets a shadow step with maximum skill ownership. Also, the number of objects called shadow is increased to 5. He can instantly move to a given target. He does not need to use casting when using the gigantization skill. Also, the shadow immediately disappears if it goes beyond the radius of 100 meters or receives a physical hit. Shadows can also move without restrictions. His skills are able to greatly confuse the enemy. He looked at the message with a smile and said that this is excellent, and now he will write his own story. The system reports that his level has increased significantly, and he has reached level 33. He took the blade in his hand and said that the first step has been successfully completed. At the same time, Gwang Hyun said with a smile on his face that he shouldn't be so optimistic because nothing is perfect. Shirhwan looked at him questioningly and asked what he meant by his words. He walked up to him with a serious expression and said that he should know that the world rests only on him. He said with a terrifying expression that everything is at his disposal, even choice and justice. At the same time, suddenly, a projection of the main boss of an unknown level appeared next to Kanhu. He became wary and thought that he was the same as in the story. At the same time, Gwang Hyun was stunned into silence for a while, and then asked if he really wanted to be the protagonist. He agreed with a frightening expression and said that he was the protagonist. At the same time, Kanhu thought that now there would be a fight with another Kanhu. The projection used dash and moved towards him, and then tried to attack him. He dodged the projection's attack, and then moved to attack. He swung and tried to hit, but their blades touched, and he thought that he already knew that he would have to fight closely. If he used an illusion, he would fall into a trap, and he would be able to track him by mana, since they both knew a way to defeat each other. With dash, it is difficult for him to avoid being kidnapped, and in the end, he can only use skills that require direct physical contact. They clashed blades again, and then Kanhu used teleport and swung and did a bleeding strike. But the boss defended himself with a barrier and Kanhu used flame on the blade and said that it was doing well. He holds the blade in front of him and then said that he will see how much longer he can hold out. He summoned shadows and the boss looked at him in surprise, and then he began to attack with a shadow step. The boss rushed at one of the shadows and cut it, but Kanhu used exchange and the boss looked at him in irritation. Then he hit him with a bleeding strike, but the boss defended himself with a barrier, which cracked from his strike. He looked at the remains of the barrier in fear, and then headed towards Kanhu and used a bleeding strike. But he attacked the shadow again, and the original Kanhu used a jump and attacked the boss, who again defended himself with a barrier. Out of desperation, he tried to hit him, but he dodged and ended up behind him. The boss threw a dagger at him, but it turned out to be a shadow and he turned around in fear and used the barrier. Kanhu said with a frightening smile that everything was correct, and now he wanted to test how long it would last. He attacked him and used a bleeding strike, and then several shadows surrounded him and he used a barrier. He was scared because he heard Kanhu's words that most likely this was his limit, and he would not have enough mana to defend himself. He used an exchange and ended up behind him, and then swung and said that he simply could not recreate his mana reserve. He used a bleeding strike and hit the boss. He, beaten and bleeding, looked at Kanhu with displeasure, and then pursed his lip and used a jump to escape. He made a gesture with his fingers and used a bleeding strike and said that he had not felt so alive in a long time. The boss disappears, and Kanhu said that he had not felt so alive in a long time. He chews a leaf and looks at the system message, and then he said that hypersensitivity to mana is a useful thing. The system informs that he gets one-time access to skill enhancement. He clicked on the system window, and then said that for this he even had to get to the hidden dungeon. He pressed the button and his skill went from maximum level to ultimate, and he looked at it with a satisfied look and said that this is his first ultimate level. He looked up and said that in this way he deprived Shiwan of a chance. He holds a book and a crystal in his hand, and then said that this is good and he is happy that he was able to activate this one-time dungeon. He looked at the items in his hands and said that he was very lucky with the skill book, but he never thought that there would be redstone in it. Redstone is a rare material used to enhance items or skills. He put the items away from his hands and said with his eyes closed that if Shiwan got it, he would get a headache and should put it away for now. He holds a book in his hand and then said that he intends to use it. After all, this item was made for the assassin class. He turns the pages and the system tells him that he needs to be careful with attacks from the rear. Attacking a target from behind deals 33% more damage compared to the previous attack. The system tells him that learning the skill has been completed. He holds his fists in front of him, and then says that in the next battle he will test the effectiveness of the skill. Now he should move on to find Yungtae. The next day, Pyeongtaek's subway station. Yirin raised her hand and said that this is the first time she sees him outside the academy. He sits down at her table, and she said that she wants to ask him a question first. She showed him with a satisfied look that he brought her 100 million won, and asked why he did this. He remembered Sohee's face and said that she was actively looking for him now and that she was quite impatient. If they found any information about him, she would have been sent to the Yangpyeong district right away. But so far, there was no fuss about it, right? Yeren thoughtfully recalled the past and said that people were saying that she was burning hunters alive while looking for him. She spread her hands and said that in fact, protecting customer information was the basis and he didn't have to worry. He said that there was one more thing she should know. He caught Yungtae. She looked at him questioningly and asked what that meant. He looked down and said that in this way, even if he completed the errand, Blue Eye wouldn't get any money and that was his price. She looked at him in surprise and wondered if he really wanted to say that he was able to catch him without leaving a trace. She looked at him with a satisfied look and thought that she was more and more surprised by him, and she was curious about what else he was capable of. She put her hand to her face and asked what she should call him now. She said that he needed to take into account the fact that she now knew his real name. He looked away and thought that so he would always get in his way from now on. He looked at her and said that for safety's sake it would be better to use a pseudonym from now on. She agreed with him with a smile, and then handed him the folder and said that they could now talk about the assignment. The client should directly introduce him to the matter. He wanted to see his skills. The girl waved her hand with a satisfied look, and then said that her name was Yoon Sang-mi, and she relied on her brother. He looked at her with a smile, and then said that he would not let her down. In front of them is a protected bus, which is guarded by hunters who own magic bullets, and the price of the service is incredibly high, but safety is guaranteed. Kanhu leaned back in his chair and thought that now he can rest until he arrives in Ulsan. After a while, he hears someone's voice saying that he doesn't know what to do next. He wants to finish everything at once, then once he gives the signal they need to act. Kanhu opened his eyes and looked away with a dissatisfied look, and then thought that this is a very strange situation, and if these are guards, then they should be on guard. He closed his eyes and thought that he doesn't care about it now, so he can just continue to rest. She looked at him confusedly, and he summoned a blade and looked at the blade and saw that a guard was approaching him. He glanced at him sideways and he put the gun to his seat and fired, but then he was surprised because only a hole remained in place, and then he asked, did he really disappear? Kanhu used teleportation and appeared behind him. He hit him in the back and the system tells him that attacking a target from behind deals 33% more damage than the previous attack. He takes out the dagger from him and says that it's useless and he shouldn't even try. Everyone looks at this in surprise and then the other people on the bus take out their weapons and one of them asks what he's doing. Kanha looked at them and thought that there weren't that many of them and he could handle them. One of the people is sitting with headphones listening to music and a red mark is burning above his head. The system tells him that he has a neutral constellation called the Father of Music and when listening to classical music, his recovery speed increases by 5 times. He looked at Kanha with a serious expression and he thought that he didn't expect them to have constellations, and he doesn't remember creating anything like that. Sammy reached for her weapon and he closed his eyes and said that he would deal with them and that she better not get involved in this. She looked at him with a smile on her face and said that it was a great idea and she would be able to see him in action. Kanhu used blindness, and they all tried to see something in annoyance, and then he used Shadow Step and attacked them and the man with the gun turned towards him and asked if he was playing with them. The blindness effect wore off and he saw Kanhu rushing towards him with a dagger, and he said that he could see him now. But he didn't have time to shoot, and he pierced him, and then used the exchange skill. The man he hit was holding his wound and Kanhu attacked the other guy. He cut his side and the guy tried to hit him, but he used trade and attacked the other guy. He cut him and the guy with the headphones looked at him with an annoyed look and asked if he was really that fearless. He shot at Kanhu but he used trade and dodged his shot and then he swung and ran towards him. Kanhu cut his side and then used dash and boost to get in front of all the enemies. The guy with the headphones wiped the blood off his face and laughed, and then said that it was good but it was not enough and next time he would get revenge on him. Kanhu laughed and with a smile on his face asked why next time, doesn't he want to get even with him now? He remembers that he has a top-level ability called Blood Flower, and then with a smile on his face he snapped his fingers and blood came out of all the enemies' wounds. The bus continues to move and all the opponents except one die and fall to the floor. The guy with headphones is sitting on his knee. Sammy looked at him in surprise. While music is playing in the guy's headphones, he recovers at a high speed, and Kanho asked with a smile, is he really listening to music? He took out a gun and pointed it at Kanho with a smile on his face, and then said that he must die. He pushed off his ally's leg and then jumped on him, but Kanho pierced his throat with his blade and he falls. The other people who were sitting on the bus with frightened faces hid behind the seats, and then Sammy looked at him with a smile and raised her finger up, and then said that he was accepted. The system notified that he killed the target and stole the contract with the constellation Father of Music. This is the neutral constellation that allows you to increase your recovery speed by 5 times when listening to classical music. Kanghu looked at this system window with a smile and said that from now on he will listen to classical music while resting. The Dimension Thief said that it was a waste of time. Kanghu put on the glove and said that it was not a bad thing. The power embedded in this item is proportional to the power of endurance. He put on the shoes and said that the agility stat was higher here. He looked at the bodies of the other men and said that the rest were suitable for sale. Sammy approached him and asked if he didn't want to praise her. She looked at him and said that she seemed to be a good assistant. As the leader of the Tewa River, she officially entrusts him with the task. Kanghu was surprised by what she said and thought that the organizations in Ulsan City were a secondary part of the novel. Only superficial data, names and nothing more were written there. And the Tewa River was one of them. So one of the leaders of this organization? Sammy opens the lollipop and says that the price of the task is 250 million won. He will need to bring her Gong Tae-soo's left hand. Kanghu looked away with a thoughtful look and said that he has one more condition. He will carry out her request. However, in exchange, she must give him a chance to meet the leader of the Abyss. Among the guilds that oppose the Purification Guild, the Abyss has the strongest power and unity. Although in the story, the Abyss collapsed due to internal problems. However, sooner or later, he will need to intervene. After all, he needs their power in order to destroy the Purification Guild. However, he never thought that such an opportunity would come so soon. The Tewa River is one of the organizations that are companions of the Abyss. This is his chance to get closer to them. Sammy said with a wide smile that this is an interesting condition. They will talk about it when she sees the result of his work. After some time, they arrived at the right place and walked along the street. The many hunters standing nearby looked at them and said nothing. Sammy said with a smile that this was the dungeon where Taisu often appeared. They came to the Gate of Dark Energy, and there were many hunters standing nearby. Kanhu looked away and said that judging by the atmosphere here, no one wanted to enter the dungeon. Did they all come here for Taisu's head? Sammy said with a wide smile that he understood everything correctly. He knows about fireworks, right? Kanhu thought that many hunters were needed for this, because it was a method of capturing one strong target, in which losses are inevitable. However, when someone becomes a victim, those who remain alive eventually reach the target. And he would also like it if he was not the only one who remained alive. In the novel, he remained alive, but he knows all of its constellations. If he uses this knowledge, he can change the outcome. Sammy said that he has a lot of competitors here. It seems like everyone has received a request at the same time. There are about 100 people here in total. Kamhu looked around and said that there are quite a lot of them. Sammy said that the leader of the Red Blood is Taisu. Most people in Ulsan refuse a mission just by hearing his name. Criminal organizations, warlords, business partners, he kills everyone indiscriminately. For this reason, he was even nicknamed the Butcher of Ulsan. Since he is a criminal, there are a lot of requests to kill him. For him, the lives of even well-equipped level 200 professionals are just a toy. Their attention was drawn to the fact that someone loudly called out Taisu. Turning around, they saw him in the company of several guards. One of them loudly said that they should all leave here. Sammy looked at him and asked if he had seen his left hand. He relies on that hand 99% of the time when using magic. So his left hand is more precious than his life. Most hunters would like such a reward for themselves and are always on the lookout for a chance. Once he leaves the dungeon, it's fireworks time, it's show time. Kanhu turned around and walked away with a serious expression. Sammy was surprised by this, and said that they should stick together. They need to line up near the Taewa River. He turned to her, waved his hand with a smile and said that she can go ahead and that he has things to do. After that, he came to a store where there were several people. Kanhu looked at a small item in a box and asked how much it cost. The seller said that it was worth 500 million. He opened the system window with his inventory, where all his items were, and said that he can offer everything that is here. They will only pay him the remaining amount from the sale. The seller agreed. Kanhu took the ring and thought that it has a painkiller effect and a high stamina stat. It's hard to find something like that on the 4th level. After buying this item, he left the store. Kanhu turned around and thought that although he had found a useful thing, he had not found what he really needed. He did not notice the constellations on Taisu. However, his subordinates had them, which meant that he had something planned even though he was a fake. He looked around and wondered where she was. He should get into the habit of checking for items before starting an operation. Maybe she was in another market. He noticed a person nearby and there was a system window above his head, which said that the shrine was a neutral constellation that increased the accuracy of magic attacks and arrow attacks by 5 times. Kanhu looked at this person with a sly smile and thought that he had found the one he was looking for. It was a girl with long hair, who was actually Taisu. She went outside and Kanhu followed her out. He looked at her with a smile and thought that she had an amazing outfit. He would never have guessed if it weren't for the constellation. He noticed Taisu getting on the public transport and thought that all the other people with constellations were also escorts. Kanhu channeled his energy into his hands and thought that he would certainly be happy to join the bus ride. After that, he used his skill and jumped very high onto the roof. He ran across the roofs after the bus and thought that, however, if they continued to cross paths, suspicions would arise. He had no choice but to use his legs. He needed to see where they were going next, and that way he would find out what they were up to. After a while, Taisu said with a wide smile that she was looking forward to it. What kind of expression would the mercenaries have when they were surrounded? The man standing next to her said that they couldn't even imagine that they would attack from behind. Once they got to them, it would be the end for them. Taisu felt something strange with a very dissatisfied look. She ran forward very quickly, which confused the guys standing next to her. She took out her gun and looked around the corner. She found that there was no one there and silently looked around. Taisu went back and asked what kind of premonition was that. Kanhu was hiding next to them and thought that this is why in the story she survived the fireworks. Several guys ran out after her and asked the boss, "Is something wrong?" Taisu said that she just thought that someone was following them. Kanhu looked at them with a sly smile and thought that now he knew what he had to do. He would also attack them from behind. After some time, Sammy stood at the entrance of the dungeon with the other hunters. She looked away and asked where he was anyway. He was already late. The guy standing next to him told the captain that he was very worried about the presence of an outsider. Maybe he was a spy sent by the Purification Guild? They recently got rid of the White Rose in this way. The culprit was never caught or punished. It would be better if they asked the Abyss for help. Sammy said with a wide smile that he didn't have to worry since he was partially connected to the abyss. She thought that the leader Yaren from the Blue Eye, instead of developing useful connections, was trying to remain neutral among large organizations, which means she had good observation skills and strength. She won't try to stop him since he was chosen based on her recommendation. Plus, his skills are great, so she'll just wait a little longer. Sammy received a notification and looked at her phone and wondered what the hell this was. She was really surprised because of what she just read. The guy standing next to her asked if something was wrong. Sammy put her phone back and said that they should get ready. She looked back with a serious expression and said that they would start soon. After that, the fake Taisu and his guards came out of the gate. One of the hunters who noticed him turned to the others and loudly said that he had already left. Immediately after that, they all took out their weapons and loudly said that it was time for them to attack. The guards stood around Taisu, and one of them loudly said that they needed to protect the boss. Many hunters ran towards them and loudly said that they would kill him. One of the guards took out his weapon and loudly said that they could try to attack them. One of the hunters grabbed the other one by the clothes, which he obviously didn't expect. He exposed this hunter to a strong blow from the guard with a bat that had nails sticking out. The hunter who did this with a cruel smile said loudly that the fireworks have started. He removed the body of the hunter he exposed, took out his weapon, and the guard said loudly that this idiot is using a barrier. The hunter was about to say something, but stopped because magical energy hit his head. Because of this, a small explosion occurred and the guard covered his face with his hands so that it wouldn't hit him. In surprise, he fell to the ground and saw how this hunter fell to the ground. Taisu, who was standing in the distance with a wide smile, said that now her fireworks have started. The hunter standing nearby asked with a surprised look, "Where did that come from?" The guard quickly got to his feet, laughed, and said that it was starting. The surprised hunter turned to them and silently watched what was happening. The guards attacked one of the hunters and defeated him in a few blows. The guards looked at them with wide smiles and one of them asked if they were ready to enjoy the fireworks. The hunter looked at them with an angry look and said loudly that they had planned this from the beginning. He was surprised when he looked away, and at that moment many magical projectiles flew into the crowd of hunters. Because of all these magical attacks, a very strong explosion occurred and many hunters screamed loudly in pain. Some of the hunters managed to survive and one of them coughed and asked what was that. The surviving hunters began to get up and asked where did that come from. Taisu, standing on a nearby building, looked at them with a wide smile and said that from such a distance she could shoot even with her eyes closed. Kanhu looked at them from afar with a small smile and said that this was expected from a magician who owned a shrine. He looked at her while she was creating magic projectiles and the guards who were standing next to her. Taisa looked at the guards with a cruel smile and laughed very loudly. She fired many magic projectiles at the hunters who were standing next to the entrance of the dungeon. Taisa started laughing loudly and said that it was very beautiful. Kanhu stared at her and thought that when she was on cooldown, he should attack. He looked at her with a sly smile and used one of his skills. He grabbed Taisa with a large hand made of energy, and she was very surprised because of this. She disappeared and the surprised guards called out for their boss. Taisa turned around with a surprised look and saw Kanhu running towards her with a serious look. She loudly asked who the hell he was. He didn't say anything and stabbed her with his dagger, but Taisa managed to dodge this quick strike. Kanhu struck again with his dagger, but at the last moment she used one of her skills. He was surprised by this and wondered, was it a short distance jump? If she can't move long distances, then the most effective way is to move behind him. He turned around and saw Taisa standing next to him. He used one of his skills and ran towards her very quickly. Kanhu used the skill Bleeding Lunge and hit her in the shoulder with this strike. Taisa screamed loudly in pain and called him a freak. Suddenly she extended her hand towards him, into which she directed her energy. She used magic and a very strong explosion occurred. Taisa destroyed the building with her attack, began to look around and was breathing heavily due to fatigue. Kanhu looked at her from around the corner and thought that she had much more strength than he thought. He walked out to her and Taisa immediately noticed him. She looked at him and said that he could have at least introduced himself. Kanhu looked at her with a sly smile, snapped his fingers and said that they would get it now. He used the bleeding skill and the blood from her wound suddenly burst out, which surprised her very much. Because of what happened, she screamed loudly in pain and began to cough up blood. He fell to the ground, his body trembled due to severe pain, and the spell that he cast on himself stopped working and the illusion disappeared. He raised his head with a very dissatisfied look and said loudly that he would kill him. He raised his head, looked around and was surprised when he saw no one. He wanted to pick something up and asked loudly, "Where did that freak go? He needs to start casting his spell right now." He looked down and was very surprised when he saw his hand lying on the floor. He was about to take his hand, but at that moment Kanhu used the kidnapping skill. He caught his hand and Taisu immediately noticed him. He looked at him with a shocked expression and asked loudly, "What did he just do?" Kanhu started to quickly run away from him, and he immediately ran after him. He didn't pay attention to it and continued to run away with his hand with a sly smile. Taisu looked away with a very displeased expression and loudly called him a stupid freak. He ran out of that building and loudly said that they should go out right now. He noticed several hunters walking towards him. He started to use magic and loudly asked, did they really think that he didn't know that they were hiding here? They should show themselves immediately. He was very surprised when he noticed that all of his guards were killed. Sammy stood next to the hunters, looking at him with a wide smile. She remembered the past when she was told that the Taisu who entered the dungeon was a decoy. He plans to surround the mercenaries and attack them. The real one will hide at a distance and provide fire support. They will have to hide and then go to the building where the explosion will occur. There the real Taisu will run out without his left arm. Currently, Sammy ran towards him swinging her large sword and said that she doesn't know how he did it at all. She released a very powerful wave of energy, and the shocked Taisu screamed loudly in surprise. He was thrown up because of this wave of energy, and he screamed loudly in pain. He was killed by this attack and his body fell to the ground. At the same time at the entrance to the dungeon, the hunters began to defeat the guards who lost their fire support, and the Taisu double looked at this with a surprised look. He continued to stand in place with a surprised look and wondered what was going on here. Why is no one supporting them? One of the hunters managed to reach him and pierced him with his large sword. The hunter who dealt this blow with a joyful look said loudly that he caught Taisu. He became very worried when he noticed that the body of the double began to change. The effect of the magic ended and the surprised hunter loudly asked, was it really a trick? Suddenly they heard loud sounds and shouts of guards, which immediately attracted their attention. Sammy charged at those guards with a big smile and attacked with her big sword. She looked at them with a hard smile and said loudly that they should surrender. She quickly ran forward while the hunters and guards were looking at her. The guards were very worried about what happened and looked at her with serious faces. The rest of the hunters ran after her and said loudly that they would join too. After a while, when the battle was over, the guy said that irreparable damage had been done and they almost got into big trouble. What caught Sammy's attention was that she had received a message. One of the hunters asked how she knew where Taisu would be. Kanhu wrote to her that she should not forget about her promise. Sammy remembered that he had asked to meet the leader of the abyss, and wrote that she would be busy for a while because of what happened. As soon as she was free, she would contact him right away. She sighed in displeasure and said that he had already left, but he could have at least said goodbye. After a while, Yeren looked at the severed hand and said that as she thought, he did a great job. She was glad to see him in Taejun again. Kanghu asked what So he was doing. Yeren said that she was in Jeonju now. She and Soyeon gave her false information. She took out her phone and asked, by the way, did he see the news? He is a real star now. She showed him the video of him running away with Taisu's hand and said that, however, his identity was not revealed. Kanghu looked at her with a serious expression and thought that the plot was slowly starting to deviate from the original. It would have been fine if it only affected Taesu, but now that it affected Saiwon too, he needs to be more careful. Yeren asked with a kind smile, he will continue to cooperate with them, right? Kanghu said with a sly smile that he would continue until a better offer came along. She laughed at that and said that his jokes were pretty weird. She handed him a folder of documents and asked if they could move on to the next request then. His target's name was Cho Gubin. He was a killer who mainly targeted minors. So, his exact location was Ground Zero. This should help him. Kanghu took the folder she gave him and thought that things were moving faster than he thought. He needed to prepare before heading there. At the same time, Shiwon was watching the news on TV and said that he didn't know who did it but that he did a good job. It was very interesting news. He called on the phone and the person said that it was the Purification Guild Strategic Squad. Shiwon said that they had to gather all the information on the Taisu case. They had to find the hunter who cut off his arm. Sometime later in the Mir Guild located in Suwon, Kanghu was sitting on the couch in the office and the man in front of him said that it seemed like this was their first meeting. He, the leader of the dungeon management team, Han Sun-hyuk, he said with a displeased look that he didn't know where he got this information from, but they don't give out dungeon licenses to strangers they meet for the first time. Kang-Hu calmly said that for 100 million won he only wanted to get a license for the Baltam dungeon. He was only going to enter it once. Sung-hyuk looked at him silently for a few seconds and thought about it all. He ran to the door with incredible speed and said loudly in a respectful tone that he could go inside. He thought with a wide smile that this dungeon was useless, and it also had a bad profitability, so he was a real idiot. He looked at Kang-Hu who was following him and thought that he was happy that he would get 100 million won from this dungeon. After some time in this dungeon, he controls the dagger with his energy and defeats several ghosts. He caught his dagger and defeated another monster that was flying towards him with one blow. The system notifies that his level has been increased to level 37. Kang-Hu said with a serious look that this time his characteristics depend on endurance. After that he went further and went outside, where several fires were burning and the main boss Baltman was standing. The monster noticed him, and with a serious look said that he should not get into trouble for himself, it would be better if he left here. Kang-Hu did not listen to him, and ran very quickly towards him. Baldman directed his energy into his hand and asked, "Is he not afraid?" He sent lava towards him with the help of magic, and said loudly that in that case he would burn him. Kang-Hu used the dash skill and managed to run past the lava flows. He used the shadow step skill and sent his clone forward. Baltman's mouth started to drool because he smelled the food. He took a very deep breath and pulled his head back while looking at it. He released a very strong stream of fire energy from his mouth. He hit the clone with this skill called Burn and Eat. Because of this, the clone turned into magic particles, which he began to suck back. Baltman's mana points increased, and he said with a satisfied look that it was very tasty. Kang-Hu looked at him with a smile and said that as he thought, he would enjoy eating it. He ran towards him and said that this time he would give him something special to try. He thought that he had been saving it for just this moment. After absorbing the main boss Alicia, he kept this skill book and now the right moment had come. The boss of this dungeon used the flame skill, but Kang-Hu used the acceleration skill and dodged his attacks. After that, he used the shadow step skill and sent 2 of his clones forward. Boltman looked at it with a smile and was glad that he gave him food. Immediately after that, he started using his burn and eat skill again. Kang-Hu took out the skill book he got earlier, swung it and thought that everything was going according to his plan. He threw the book into the fire with great force and destroyed one of his clones. He looked at it with a smile and thought how could he leave him without food. The boss's skill hit the skill book and Kang-Hu thought that it would taste amazing. He used one of his skills to dodge the large area flame attack. He and his clone ran from different directions and the flames flew between them. Boltman sucked in all the flames that he released along with the energy particles. He looked at Kang-Hu with a satisfied look and said that the taste was different this time. He wondered what it tasted like. Suddenly, a skill book appeared above his head and it caught his attention. The system notified that he had received the decapitation skill and the surprised Boltman asked what was this. His body began to fill with magical energy that emanated from this book. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that he could not use skills and weapons. Baldman looked at the many similar system windows appearing around him with a surprised look. He called out loudly to him with a dissatisfied look and asked what he did to him. Kang-Hu took out his dagger, and with a sly smile said that these were just his skills. Baldman with a dissatisfied look asked this insignificant creature how dare he do this. He created a fire above his head and released many magical projectiles using the fire rain skill. Kang-Hu's clone calmly looked at this and did nothing. Because of this, a very strong magical explosion occurred, which Baltman looked at. He decided that he had already managed to defeat him, and with a sly smile said that now he was definitely finished. When the flames cleared, he was surprised to see no one at the site of the explosion. He looked at the scene with a worried expression and asked where he went. Kang-Hu, who had used the exchange skill, was behind him. He raised his hand with a serious expression and used the abduction skill. Boltman was pulled towards him, after which he turned around with a dissatisfied expression and Kang-Hu said that it was time to finish. He swung his fist, into which he directed fire energy, and loudly called him a freak. He struck very hard with his hand and loudly said that he would burn him. Kang-Hu blocked his attack with a protective barrier with a serious expression and said that he would wait a few more seconds. After that, he swung his dagger and with a sly smile said that this would be enough. He struck hard with the dagger and used the bleeding skill. With a sharp movement of his hand, he pulled out his dagger and Boltman cried out loudly in pain. Because of what happened, the barrier around Kanhu broke and he jumped to the side. He turned around with a serious look, noticed that his dagger broke and thought that everything was exactly as he thought. He used his skill and ran away from the boss of this dungeon with a sly smile. Baldman looked at him with a very displeased look and said loudly that he would not let him escape. With the help of his abilities, he directed lava to cut off his escape route. Kanhu calmly snapped his fingers and said that he had no intention of running away. He used his skill. The bleeding from his wound dealt severe damage to Baldman. Because of this attack, he fell to the ground and let out a dying cry. Kanhu looked at this monster, and the system announced that the main boss had been defeated. The level was raised to 39. He stole a skill from a target called Disaster. Kanhu looked at this system window and said that this was his goal. He remembered that even if the monsters belong to different classes, they will not be given a penalty for learning skills. In other words, the skills he steals from monsters can be obtained in full. It is best to use this on those who may have bugs in training. Kanhu with a sly smile began to take something out of his pocket and said that with this thing, the preparation for sending to Ground Zero is complete. He took out the Salacium with a satisfied look and started eating it. Some time later, at Seoul Station, Kanhu was standing next to several people and thought that he had no choice but to continue his way through Seoul. He looked at the big screen on the roof of the building with the image of Shiwan and thought that it spoiled his mood. The news said that the Master of the Guild of Purification and the Master of the Guild of Fortune decided on an agreement. The people who were watching it said that it was amazing. Even in America they know about the Guild of Fortune. Now they will become famous all over the world. Kanhu looked at the screen and thought that this was a very touching moment. If you don't know that this is a game of 13 stars. The 13 stars are Shiwan and his colleagues. The 13 hunters, called heroes in his story. Of course, in reality, they are the ones who are responsible for the destruction of the world. The worst thing is that they have connections all over the world, which means that they are able to manipulate public opinion. Even if they act as one person in the future, they will still think of themselves as a powerful army of heroes out of habit. This is his karma for writing such a story. He was noticed by a girl who came up to him and asked if it was boring here in Seoul, wasn't it? Kanhu heard this and immediately turned to her with a serious look. The girl said that besides, the prices here are very high, no matter where she goes, they want to eat her. Doesn't he think so? Kanhu looked at her and noticed a red glow above her head, notifying her that she has a constellation. He felt a strange energy coming from her, and the spell began to work. Memories of them sitting together in a cafe appeared in his mind, although it didn't really happen. He closed his eyes and thought that this was a telepathy skill. He remembers everything that actually happened and was able to cope with this spell. The girl looked at him with a slightly surprised look and thought that she couldn't use the skill on him. Does that mean he's a higher level than her? Kanhu said in a calm voice that it was a very pathetic attempt. He looked at her with a frighteningly serious face and said that he didn't intend to let her into his head. He thought that judging by her constellation, he now understood everything. The system window said that the fox is an ominous constellation. If the target has no defense against telekinesis and the target is of a lower level, the host receives the information. Kanhu thought that this was Yu Zhonghua, one of the 13 stars. The system window changed and it said that the Silent Maiden is a neutral constellation. It does not allow the other constellations to be revealed, except for the two main ones. The Dimension Thief said that it was quite funny. There is a world that he cannot invade. Kanhu thought with a calm expression that he can't do anything, but there are still ways to protect against telepathy. These mental skills instantly implant pleasant memories of the caster, breaking down the protective barriers of their mind and making them feel blessed. But memories of suffering can temporarily strengthen their defense mechanisms. Zhonghua said with a smile that she thought that in Korea, only Shiwan was like that, but it was quite interesting. She took out a business card and said that she only gives this to those who were able to block her ability. If he gets bored inside his country or wants to enlist her help, he can call her. Kanhu looked at this business card and thought that she was from the God of Thief Guild, one of the most prestigious guilds in China, ranked among the top 5. She is definitely not an ordinary person. He took this business card and said that he will keep this just in case. Zhonghua started to walk away from him and said that they will see each other again. Kanhu stood still and thought that if he decided to enter into conflict with the 13 stars, he would need assistance. After some time, he came to Ground Zero and said that he had finally arrived here. He opened the map and said that before starting the task, he needed to find the treasure. He did not notice how dark energy began to appear behind him, which looked like a silhouette of a girl. Kanhu felt the flows of mana and thought that innate sensitivity to mana is the ability to feel and attract mana. However, if too much mana is used, the body can be overloaded. Because of this, a headache and general weakness are felt. If this happens in battle, it will end in death. Suppressing this overload is his main task. Future battles will be even more fierce than before, so this time he cannot miss the chance to get the crazy Salacium. This is a plant that was used in the novel. It is much more effective than the normal Salacium. When consumed, it completely eliminates mana sensitivity for 30 minutes. However, there are consequences, but it will definitely help him in battle. It only grows in ground zero, and it is difficult to obtain since there is always a crazy farmer nearby. Kanhu looked at the map with marks and said that he will check these 6 zones first. He numbered it the same as the numbers he used in the lottery before. He folded the map and said that he will gain new skills and hopes to be able to level up. After some time, Kanhu met a plant monster on his way, and with one blow of his dagger, he cut off the stem of this flower. It fell to the ground and the system notified that he destroyed a normal monster. He wiped the slime that fell on his face with a dissatisfied look. He turned to the monster's body and said that they are not going to end at all. Ground Zero is a wilderness filled with mutant monsters. It is a place full of all sorts of variables. Kanhu stopped because he noticed the dead body of a hunter and thought that this was a place where the slightest carelessness could lead to death. He walked closer to the body and thought that it was somehow strange. The decomposition process occurs slowly in Ground Zero, and his corpse is pure. He used the mana tracking skill and noticed a small accumulation in his body. Looking closely, he noticed that it was a bird and thought that, of course, there can't be mana in corpses. He looked at the dagger in his hand and thought that it was a trap set by the Black Guide, who lures hunters with various objects. If he touched the corpse, he might have to deal with ghosts like Aaron's Miss Ranger. Those monsters would begin to haunt him endlessly. He looked at the body of the dead hunter and was lost in memories from his past life. 2 guys were walking down the street, and one of them said that he had to make sure that no one would help Park Min-sung. He would be their next target. Kanhu turned around and started walking away from the body with a slightly sad look. He raised his head and noticed that a wild Salacium he had been looking for was growing out of the wall. He stood under the plant and said that he had faced a difficult task from the start. He needed to be quick and careful. He used his jump skill and flew towards the plant. Suddenly, the tree above him began to emit energy and eyes appeared. Kanhu reached for the wild Salacium and plucked the flower with a sharp movement of his hand. At the same moment, the tree's roots burst out of that place, but he managed to jump to the side and grab onto the ledge. He raised his head and noticed a crazy farmer standing above and watching him. That monster began to control its roots and launched it at Kanhu. He stepped on one of the roots sticking out of the wall, jumped high with his skill and greeted him. The monster swung his clawed hand and struck, but suddenly Kanhu, who was in front of him, disappeared. He used the teleportation skill and appeared behind him. He directed the fire energy into his dagger and stabbed it into the back of this monster. It caught fire and began to scream very loudly in pain. The system notified that the rear attack skill was activated. When attacking from behind, the damage is increased by 33%. Kanhu was very surprised that this monster was able to survive his attack and grab the edge of the cliff. He jumped forward from a great height, and Kanhu looked at this and put his dagger in his inventory. This monster crashed and the system notified that he destroyed a normal monster. The level was increased to 40. The basic skill for the assassin class, Quick Dodge, was unlocked. The skill Quick Dodge will be unlocked depending on the ability of the constellation. Kanhu looked at this notification with a small smile and said that he was surprised every time. He turned around and said that this means that he now has a new skill. He noticed the dark energy on the tree, took out his dagger, and thought that he needed to meet the intruder. He used his skill and climbed that tree very quickly. He looked ahead with a serious look and asked why she was chasing him. The dark energy disappeared and the girl who had been hiding her presence asked with a surprised look, how long had he noticed her? Kanhu was very embarrassed because he recognized this girl. He thought back to his past again and thought that her name was Young Yuri. She was a model student and her father was a successful businessman. She was close with Chai Guangyan, who was the president of the school. However, after her father's business went bankrupt, Guangyan changed his attitude towards Yuri. So in the story, she was his antagonist, but he did not think through all the details. In the present, she said that she apologized if she ruined his mood by stalking him. A smile appeared on her face and she said that she was surprised. He had just arrived at Ground Zero, and he was so good at avoiding the black conductors. In addition, he was also able to tame the crazy framer. She was very surprised when she noticed Kang-Hu grab his dagger and swung it to attack. She covered her head with her hands and closed her eyes because of the strong fear. She heard a loud scream of the monster and opened her eyes slightly with a confused look. Kang-Hu stabbed with a dagger and defeated the monster that was trying to attack her from behind. He pulled out his dagger, and while Yuri was looking at him with a surprised look, he called it an annoying insect. She blushed because of what happened and thanked him for that. Kang-Hu stood up and said that she should not follow him anymore. After that, he jumped off the branch and continued walking while Yuri was sitting in the same place and looking at him. She looked away with a small smile and said that she wanted to talk to him a little more after all. After some time, Kang-Hu defeated another crazy farmer, and his body disappeared. He pulled out his knife while eating Salacium and said that it was amazing. He looked at the system window, which said that he had 6 mad Salacium and said that in any case he was able to cover 6 zones. Now he can proceed to fulfill his task. Kang-Hu looked to the side and noticed 2 creatures that were standing next to him. He examined these monsters and thought that they were angel monsters. He calmly walked on and wondered if they lived in this area. After some time, he came to the corpse that he found earlier, looked at the hidden creature and thought that the killer on the corpse was not dangerous at all. The one who controls this bird is truly dangerous. The black conductor is a collection of spirits of different types. It is difficult to recognize it in the darkness of the night, because it is black and can approach silently. While the hunter realizes that this monster has crept up, it will already have time to strike. If he can kill the victim in the usual way, it will try to deprive the target of sight and sanity, and in the end the victim will commit suicide under mind control. Kang-Hu looked ahead with a serious face and thought that he would not let him catch him. He used the shadow step skill, left the clone standing in place, and walked towards the lying corpse. A small bird noticed his approach and how he took the dagger from the dead hunter's hand. The bird immediately attacked him, but he expected this attack and managed to switch bodies with his clone. Kang-Hu held his dagger with a sly smile and said that he just needed a new weapon. The bird raised its head and began to emit strong energy and scream loudly, and Kang-Hu immediately began to run away from this monster. While he was running, he ate Salacium, looked back and said that it was starting. He noticed that he was being pursued by a dark monster in the form of a spirit. He looked at it with a smile and said that it was closer than he thought. He did not think that it would appear so quickly. He used the jump skill to jump over the abyss, but the black conductor caught up with him very quickly. The monster swung its arm to attack, but Kang-Hu used the speed skill and dodged the attack with ease. He ran away from the monster for several minutes, and it kept chasing him. He started getting tired because of it, and he was breathing heavily because he had been running for so long. The monster reached him and reached out to grab him. Kang-Hu used the swap skill and swapped with the clone that was running from above. He called out to that idiot and said that he was already here. This attracted the attention of the black guide that was chasing him. He looked at him and let out a very loud scream. He didn't notice that there were a couple of angel monsters standing next to him. They stared at him and made loud noises, which attracted the attention of the black guide. Kang-Hu looked at this from above with a calm expression, and thought that there were only 2 ways to kill the black guide. The first is with the same powerful dark power that monster possesses. The second power that can send him to the afterlife is the power of light or divine power. He left while those monsters started fighting each other and said that since their territory was invaded by a power opposing them, they will attack him until he dies. He looked at the dagger he took from the dead hunter with a smile and said that he will probably keep this one for himself. After that, Kang-Hu returned to the body, found his ID card and thought that he was seeing his name for the first time. Even though he was dead, he had to hand over his body to his family. He put his hand on his forehead and thought that he should wait a little longer. He closed his eyes, started to leave and said that now, all that was left for him to do was to figure out the task. Kang-Hu looked ahead with an empty look and said that now, all that was left for him to do was to figure out the task. He walks forward while Yuri quietly peeks out from behind a rock and watches him. Kang-Hu, holding the phone in his hand, remembered Yaren's words about the purpose of the task. He put his phone in his inside pocket with a serious expression and looked ahead, and used the mana tracking skill. Kang-Hu noticed an orange glow behind the mountain and took out his sword and said that he seemed to have found the target. Gubin put on a mana glove with a smile on his face while standing next to a bloody corpse, and said loudly that this is what we need. Ground Zero is the land of opportunities. The system window notifies that Gubin is a crazy killer with an ominous constellation. Even for kills he is awarded points. He put his hand to his chin with a smile on his face and asked if he could kill another one, he could level up. Gubin noticed a sword flying at him with horror on his face and used ice armor to reflect it. He looked towards Kanhu, who pulled his sword back with mana and asked who he was. He looks ahead with a serious expression holding a sword in his hand and says that he doesn't think he should answer him. Gubin, covered in blue mana, clenches his teeth and loudly says that he is an idiot. He creates ice armor around his body and the system window notifies that he has a neutral constellation called Ice Witch. This allows him to use the freeze skill and enhances freezing-related abilities. Gubin threw an ice projectile towards him and loudly said that if Kanhu does not open his mouth, then he will force him to open this. He continued to attack with a crazy smile on his face and loudly said that now he will test how long Kanhu can run from him. The protagonist with a serious expression dodged the attacks using the acceleration skill and thought that he was a mage, and thanks to his constellation he had a high level. His magical abilities are superior to Hyo Yoongtae's skills. The blindness skill will not help here either, but the most important thing is to remove his armor. Kanhu used the acceleration skill and dashed towards him. Gubin with a drop of sweat on his face thought that this was a trick, and how could he do that? He uses his power to release sharpened blood from a nearby corpse towards Kanhu. The protagonist looked at this with horror on his face and using the skill of quick dodging thought, can he even make a weapon out of blood? He will have to get a couple of wounds. The attack hits Kanhu's body and he uses the skill of resistance. He flew to the side and thought that even using this skill, he will inevitably receive damage. The system window notifies that by using the skill Quick Dodge, he can dodge skills that attack him at a distance of less than 5 meters. With the skill at its maximum level, the quickness effect ensures that dodges are performed instantly, and during dodge, the resistance barrier effect is activated, increasing the skill's dodge level. Kanhu acquired the basic skill of the assassin class, dodge, and depending on the constellation's ability, the skill is upgraded to Quick Dodge. The protagonist thought that he was using this skill for the first time. The upgraded skill is quite useful. Gubin gritted his teeth with an evil look and moved his hand to the side, saying that he was very sorry, he could have eliminated him with one blow. He was not interested in messing with people like Kanhu, he would quickly deal with him and seize his items. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious expression and asked, why was he killing children? Gubin covered his face with his hand with an anxious expression and asked, who was he? It seemed that he had received an order for him, but from whom? Kanhu, remaining in the same pose, told him to answer his question. Gubin, with a crazy smile on his face and tears in his eyes, said loudly that they were fresh and very tasty, these stupid and pure children who knew nothing about this world. But does Kanhu know what the funniest thing is? It's when he approaches them pretending to be their friend, and then watches their disappointment, and kills them. If only he could see their faces a second before they died, they were all his stupid toys. Gubin, with a smile on his face, swung his hand and used the ice fence skill, causing the entire battlefield to be covered in ice blocks. Kanhu, with a serious look, got into a fighting stance and holding his blade in his hand, said that he had listened to him, now it was his turn to become a toy. He created his clones, who ran towards him with the intention of attacking. Gubin, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked at this and wondered, is this really happening? Can he really hide thanks to fast movement? Kanhu continues to run towards him, which makes Gubin take out his ice swords with an anxious look. The protagonist runs very quickly behind him and the clones surround him. Gubin looked at this with a drop of sweat on his face and wondered what was going on here. Kanhu and his clones begin to quickly run towards him, which makes Gubin stretch his palm to the side creating ice blocks and loudly said that he left him no choice, now he will grind him into powder. He uses the skill Ice Rampage, and the blocks pass through the dissolving Kanhu clones. He looked at this with beads of sweat on his face and getting into a fighting stance loudly said that he had done it. The protagonist quickly runs towards him with a serious look, which makes Gubin grit his teeth and begin to create ice blocks in his palm and loudly said that his skill will recharge faster. Kanhu made a quick dash forward and pointed the burning blade towards him using the skill Flame Stream and said that it is not so, his skill will recharge faster. He struck Gubin's body, causing it to bleed and said that he was watching him. Well, now he has a feeling that he was deceived? Gubin with a terrifying look reached out his palm to the blade and thought that he could not concentrate because of the pain. He swung the blade with the intention of attacking the protagonist, but Kanhu used the skill Teleportation and appeared behind him. Gubin, with beads of sweat on his face, turns towards him and does not understand how this happened. Kanhu, with a serious look, holds the blade, and the system window notifies that 25% of physical strength and 25% of mana will be spent in order to use skills. He jumped towards Gubin holding a blade shrouded in a red aura in his hands and said that it was time to end this. The system window notifies that when attacking from behind, damage increases by 33%. Kanhu uses the decapitation skill and hits Gubin in the back with his attack, causing his body to begin to bleed heavily. The protagonist takes out his phone with a serious look, and the system window notifies that when he uses the decapitation skill, 25% of his physical strength and mana will be spent in order to deliver a fatal blow. If the enemy's health is below 33%, he will die instantly. Kanhu looked at the phone screen and said that although he had lost health, the effect was immediately visible. He looks at his bloody body and creates a tripod of microparticles in his hand. Gubin, with a confused expression on his face, came to his senses and, lying on the ground, asked what was going on. Kanhu put the phone to his ear with a serious look and told his father that he was listening. After all, he had to wait for a long time. He put his phone on the tripod and said that he would avenge his daughter. At the same time, the monitor shows the CCTV footage from the Seoul station where Kanhu was. If you pay attention to the movement of the trains, he is moving towards the north. So he put the phone to her ear with a serious look. She thought that apparently he is definitely heading to Grad Zero. So he closed her eyes, put her hand on the table, and said into the phone that there is a high probability that he will return to Seoul the same way as soon as he finishes his business. She ordered him to continue surveillance, and the man agreed with her. So he lowered the phone in her hand down and disconnected the call. She, with an angry look and protruding veins on her face, loudly insulted Kanhu. So he, with an evil grin on her face, said that she will make him pay for making fun of her. Gubin, with blood dripping from his mouth, sat on the ground and apologized to the camera several times. He stood up shaking and looked at the camera and apologized to him. The man sadly told the camera to stop. That's enough. He hoped his daughter saw it too. The man covered his face with his hands while shaking and thanked him. What the public security organization couldn't do, Kanhu could. The protagonist said with a serious look that he just did his job. He hoped the man's daughter rested in peace. Gubin told Kanhu to stop. He said loudly with blood dripping from his mouth that the protagonist had already completed the task. Kanhu used the bleeding skill and Gubin's body splashed out blood from the wounds with great force. The protagonist extended his bloody hand forward, agreed with him, and said that now it was time to kill him. The system window notified that Kanhu had stolen the Ice Switch constellation. The Dimension Thief said that he had gotten some unnecessary constellation. Gubin didn't develop it at all. The protagonist raised his bloody hand with the disappearing weapon and said that he would take care of it. He sat down next to Gubin's body, clutched the item in his hand, and said that if he sold it, he could earn 1 billion won. Kanhu turned toward the phone with a serious expression. The protagonist extended his finger toward its screen. Yeren looked at the camera and said that he had worked hard. She said with a smile on her face that the client had paid much more than the set amount as a reward. 2.5 billion were credited to Kanhu's account. The protagonist quickly looked at the screen and said that he had a task for her. Yeren asked in surprise, what kind of task? He asked her to pick up the body and establish its identity. She said with a smile on her face that it was not that difficult. Kanhu put his hand in his pocket and turned away. He said with a serious expression that she could answer now. Why did she continue to pursue him? Yuri came out from behind the rock with a sad expression. She clenched her fists with drops on her face and said that there was a dungeon with a mid-level boss. Yuri rubbed her head with a smile on her face and asked him if he wanted to go with her. After a while, they looked at a tall, ruined building. Kanhu looked at the column and thought that it felt like everything here was about to collapse. Well, such a dungeon has a right to exist. There are many hidden dungeons in Ground Zero. There are still many good things hidden here for him. Yuri said that she didn't think he would really come. Yuri turned her head in his direction with a smile on her face and thanked him. Kanhu said that any dungeon is beneficial for him, so this is only a plus for him. The protagonist looked at Yuri climbing the stairs and thought that he would also be able to see her skills. If she is good, she will be a good weapon against the Purification Guild. Kanhu closed his eyes with a smile on his face and thought, it seems that this is his first partner? After a while, Yuri pointed to the tombstone and loudly told him to take a look. A large crack appeared on the large tombstone. She turned to him in surprise and asked if he could read it. Half of the letters were not visible due to the destruction. Kanhu looked forward with a serious expression and said that it was Latin. The meaning of the inscription was that anyone who was stained with blood would be locked in this place forever. The protagonist looked down with an interested look and said that they should try it. They would see how amazing this place was. They went down the stairs in a dark place in the building. Kanhu, with his hands in his pockets, turned towards her and asked what boss she was telling him about. Yuri, with a thoughtful look, put her finger on her cheek and said that it was about a monster that attacked with long-range attacks. She was barely able to get close to him. Yuri took advantage and struck. She sadly lowered her head down and said that the first attack was blocked by his self-defense skill. Kanhu, going down, said that it seemed like it would not be easy for them. The protagonist looked at the two monsters standing below with a surprised look. One of them, clutching a weapon in his shaking hand, growled. The monsters quickly ran towards them. Kanhu, with a confident look, raised his hand with a dagger appearing, said that he would go first. Yuri decisively raised her hand and loudly agreed with him. The monster with an angry look quickly raised his weapon up with the intention of attacking. He struck Kanhu with great force. The protagonist used his skill and did not get hit. Kanhu, using the teleportation skill, moved behind the monster. He pointed a dagger shrouded in mana forward. The system window notifies that when attacking from behind, his damage increases by 33%. Kanhu pierced the monster's back with fiery mana. The monster roared loudly in pain with horror. The second monster raised an arrow in his hand and pointed it towards Yuri. He threw the arrow at her with great force and roared loudly. Yuri confidently grasped her hand in front of her and created a ball of mana in her palm. A blue portal opened from the ball, and the arrow disappeared into it. The arrow flew out of the second portal near the monster and hitting him in the chest quickly threw his body back. Kanhu looked towards the disappearing monster with an arrow in his chest. He turned to look at her with a smile on his face and thought that her skill and speed were at a high level. Could it be that she was around level 200? The gate opened and a bright purple light quickly moved forward. Yuri stood in front of the opened gate and said that they were almost there. They entered the gate and a small flow of mana formed on the protagonist's clothes. The flow conveyed that an intruder had been detected. Yuri looked at him with a smile on her face and said that this was the first time she had encountered such skills. A capture skill that only monsters could use. She raised her fists in front of her with an enthusiastic look and said loudly that even skills that only mages could use. These were not assassin-class skills. Yuri closed her eyes and said loudly that at this rate, they would quickly clear the dungeon. Kanhu looked at her with a serious expression and extended his hand to the system window and thought that it was good that she did not find this strange. Thanks to her, his level also increased. The protagonist is glad that he will soon reach level 50, but on the other hand, from now on, he will not be able to obtain class skills until level 100. Kanhu quickly turned to the side. They quickly jumped back to the side of the flying mana beam. The protagonist looked at the trail of smoke leaving behind in surprise. He confidently clenched his fists and said that it seemed to be the same boss. Yuri agreed with him with a determined look. The middle boss, Sportula, looked at them with a green aura in his eyes. He moved his sword, leaving behind a trail of smoke. Sportula confidently put his sword up and said that he must finish what he started. Kanhu with a stern look thought that he was a monster with long-range attacks and self-defense skills. He looked at Yuri and asked if she could throw it on the head of this monster? She asked with surprise on her face if he was sure about it. Kanhu with a serious look clenched his fist and told her to focus on the action. Yuri raised her hands and created a ball of mana in one of them and loudly agreed with him and thought that he was trustworthy. The main character using the short-distance jump skill quickly headed towards the boss. Sportula with great force directed the sword forward attacking him. Yuri confidently extended her hand with the portal forward. Kanhu with lightning from his eyes quickly ran into the created portal. Sportula swung his sword in front of the closed portal. He looked in surprise at the main character climbing out of the portal near him. Kanhu quickly ran behind his back. The main character ran into the second portal at great speed. Sportula made a strong swing of the sword throwing up dust around. Yuri confidently directing the portals from the palm of her hand thought that due to sudden close attacks, it was difficult for him to get his bearings. The boss looked in surprise at Kanhu jumping out of the portal above his head. Sportula swung upward with great force. The main character quickly ran into another portal without getting attacked. The boss raised his hand and hit the ground with his sword, raising a cloud of smoke. He turned to the side with a green aura in his eyes and roared loudly. Yuri thought with a determined look that now was the time. Kanhu's dagger flew down over the boss's head. The protagonist quickly flew down from the portal over Sporchel's head. The boss quickly turned to the side. Kanhu confidently raised his hand, pulling the dagger to it, and said that first it was necessary to figure out his self-defense skill. Sporchel struck the sword with great power at the place where he stood, creating a bright explosion. Yuri directed her hand forward, creating a huge portal. She thought that this was the perfect time. Kanhu jumped out of the portal towards the running Sporchel, raising the dagger above his head. He struck the boss's neck with great power using the decapitation skill. The protagonist quickly jumped up from the falling body. Yuri, with a smile on her face, clenched her hand into a fist and looked up loudly, said that this was the perfect time. Sporchel turned to the side, letting out a loud roar. He, with blood from his shoulder, quickly held the sword in his hand and sent it into a bright explosion. Kanhu, raising his hands, fell from the portal behind Yuri. The protagonist looked forward in surprise. She, holding her hand with radiating mana, thought, did he say to throw it behind that monster? Sporchel turned to her in surprise, standing in front of bright flashes of lightning. Yuri, with a confident look, stretched out her hands with a powerful flow of mana forward and loudly said that she also wanted to fight. She struck the boss with lightning from her hands with great power. Sporchel, without an aura in his eyes, let out a final roar. He quickly fell to the ground, blowing up streams of smoke. Kanhu, with a serious look, looked at the system window that appeared. The system window notifies that he has stolen skills from the target. The protagonist thought, what to do with him? You can't just leave him here. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, reaching out his finger to the system window, looked at the joyful Yuri. After a while, they go inside the building with a lit center. The protagonist, walking forward, thought that they dealt with him much faster than he thought. With her power, they can deal with the Purification Guild as well. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, looked at Yuri standing in front of him. She, with surprise on her face, told him to look forward. The protagonist, creating a dagger in his hand, looked at the man sitting under the beam of light. The man, crossing his arms, looked down. Kanhu, coming closer to him, asked, is this really the boss? He looks like a man. The man closed his eyes and blood poured out of them. They looked in surprise at the bloody man. A powerful red beam hit him, shaking the earth. Yuri, with fear on her face, raised her hands in front of her and loudly asked, what is happening? The protagonist, with a confident look, threw the dagger at his back. The weapon flew off with great force, breaking the man's body. The system window notifies that Kanhu has destroyed the main boss. The target has no skills that can be stolen. The protagonist clutched his dagger in surprise. Stones began to fall rapidly from the reddened ceiling of the building. Kanhu gritted his teeth and looked up, thinking that the dungeon was restarting. He turned towards Yuri with fear on his face and loudly told her to use her skills to get out of here. She confidently raised her hands and loudly agreed with him. A powerful stream of dark smoke quickly flew to the side. The protagonist confidently clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he should get out too. Kanhu used his skill and dashed forward, managing to jump away from the stone that fell with great force. He used acceleration and quickly ran along the corridor of the collapsing building. The protagonist, with a determined look, running forward, wondered if this boss had really taken possession of the hunter. Kanhu created a rose in his hand and thought that it was a precious item, but now was not the time to be stingy. If he could not escape, he would die here. The protagonist bit off the rose bud with a furious look, clutching its stem with his hand. Kanhu looked ahead in surprise. He, enveloped in green mana, quickly ran forward. The main character, with a grin on his face, clutching a rose leaf in his teeth, thought that he, of course, assumed what the effect would be, but now, having felt them on himself, they exceeded all his expectations. Not only did all his pain disappear, but all his senses became more acute. Kanhu makes many jumps forward at great speed. He, with an ominous grin on his face, enveloped in a powerful aura, loudly said that he needed to leave this tomb. At the same time, dark smoke quickly flies through the collapsing building. Yuri returns her body from the smoke. She, with horror on her face, ran forward, sighed heavily and wondered what to do. It seems that she used too much mana that time. Yuri, gritting her teeth, stumbled and fell to the ground, leaning her hands on the floor. She looked in surprise at Kanhu, who was rapidly running forward. Yuri stretched out her hand and loudly told him to wait for her. She said with a sad look and a shaking hand that she did too. Yuri did not finish speaking and lowered her head and closed her eyes. The protagonist asked what she was doing? He, with a serious look, enveloped in mana, extended his hand to her and asked if she was hurt. Yuri, with surprise leaning on her hands, raised her head and looked at him. She looked up in horror. A huge stone quickly fell from the ceiling onto the place where the protagonist was standing. Yuri said loudly what was up there. Kanhu, with a serious look, turned to the side. The stone bounced off his head with great force. Yuri said in surprise what it was. The protagonist, enveloped in mana, got down on one knee and placed her hand on his shoulder. Kanhu, with a confident look, rose from his knee with Yuri sitting on his back and said that there was one last push left. He loudly told her to hold on tighter. The protagonist confidently flew forward through the falling rocks. They got out of the building faster than the powerful rockfall. Kanhu, falling on one knee, made a sound of fatigue. The protagonist sat down on the sand and said that they barely got out. The protagonist thought that it was just in time he got the skill of the middle boss. Having pumped up the level of mastery, he was able to reduce the cooldown of the skill. This will be useful to him in the future. Kanhu, standing in front of the collapsed tomb, looked at the system window that appeared. He turned his head towards the system window, which notifies that the skill level has been increased by 1. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, put his hand on the sand and wondered if this was a good reward for risking their lives. Yuri thanked him. She, with a smile on her face, clasped her legs with her hands and said that if she were alone, she would not have gotten out. Yuri, lowering her head down, said that back then she froze in fear precisely because of these thoughts. Kanhu asked her what it meant then. Yuri calmly raised her head and agreed with him, saying that she was in a leadership position in the Purification Guild. She recalled the past and said that initially she was nothing more than a guide who directed other hunters. One day, Guanhian came to her. He extended his hand with a smile on his face and said that the Purification Guild is a place that always does its best. They do everything to ensure the safety of the team members. Yuri said that they are the best guild in Korea. Believing him, she joined the team. But one day, she got seriously injured during a raid. When Guanhyuk realized that she would not be able to participate in clearing the dungeon due to a serious injury, Guanhyuk looked at the guy with an arrogant look. He turned to the side and said that they were leaving. Yuri, with horror on her face leaning on her hand, looked at him. Guanhyuk turned to the side and said that there was no need to waste time. She said with an angry look that all his words were untrue. That they do everything for the safety of their subordinates. Guanhyuk, with a malicious grin on his face, said that this rule only makes sense when the life of a subordinate has value. He asked, "Isn't it true that the one who is deceived is stupid?" Yuri looked at him with horror on her face. Guanhyuk, with an arrogant grin on his face, said that he was of course sorry, but she was just a toy. She came out of her memories. Kanghu, with a serious look, said that this is the same as murder. Throwing the wounded into the dungeon. Yuri, with a smile on her face, looked down and agreed with him, said that the fact that she survived was nothing more than a miracle. Maybe then if she hadn't made a contract with the constellation of space, she wouldn't be here. Yuri, holding her hands on her legs, turned her head towards him and said that she was lucky then. The protagonist said with a tense look that he didn't think it was just luck. He looked at her and said that the constellation doesn't make a contract with hunters without a special purpose. They must have noticed potential in her. Yuri looked forward with an amazed face. She turned around in his direction with a happy look and asked if that was really such a compliment. Kanhu thought with a serious face that he was just telling the truth. She looked down and said that she even felt a little better after he told her about it. Yuri looked at the ruins of the building and said that that's why she's here. There are no people here who can set her up. She looked down with a sad look and said that at the same time she was lonely. Yuri turned her head to the side with a smile on her face and reddened cheeks, and said that she would like to regain her trust in people. Kanhu felt a strong pain as if lightning had struck his body. He leaned on his hand and leaned to the side. The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and, squeezing it, quickly fell down. Yuri looked at Kanhu lying down in surprise and asked if he was okay. The protagonist looked tired and sighed heavily and told her not to worry. These are all the effects of the silicium. He will rest a little and he will feel better. Kanhu looked at the rag in his hand on his head with bewilderment and a red face. Yuri thanked him for this day with a smile and a red face. The main character looked at her, smiling. Sometime later at Injingang Station, Kanhu thought with a smile on his face that in the conditions of Ground Zero, Yuri's skills would improve quickly. The protagonist remembered the past, how he held a phone in his hand and said that he needed to finish the task. Besides, he planned to act alone. Yuri crossed her arms with an offended face. The protagonist, coming out of the memory, thought that they would meet again and more than once. Kanhu took out a phone from his jacket and said that there was still time before the train. He could sit on the Huntergram platform for now. It is a social network created for hunters. It is mainly used to exchange information. Kanhu scrolled through the news on the platform and saw a photo of Gwanhyun. His photo says that he is from the Purification Guild, the best guild in Korea. His main rule for conquering dungeons is safety and teamwork. The protagonist looked at the phone in his hand and thought that this was not true. Kanhu looked at the phone with interest. It says that the Daehan River established power in Ulsan. He remembered Sammy with a smile on his face and looked at the phone and said that it seemed like everything went well. Kanhu remembered how she raised her hand with a smile on her face and said that as soon as she finished, she would immediately contact the Abyss. The protagonist, coming out of the memory, thought that sooner or later he would have a chance to meet the leader of the Abyss if she kept her promise. The Dimension Thief said that it was very good. He was offended that they could not absorb that constellation. He asked the protagonist to let him ask him something. What do the constellations mean to him? Kanhu asked calmly, maybe a mutual benefit? His success, directly, and the success of the Dimension Thief. The constellation said that he was very impudent. Only he found it funny, the protagonist is not a simple hunter. He was surprised that Kanhu was able to summon him at the 10th level. The protagonist looked at him with a stern look. The Dimension Thief said that trials awaited him soon. If Kanhu passed them, then they would literally become one. Then he would bestow even greater skills on him. The protagonist said with a smirk on his face that he was only glad about this. He thoughtfully put his hand on his chin and asked, if you think about it, does a contract with a constellation have any downsides? The Dimension Thief asked what he meant. Kanhu said that the constellations rule the world and the system connects the destinies of ordinary people. The protagonist confidently remembered himself, and thought that he wrote this in his story. Although this system was created for those who stand behind Shiwan, the Dimension Thief said that it is natural for them. The protagonist's war and his war too. Kanhu asked in surprise what he was talking about. The Dimension Thief said that first of all, the constellations do not rule this world, they are just comrades. The protagonist asked the constellation with an interested look, does this mean that someone is standing above them? The Dimension Thief said that he cannot answer him. Kanhu thought with a smile on his face that this information doesn't match this story. Even though he was the writer of this world, he doesn't know half of it. Maybe Kanhu did this unconsciously? The Dimension Thief said that this is all he can tell him, and he doesn't want to disappear. Looking at the protagonist, he wants the constellation wants to continue. He is increasingly convinced that they are becoming more and more connected by fate. Kanhu looked away with a smile on his face and told him not to worry. In the future, the protagonist will exceed his expectations. The Dimension Thief said that then he is looking forward to this moment even more. Kanhu put his finger on his phone and looked at it. He received a message from Yeren saying that she was notified that he is at Seoul Station. The protagonist turned to the side and thought that it was faster than he thought. It means the destination has been changed. He thought as he went down the stairs that the final battle was Sohee. He thought that they would meet her after another dungeon. Kanhu looked at the open door of the bus and thought that he would go to the train station, not Seoul Station. The protagonist thought with a smile on his face that from there he would get to the terminal in Gwangju. There was a dungeon nearby. After some time in the vicinity of the Gwangju terminal, Kanhu looked at the phone in his hand as he got off the bus and thought that he came here for only one reason. Because here he can use his permit obtained from the Public Safety Department. The protagonist looked at the phone and thought that the hunter's information had been deleted, so it could not be tracked. It was worth it to improve his skills before the battle with Sohee. He heard a scream and quickly looked away. Jin Hyung put her hand on her cut while sitting surrounded by the attacking men and loudly called for help. The man with a smile on his face holding a knife in his hand put his hand to his face and said that she was the one who cut into his shoulder first. The second man with a smirk on his face said loudly that they would first see what she had. Hyun with an angry look and blood dripping from her mouth insulted them, and said loudly that these were the guys from the Hyun Guild. Kanhu with a serious look clutching his phone in his hand thought, is it really the Hyun Guild? This is a guild that was under the influence of Shiwan, in the story. Under his orders, this guild will destroy those who oppose the Purification Guild. The protagonist clenching his hand into a fist looked at them and thought that it would not be easy, but they were still trash. He used his skill to look away. Ha-in, with an angry look trying to break free from their grip, loudly told them to take their hands off her. Han-ku pointed his skill at the guy and saw his constellation. The system window notified that he had a neutral constellation, Master of Deception. The protagonist said that it was a pretty useful constellation. The Dimension Stealer said that it was a high-ranking constellation, although the name was a bit simple. He never would have thought that such a guy would have such a constellation. Kanhu, holding the appearing dagger in his hand, thought that he had no reason not to intervene. The protagonist, with a confident grin on his face, raised his hand clutching the dagger and asked, "Will they see his mastery of deception?" He called out to the standing guys and they turned towards him. Kanhu used his skill and created several of his illusions. The guys looked at him with surprise on their faces. The protagonist, with a malicious grin on his face, put the dagger on his shoulder and told him to guess which one of them was real. The man, bewildered, holding a knife in his hand, asked, "What kind of fool is this?" The protagonist with his illusions quickly ran towards them. The man with an angry look raised a knife with the intention of attacking and loudly insulted him. He pointed the knife shrouded in fire mana forward and loudly asked, "What is this freak doing?" The man with rage on his face stabbed the knife with fire mana towards the illusions. At the same time, So-hee with a tense look with her arms crossed is standing at Seoul Station. She with an angry look said that she has been waiting for a while. So-hee wondered if he had really left by a different route. She put 2 fingers to the earphone in her ear and addressed the master through the microphone. Dong-hyun asked if she still hadn't caught Kangha? So-hee put her hand on her hip and walked forward and agreed with him, saying that it was really annoying for her. Dong-hyun said that he would never have thought that this would be a difficult task for her. He would like to continue to follow the developments. A man hiding behind a building watches So-hee. She is walking down the street clutching a knife in her hand. Dong-hyun said that no matter what it takes, she must bring Kangwoo to him. So-hee put her hand on her earphone and said into the microphone that she obeys him and will bring him. She takes her hand away from the earphone and stands among the air currents. So-hee lowered her head and said, "Who is there?" She stretched out her hand towards the knife on her hip and said, "It is him." So-hee, with a smile on her face, quickly took out her knife. She quickly threw the knife forward with a terrifying look and loudly greeted him. The man, surprised, stabbed forward with the knife, breaking the illusions. Kangwoo, with a grin on his face, crouched down and said, "This is him." The protagonist, with a smile on his face, quickly pointed his dagger surrounded by mana forward and said that he should take his reward. He used the decapitation skill and with great force struck the man with a powerful stream of mana passing through his body. Kanhu put his hand on the man's shoulder with a stern look and pulled out his bloody dagger. The system window notifies that Kanhu killed the target and stole the constellation contract. The guys looked at the man's fallen body in surprise. Hao-in, with a smile on her face, holding her hand on the wound, looked at the protagonist. The guys, holding knives in their hands, loudly addressed the boss in amazement. The guy, with an angry look, waved his knife and loudly said that this freak killed their boss. They quickly ran towards him, pushing Hao-in aside and loudly told this freak to come here. The guy, with an angry look, approached Kanhu and loudly said that he would kill him. The protagonist quickly flew forward, cutting all the guys with his dagger, leaving a stream of mana behind him. He turned to the side with a smirk on his face and said that there was no point in messing with those who did not even have constellations. The system window notifies that this is a neutral constellation Master of Deception. Every 100 levels he will receive a rare item. Kangwoo, with a smile on his face looking at the system window, said that now he will be very much looking forward to the 100th level. Hao-in thanked him and said that thanks to him she is alive. She with a smile and a blushing face put her hand on her neck and introduced herself. Hao-in handed him her phone and asked if he could leave his contact information. She with a smile on her face looked at him and put her hand on the phone, said that she would like to thank him. The protagonist took her phone in his hand and dialed his number. Hao-in happily waved at him and thanked him loudly, said that they would see each other again. Kangwoo put his hands in his pockets, looked at Hao-in walking away. He quickly looked at his phone with a serious look. The message he received said that the dungeon was available and he could enter it. Kangwoo read the message and said that the dungeon had just opened. At the same time, So-hee, with a terrifying look, sitting on one knee next to the man's corpse, asked, "Is this really a mercenary? Or is he an ordinary person?" She put her hands on her knees, stood in front of the body and said that there was no information. Did she kill him in vain? The man, pursuing her with horror on his face, hiding behind the building, looked at what was happening. He held the phone in his hands and quickly walked down the street. The man, gritting his teeth in horror, typed a message on his phone that it was Sohee. He quickly turned away with fear on his face before he could finish writing the message. Sohee, with a serious look, raised her hand with fire mana and said that she thought so, that's where he was. She pressed her hand with a stream of fire mana to his forehead. The man, burning in a stream of fire, screamed loudly. Sohee looked at the shaking earphone in her ear. The man said into the earphone that he had found Kanhu's location. She raised her head with a smile on her face. The man said that he was spotted in Gwangju. Sohee crouched over the man's burnt body and said into the microphone of her earphone that it was a good job. She took a business card out of the man's pocket with an interested look and looked at it, and said that Yeren shouldn't have been trusted. Sohee burned the business card in her hand with a smirk on her face. She, surrounded by streams of fire, said with an angry look that it was against Kanghu's rules. Now his runs were over. Kanghu looked at his hands with a serious look. He looked at the many things lying on the ground and said that if he sold everything, he would earn about 800 million. The protagonist picked up a belt from the ground. Kanghu looked at the phone in his hand and said that the amount he had now was almost 5 billion. He looked at his phone with a smile on his face and said that if he added up all his savings, he could easily buy a level 3 weapon. Kanghu looked at the message that came in on his phone. Yeren wrote that he should be careful. It seems that Sohee killed the person she assigned to her. She is now heading to Gwangju. The protagonist read the message and said that as soon as he finished, there was news about Sohee. He thought that she was level 250 and also had a pretty strong constellation. So he got the nickname Hunting Dog for a reason. Compared to her, his level 49 is nothing. He would at least get 2 more skills. Kanghu put the phone in his pocket and thought that first he would go to the reserve dungeon. The protagonist with a grin on his face put his hands in his pockets and said that he would start. After some time, in the vicinity of the Gwangju terminal, workers are standing among the lying corpses of people. The guy holding a bloody axe in his hand brought his hand to the microphone in his ear and addressed the boss. He said into the microphone in the earpiece that as she ordered in order to destroy the Hyen Guild, they took control of the main entrance of the terminal. At the same time, at Sangkan Station in Gwangju, Sohee raised a finger with fire mana and put her other hand to the earpiece in her ear. She said into the microphone that they were also done. Several corpses were lying among the fire at the station. Sohee put her hand on her hip with a serious look and said into the microphone for them to continue in the same way. She looked forward with a smile on her face, rubbing her chin, and said that she hoped that Kanghu would appreciate the siege she had arranged. Kanghu said that it was not bad. Sohee quickly turned to the side in surprise. She quickly looked at the protagonist sitting on the bench. He, with a smile on his face, holding a red knife in his hand, turned towards her and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Some time ago, Kanho holding a dagger in his hand passes through the tall grass. He quickly looked at the main boss Sejina standing in a circle of fire. The boss with a red aura in his eyes and a straw hat on his head looked forward holding katanas in his hands. The protagonist raised the dagger in front of him with a stern look and thought that it annoyed him. The 3 clones he sent out in an instant were blown away by the wind. Such attacks are useless at a long distance from him. All his attacks at close range were also unsuccessful. Even if he attacked directly, it is obvious that the protagonist will simply waste his strength on self-defense and fail the attack. Kanho quickly ran at the boss using his Shadow Step skill. Sejina quickly looked around in search of the real Kanho. He sighed heavily with a serious look. Sejina quickly swung his katana to attack the protagonist. Kanho's shadow disappeared in an instant without getting hit. He used the exchange skill and found himself behind the boss among the foliage. The protagonist confidently extended his hand, enveloped in mana, and said that this was what he wanted. The hand of mana grabbed Sagan's body at great speed. Kanho used the abduction skill and, finding himself behind the boss, said that he had interesting skills. With a grin on his face, he quickly pointed the dagger forward and said that this was the end of him. The protagonist used the bleeding strike skill and stabbed the dagger into Sagan's back. The boss turned around in horror and made a loud sound of pain. Sagan, kneeling on one knee, quickly swung his katana, creating a beam of mana, and looked in surprise at Kanho's disappearing body. The protagonist used the exchange skill and moved forward. The boss looked down while kneeling and placed his hand on his leg. Sagan stood up and, holding a weapon in his hand, looked at his fiery circle. With a drop of sweat on his face, he looked at the protagonist. The boss quickly ran towards his circle. Kanho raised the dagger in his hand with a smile on his face, and said that it meant he was safe in that zone. He looked at the boss standing in a circle of fire. Sagan knelt down on one knee and stuck his katana covered in mana into the ground. He confidently held the handle of the weapon in his hand and used his hurricane skill. Kanhu, with a confident grin on his face, raised his hand with a disappearing dagger and snapped 2 fingers and said that he would let him die in that zone. His bleeding skill splashed blood from the wounds on the boss's body. Kanhu, with a stern look, raised his hand above his head, blocking the falling drops of blood. The system window notifies that he has defeated the main boss. The main character put his hands in his pockets and looked at the system windows that appeared. The system window notifies that Kanhu has stolen the hurricane skill and has reached level 51. The basic skill of the assassin class, stealth, is available to him. The mastery of this skill is at maximum level. It consumes 0.1 magical energy per second to hide the caster's appearance. Stealth is cancelled when using other skills. Kanhu, after reading the last lines, said that even at the maximum level, it is impossible to use it with other skills. The protagonist, with a thoughtful look, put his hand on his chin and said that he was very sorry, but on the other hand, it would be a fraud. The Dimension Thief said that it seems his preparation is complete. He will watch him in the upcoming battle. Kanhu, walking away from the scene of the battle, said that first he needs to buy items. In the present, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, said that this is not bad. He, getting up from the bench, said that they have not seen each other for a long time. So he, with a smile on her face, sighed and asked how long he has been here? This is very surprising. She thought he would continue to run away from her. Kanhu, with a grin on his face, looked in her direction and said why he should be near a hunting dog. The protagonist, holding out his hand forward clutching a knife in it, asked how she likes him? He said he bought this weapon to catch dogs. So he, with a blue aura in her eyes, said that since he brought it up, would he like to become one of their pack? Kanhu asked with a smile on his face, why was she asking him that? It was obvious that he didn't want that. So he, with a triangle of mana in her eye, thanked him for refusing. She said loudly that she had wanted to kill him for a long time. The protagonist looked in surprise at the sight that appeared on his chest. So he said that it was pointless to run away from her. Kanhu used his skill and looked at her and saw her constellation. The great sage from Kanhu is her constellation, and it is able to see the invisible. If the chosen target is in a stealth state, he can determine their appearance in a translucent form. So he, with a terrifying look, took off the glove from her hand and loudly insulted the protagonist. At the same time, Yaren and Soyeon are standing near the lying workers at the entrance to the toll road in Gwangju City. Seoyeon rubbed her palms together with a sad look and said that she hoped Kanhu was okay. Yaren turned to look at her and told her not to worry. He could handle even the most difficult task. She told her to take her word for it with a smile on her face. Seoyeon said with a red face that it seemed like Yaren knew Kanhu well now. After a while, Yaren told Seoyeon to hurry. The car quickly drove forward along the road between the lying workers. Seoyeon, sitting in the car with a sad look, said that there was actually a reason to worry. The protagonist doesn't like it when someone volunteers to help him without him asking. Yaren looked at her with a smile on her face and said that it was expected of him. She asked calmly, what difference does it make? She just wants to see a competent worker with her own eyes. Seoyeon called her sister loudly with a joyful look. The car quickly turned around at the turn of the streets. Seoyeon said loudly with fear to look ahead, and Yaren looked ahead with horror on her face. Many workers with weapons in their hands are standing in front of their car. She said with confidence that it seems they have arrived at the right place. Yaren bit her tongue, clutched the steering wheel in her hands and turned to the side. She quickly drove towards the workers, knocking them down, and loudly said to look how happy they are to see them. So he thought that this was a bad constellation. His ability to create illusions and steal skills, even her maximum stealth skill, is useless next to him. She ominously extended her hand covered in fire mana forward and thought that then she would put all her strength into fire attacks and destroy him. The protagonist jumped to the side and knelt down on one knee and looked at the piece of floor that was broken by fire. He used his skill and jumped up, avoiding a powerful beam of fire that hit from a hole in the floor. Kanha looked towards the bright light with a sinister grin. He looked at the system window, which said that the damage of her fire attacks was increased by 500%. The protagonist thought that she was very angry when she missed him. So he looked forward with an angry look and veins protruding on her face. She waved her hand, creating an explosion of fire energy, and said loudly that she would kill him. Kanhu, covered in a blue shield of mana, quickly ran out of the fire. He used protective armor to run forward and stretched out his hand, creating a rose in it. The protagonist bit off a rosebud with a sly grin and thought that it was strong. He will apply the enhancement to the protective barrier. It's good that he also improved the weapon. The system window notifies that the enhanced bleeding has been improved. So he, with a terrifying look, said loudly, "How can this be?" She sent powerful beams of fire mana forward and loudly asked how long he was going to run from her. Kanhu, under the influence of the rose, covered in mana, ran forward, not falling under her attacks. The protagonist, pushing off the ground, thought that his opponent was a mage. He strengthened his defense and pumped up his weapon. Kanhu, with a confident look, jumped towards her, clutching his weapon in his hand. He used the shadow step skill to create illusions and thought that he needed to fight in close combat. The protagonist looked at Sohee surrounded by his illusions. She looked around with a smile on her face. At the same time, Sohn confidently clenched her hand into a fist with the intention of attacking and sighed loudly. She punched the worker's stomach with great force, throwing him aside. The workers were lying on the ground surrounded by light smoke. Sohn sadly turned towards Yeren and loudly called out to her by status. She ran up to her and said that she had dealt with them. "Is Kanhu inside the building?" Yeren closed her eyes and said that she still couldn't find him. She cautiously said that they should hurry. She still thought that he was not here, but at the station. So he, with a grin on her face, raised her hand, emitting fiery mana from it. She quickly directed the fiery energy to the side. The fire dragons flew quickly towards the protagonist's illusions. They hit the ground, creating a powerful explosion of mana. So he confidently pointed her hands forward, burning the illusions with mana dragons. She pulled the dragons towards her with a smile on her face and turned her head to the side, asking, "Now does he understand?" No matter what tactics the protagonist uses, they are useless against her. So he, with a sly smile on her face, looking at Kanhu standing on the roof, said that now he is finished. The protagonist seriously raised his weapon and thought that she is not strong in close combat. He quickly threw the knife to the floor near her. So he put her foot on the weapon lying on the floor. She laughingly asked with a smile on her face, "Is he really so afraid for his life that his hands are shaking? How will he pull out his weapon now?" So he quickly directed 3 mana dragons towards him and loudly told him to watch how to aim. Kanhu looked forward with a wary look. He disappeared in powerful streams of fire illuminating the space around. The protagonist, enveloped in fire, looked at her. So he, stepping back in surprise, thought about what he was going to do. Kanhu used his hurricane skill and created a powerful stream of dark mana sucking in the fire dragons. One of them, opening his mouth wide, disappeared in a whirlwind of mana. The protagonist looked at Sohee, enveloped in a dark aura, and said that it seemed that he still aimed better than her. He looked at what was happening with a smile on his face. So he looked ahead with confusion and wondered what he was going to do. Kanhu created a powerful hurricane that rose into the air and shouted loudly. At the same time, Hyoen, standing in one of the buildings, looked ahead. She crossed her arms with a sly grin and said that they were having fun here. It was good that she didn't interfere back then. Hyoen, with a smirk on her face, said that she didn't think that someone would try to eliminate Sohee with such zeal. She looked to the side and said that it was simply unbelievable. The protagonist was in that dungeon after all. The main boss of that dungeon had exactly the same skill. Hyoen, with a smile on her face, put her fingers to the earpiece and addressed the master, saying that she was watching him as he ordered. Kanhu looked ahead with a serious look while standing in a powerful hurricane. Sohee, gritting her teeth, covered her face with her hands from the strong flow of mana. The protagonist, with a stern look, looked ahead and raised his hand, shrouded in mana. He quickly thrust his hand forward using the abduction skill. So he approached him in amazement and looked at the knife in his hand. Kanhu, clutching the weapon in his hand, quickly struck forward using the acceleration skill. He pierced her body with his weapon with great force, making a bloody lunge. So he quickly pulled out the knife and blocked his attack. She raised her hand with a malicious grin on her face with fiery mana radiating from it, and asked if he really thought that he had already defeated her. So he, with an angry look, directed a beam of mana forward and loudly told him not to hope. Kanhu, with a confident look, jumped to the side and quickly ran forward. He knelt down on one knee, leaning his hand on the ground, said that he did not know this. The protagonist, removing the knife from his hand, raised it and snapped his fingers, said that it was not that he hoped for anything. Kanhu used his bleeding skill and blood quickly splashed out of Sohee's wounds. The protagonist, with a determined look, raised the knife and jumped forward. Donghyun asked into the microphone how things were going. Hyo-in put her hand on her ear with a smile on her face and told him not to be too surprised, but So-hee was losing. At the same time, Dong-hyun said with a grin, clutching a cigarette in his teeth, that there So-hee was losing her grip. So-hee put her hand on her shoulder with a tired look, looking forward. She thought with a frightened look, is this really how her end will be? So-hee fell into memories before her end. The guy sat on the floor, put his hand on the wound and loudly said that she was an idiot. Why did she do this to him? So-hee raised her hand with radiating mana with a terrifying look and told him to shut up. She will make it so that he can no longer play with fire. The guy looked at her and asked what it means to play with fire. He said with a frightened look that he remembered what she was talking about. Did she really live in that house? The guy with an angry look loudly called out to her and asked if she really thought that if she killed him, her parents would come back to life. So-hee waved her hand and enveloped the guy's body in fire. She put her hand on her hip with a serious expression and looked at the burning body. So-hee quickly looked to the side and moved away from the flying weapon. The man looked at her and said that she had a good reaction. He put his fist on his chest and said that she needed to show her who she was messing with. The men quickly ran towards her. So-hee clenched her teeth and raised her hands, concentrating the fire mana. She quickly directed the fire towards them, screaming loudly. So-hee looked at the man approaching her with a sword in his hand with a frightened look. He waved his weapon with a smile on his face, cutting through her side, and loudly said that she should get what she deserved. The guys looked at So-hee kneeling and said that she didn't even have normal items. She gritted her teeth with an angry expression and thought, is she really going to lose to these guys like this? Dong-hyun quickly looked at the guys standing next to her. He clenched the cigarette in his teeth and clenched his hands into a fist, creating mana. Dong-hyun asked, what did they do on someone else's territory? The guys turned around in surprise and loudly asked, what is he talking about? Dong-hyun raised his fist with an ominous look and quickly attacked them. The guys flew forward with great power, enveloped in a stream of air. Dong-hyun, with a stern look, clenching his fist with mana, said that this territory belongs to Eclipse. So he looked at him in surprise, holding her hand on her wound. He looked forward and asked, did they do this to her? So he, sitting near the lying corpses, agreed with him. Dong-hyun, putting his hands in his pockets, said that he should deal with her and that she should follow him. So he looked at him hopefully. The master created this place for her, and she would do anything for him. But one day the master said into the phone that prudence is something she doesn't have. If he can take Kanhu for himself, he will be a great rival for her. Who is Kanhu? Came out of nowhere and wants to take everything from her? So he came out of her memories with fury on her face and raised her hands, creating a powerful fire mana. She said loudly that he shouldn't even hope. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. So he, with a smirk on her face, asked what he was embarrassed about. She quickly directed the mana flow forward and loudly said that he should come closer. So he reached out to his chest and loudly called out to the protagonist. So he, surrounded by fiery mana, asked with a grin, what was he embarrassed about? She stretched out her hand with fiery mana with a terrifying look and loudly told him to come closer. So he quickly placed her hand, enveloped in fire, on Kanhu's body. The protagonist used his defense skill and quickly looked at her hand. She clenched her teeth, made a sound from tension, and wondered if this was really a defense skill. She raised her hand with mana and loudly asked how many more skills he had. Kanhu snapped his fingers with a smile on his face and said that it was a trade secret. He looked at her and nothing happened. So he looked at him in surprise, surrounding her body with fiery mana. The protagonist looked forward with a confused look and wondered what this was. She said with a smile on her face that she was right. Is this really a skill that can hurt her? So he raised her hand burnt by fire with a terrifying look and asked how could he do this. He can't do anything. She raised her hand up quickly, creating fire rings on the ceiling, and loudly said that Kanhu won't pass. The protagonist looked at the fire on his shoulder in surprise and wondered what it was. He bounced off the fire rain from the ceiling and wondered what this horror was. Kanhu quickly looked at the fireball of mana on the ceiling. The protagonist confidently ran forward using the skill to dodge the falling fire rain. He looked at So-hee with a serious expression and thought that fire was her element, and controlling fire was her gift. Besides, if she kept attacking him, he wouldn't last long. Kanhu used protective armor and looked at the fire-scorched wall and thought that they would see who would win. Kanhu quickly moved to the side. The protagonist used his short-range jump skill and jumped over the scorched wall to another platform. He looked in horror at So-hee, who appeared in front of him. She quickly pointed the weapon in her hand forward with an ominous grin on her face. Kanha looked at her with a confident expression. Soyeon punched the worker's body with great force. She looked forward with a surprised expression, clenching her hand into a fist and loudly addressed Yeren, telling her to look too. She raised her hands to the side in surprise and asked, "What is this?" Many Eclipse workers looked at them with angry faces. Yeren confidently said that they needed to hurry. The worker, holding a weapon in his hands, said loudly that she would not pass. Seoyeon, with a determined look, quickly ran towards them. She raised her hand up, clenched into a fist, intending to attack. Seoyeon slammed her fist into the worker's body with great force, throwing him back. The worker looked forward in surprise at the green marks that appeared. Yeren, with a confident look, extended her hand forward and directed the green mana forward, apologizing and saying that they were in a hurry. She, enveloped in mana, said that if they wanted to stay alive, they should get out of the way. The beams of green mana quickly hit the targets located on the workers' bodies and pierced them. Yeren, with a calm face, raised her hand up and swung it, directing the energy. They looked at the yellow sky outside the window in surprise. Yeren thought in horror that it was Kanho. The protagonist, holding a knife in his hand, defends himself from Seohee's attacks. She is wrapped in fiery mana and holds a weapon in her hand with a smirk. His knife, under the pressure of the weapon surrounded by fire, began to cut through. Kanhu, gritting his teeth, looked ahead and thought that it was even better this way. He used the teleportation skill and quickly appeared behind her, thinking that he would attack from behind. So he, with an ominous look, turned back and said that she remembered this trick. She confidently quickly headed towards him, raising her hand. So he plunged the knife into Kanhu's chest, breaking his defense. The protagonist, gritting his teeth and coughing up blood, looked at the knife in his chest. She looked at him with a smile on her face and said that he was finally caught. So he, with an arrogant look, wrapped in fiery mana, grabbed the handle of the knife. She quickly looked towards the sword approaching her. Kanhu, striking her with great force with his weapon, creating a beam of mana, used his decapitation skill. The knife fell out of her hands with a loud ringing sound and fell to the ground. So he, with horror on her face, put her hand on the huge wound on her body and screamed loudly in pain. At the same time, Hao-in screamed loudly into the microphone in her already. She crossed her arms, sighed and asked, "Are they really finished already?" Hao-in looked to the side in surprise at the running Soyeon. Kanghu quickly jumped back, leaving behind light smoke. So he put her hand on the wound and thought that he decided not to kill her, but to cut off only her hand. She, with an ominous look, enveloped in powerful mana, holding her severed hand, thought that she would kill him. So he, with beads of sweat on her face, created a fiery hand and loudly said that she would kill him. She raised her hand from mana and directed a stream of fire at him, loudly said that she would kill him. Kanghu, with a tired look using protective armor, thought that the effect of silicium would soon end too. So he quickly extended her hand forward, directing a huge fireball towards him, and loudly said that she would destroy him. The protagonist, with a tense look, covered his head with his hand, creating a green shield. He looked forward in surprise, blocking the attack, and thought, "Is this really wind magic?" Soyeon, quickly running towards him, loudly called out to Kanha. So he, with an angry look, clenched her teeth, looked at her and loudly said, "What a fool she is. How much longer will they bother her?" Soyeon threw the protagonist's hand onto her back. So he stood in a fighting stance, and said loudly that no one called Yeren here. She calmly put her hands on her hips and looked forward, enveloping herself in mana. Yeren quickly jumped forward. She ran forward with an angry look, enveloped in green mana, addressing Sohee. Yeren confidently extended her hand forward, directing mana, and asked, "Does she seem to not understand what position she is in?" Sohee, with a smile on her face, raised her hand made of fiery mana in front of her. She radiated the most powerful mana, quickly ran forward, and loudly said that she would be happy to deal with her. Yeren, with a drop of sweat on her face, raised her hand up, directing mana around herself, blocking Sohee's blow. She looked forward in surprise at the flow of remaining energy with smoke and loudly asked, "Did she really disappear?" Soyeon stood in a fighting stance, clenching her palms into fists, and turning her head to the side, loudly said where she disappeared to. Kanho, with blood on his face, sighed heavily, and said that she cannot think about her. Yeren, with an angry look, looked at him, and asked, "What does this mean?" The protagonist clenched his fist with the disappearing weapon, put his hand on his chest, and thought that throughout the fight he was worried about the last constellation Sohee. He remembered the beginning of this fight. Kanho, with a malicious grin on his face, looked away. The protagonist sitting on the train looked at the system window above Sohee's head. The system window notifies that she has the skill Survival Master. This skill specializes in the art of survival. It copies the enemy's skills in a simplified version, once per day. Kanho, with a serious look, looked forward and, using the skill mana tracking, thought about what skills she wanted to copy. The protagonist looked at the highlighted Sohee and thought that she copied his skill Stealth. She is not going to attack anymore. Kanho, coming out of the memory, sighed heavily and said that she ran away. Yeren looked at him with an angry expression and said loudly that they should follow her then. He looked ahead with beads of sweat on his face and a confused look. Seo-yeon looked at the falling Kanha in amazement. She put her hands on his shoulders with fear and loudly called out his status. Seo-yeon loudly asked if he was okay. She shook his body with her hands and loudly told him to come to his senses. The protagonist looked tired and closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Yeren sat down and looked at him and said that he needed to rest. She looked ahead with a serious expression and said that they should go to the hospital. At the same time, Seo-hee, with an angry expression holding her injured arm and running forward, asked loudly, "Did she just go and climb in?" She gritted her teeth and wondered, who is Kanha? The number of his skills is too large. Moreover, he uses the skills of monsters from the dungeons. Could he really copy the skills of monsters? So he quickly jumped forward, thinking that she should report everything to the master. Hao-en, hiding behind the building, clenched her hand into a fist, pulling out long claws. She quickly jumped out from behind the building with the intention of attacking Sohee. Hao-en, with a terrifying grin on her face, struck her body with her claws covered in mana. She left huge scratches emitting mana on the building and stopped. Hao-en, with an ominous look, turned to the side and asked where she decided to go. Sohee, with a fearful face, put her hand on her neck and asked, "Has she really gone crazy? What is Hao-en doing?" She, with an ominous look, raised her clawed hand and headed towards her. Hao-en, with a smile on her face, twirling her hair on her fingers, said that Sohee should understand the deplorable situation. She will tell her. She remembered the past telling about him. Hao-en put her hand on the earphone in her ear with a smile on her face and asked the master what to do with Sohee. Dong-hyun, putting out his cigarette on the ashtray, told her to get rid of her. He looked at his reflection in the window with a malicious smile and said that a hunter who failed to catch his prey must be killed. Hao-en, with a smile on her face, returned from the memory and said that the master said to kill her. Sohee, holding her hand on her neck, asked with horror what this means. Hao-en, with an ominous look, quickly jumped on her, attacking with her claws. After some time, Kang-hoo woke up in a bright room. He looked ahead in surprise and asked if this was a hospital. The protagonist looked at Swayon on his bed. She, with tears in her eyes, called out to him in a dream by status. Kang-hoo, illuminated by bright light, looked at her without saying anything. After some time, he got dressed and closed the door of the room in the hospital. The main character put his finger to the earphone in his ear. He turned on classical music on his phone. Kang-hoo closed his eyes, holding the phone in front of him, and listened to the sounds of the music. The main character, with an irritated look, heard a loud ringing in his ears. He looked at the phone with the message that had come to it and asked if it was really Yuri. She sent him a photo with a flower. Kang-hoo looked at the photo and said that she had found it by accident. She was just lucky. Yuri wrote that she had her own old man. The main character closed his eyes and put his phone in his jacket pocket. He walked down the corridor and looked at Yeren standing. Kang-hoo looked at her in surprise. Yeren, with a smile on her face, crossed her arms, said that her prediction was correct. She assumed that this could happen to him. Yeren, leaning against the wall, said that the main character should rest. His body is not in the best shape. Kang-hoo took the earphone out of his ear and asked if everything was okay with her. She looked at him in surprise. The protagonist said with a stern look that he didn't think that the people from Eclipse would interfere with this. Yeren put her hand to her chin with a smile on her face and told him not to worry. She looked at him with an inspired look and said that those freaks from Eclipse were weak, and she was not an easy one either. Kang-hoo said with a smile on his face that he was glad that she was okay. He thanked her and told her to convey his thanks to Seo-yeon as well. Yeren asked with red cheeks, "What do you mean convey?" He should have told her about it himself. The protagonist disagreed with her and said that it would be better this way, for Seo-yeon's sake. She looked at him in surprise. Kang-hoo remembered the events of the novel and thought that Seo-yeon was a character who would follow Kang-hoo. If they get close, everything would end the same way as in the story. Kang-hoo held Seo-yeon's lifeless body with his hands in horror. The protagonist, calmly walking away, said that he would go. Yeren looked at him and said that if he had a reason for this, she would not pressure him. But could he just spare her a minute? She, with flushed cheeks, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, said that she wanted to tell him something. Kanhu, looking interested, told her to speak already. Yeren said that about the body that he handed over to them recently. They were investigating the case, but it was difficult to identify him with the hunter's ID. There is a possibility that he forged the ID. She looked at the protagonist with a serious expression and said that with his permission, they would need more time to sort out this case. Kanhu, calmly agreeing with her, told them to sort it out as long as it takes. Yeren, looking ahead, said that about Eclipse, about Sohee there is no information. So many people were involved before, but now everything is too quiet. The protagonist put his hand on his chin with a thoughtful expression and said that they might be trying to cover it up. Yeren nodded her head with a serious expression and said that she thought so too. However, they put all their efforts into eliminating Kanhu. They even sent their guild leaders after him. The protagonist asked what she thought happened to Sohee. Yeren closed her eyes and raised her hand and said that she didn't think anyone knew anything about her. But she was most likely eliminated after the failed mission, which is what Donghyun would have done. Kanhu looked ahead with a serious expression and thought about Sohee. He remembered what happened after the fight with her. The protagonist sighed and said that she didn't have to worry about her since Sohee had escaped. Seoyun put her hands on the shoulders of the falling Kanhu. He quickly looked at the window that was popping up behind them. The Dimension Thief said that he had lived up to his status. When the protagonist wanted to level up, he should let him know. Kanhu came out of the memories with a smile on his face and thought that they had a difficult relationship, but thanks to Sohee, he had a chance. The protagonist looked away and said that he would go. Yeren sadly put her hand on her hip and said that he might be chased, he should be careful. Kanhu put his hands in his pockets and told her not to worry. He looked away with a smile on his face and said that he would go to a place where no one would find him. After some time, Shiwan put his hand on the bloody phone. It says that the Gwangju Guild was attacked by a gang from Taejun. He calmly leaned his face on his hand and looked at the phone and asked, did they really suddenly start a fight? It really irritates him, and he wanted to get them on their side. Shiwan leaned back in his chair and said that too many things have been going wrong lately. He thought that the River Taewa Guild had dealt with Taisu, and the Ulsan Guild. They still haven't found the one who took Taisu's left arm. They don't have enough information. Shiwan tapped his finger on the table and put the phone to his ear. The man spoke to him through the phone. Shiwan looked away and said that they needed to find out the reason for the collision between Eclipse and the Haiyan Guild from Gwangju. He asked to get his CCTV footage. After some time, the building stood under a clear sky illuminated by the bright rays of the sun. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, clenching his hand into a fist, said that it was time for him to start. The Dimension Thief said that he needed to clarify one thing before starting. In this task, if Kanhu dies, it will be forever. He knows about it, right? The protagonist looked at him with a smile on his face and said that he knows about it. The constellation exam is held at the discretion of the constellation. Depending on the constellation, there are different types of tests. The only thing that unites all the tests is that the difficulty level will be high in any case. There are also cases when constellations arrange tests in order to get rid of a person. After all, after death, the contract is cancelled. Kanhu thought with a serious look that he should challenge after he improves his skills. But he felt it during the fight with Sohee. He needs this promotion, he does not have time to think. He put his hand on his hip with a confident grin on his face and told him not to worry, when, like now. The Dimension Thief said that it means he worried for no reason and he follows his will. Kanhu's body began to disappear after the Dimension Thief's words. He kept his hands in his pockets and moved to a dark place. The protagonist looked in surprise at the many ghosts of people. Kanhu turned to the side and said that there were more spectators than he thought. It seemed like it would be a good debut. The Dimension Stealer, sitting in the highest place, said that he was glad that he liked it. He greeted the constellations with a bright glow and said that he was glad to welcome them to the debut of his contractor. Kanhu looked at him from the ground amidst clouds of smoke. The Dimension Stealer said that during this test, the protagonist would share his fate and gain more power. If Kanhu failed, he would die in the end. He extended a ball of light forward and asked them to share their holy power with him if they were interested in the outcome of this test. If the test was failed, the holy power would be returned to them. The protagonist's opponents would be hunters from another dimension. The choice of opponent would be up to Kanhu. He looked ahead with a serious expression and thought that it might seem like he had a choice. But the key to success was gaining recognition from the constellations. An uninteresting fight would not satisfy them. Kanhu sighed heavily, trying to choose an opponent. The protagonist looked at the bright light in the sky breaking space into pieces with a smile on his face and said that he would choose it. All the constellations looked at him in surprise. The Lord of the Wild put his hand on his chin and said that this was interesting. He chose the one he could never defeat. The system window notified that the constellations, the Lord of the Wild and the Apostle of Justice, had donated holy power. Many system windows notified that everyone had donated holy power. A huge number of balls of light quickly flew to the side. Shiwan, with a smile on his face, said that it seemed that they had collected quite a lot of holy power. He was illuminated by a bright light descending down onto the battlefield and said that this was interesting. A battle with a creature from another dimension. The protagonist, with a confident grin on his face, raised his hand with a knife appearing. Kanhu, with a confident look enveloped in blue mana, looked forward holding a weapon in his hand. He, with a smile on his face, created a rose in his hand and thought that this was a great chance. Now the mana is much more abundant and pure. Shiwan looked down with a smile on his face and asked, "Is he a healer or a sick patient?" The protagonist quickly bit off a rosebud and told him not to worry, because he is either. Shiwan, hanging in the air, asked what his level was. Kanhu, enveloped in green mana, threw the rose stem aside and said that he was level 47. Shiwan asked with an arrogant look, "Does he really want to fight someone who has reached level 800? He raised his hand up and said that it was reckless. Apparently Kanhu chose him to attract the attention of the constellations. But all he can show them is his death. Shiwan turned to the side and addressed the respected constellations and asked, "Isn't it a pity for them to come all this way here, just to return so quickly?" He extended his hand forward with a smile on his face, showing 2 fingers, and said that it was worth giving the protagonist a head start. Shiwan will only use 2 constellations. Kanhu thought with a smile on his face that Shiwan would never miss the opportunity to address the constellations. All the constellations are eager to take the leading positions. As soon as they see these numbers, they are eager to sign a contract. The skilled manipulator asked, "Is it really only 2 constellations?" The crazy mathematician said that he really wants to see his skills. The protagonist looked up at him and thought that all these countless constellations were captivated by one guy. He raised his weapon with a smile on his face, squeezing it in his hand, and thought that he thought differently. Some time ago, an assistant holding documents in his hand turned to the head of the Shiwan Guild and said that these were the documents he requested. Shiwan looked at the documents in his hand with an interested look and asked, "Is it really about the eclipse?" The assistant closed his eyes and said that these were documents about communication with the abyss. The head, with a thoughtful look, said that everything was very complicated. On a piece of paper, a photo of Lee Hyun-suk, the Abyss Commander, was pasted with a caption that the Abyss Commander was answering questions regarding the Purification Guild. Shirhuan quickly tore the piece of paper and asked why he was so obsessed with this truth. He raised his hand with an ominous smile on his face, creating dark mana in it, and said that people would still believe what they wanted to hear. The leader put the torn documents on the table and asked if he was sure about this. The assistant, standing in front of the table, Shirhuan, told him not to worry, because he also agreed. The leader said that all that was left was to send the request. After some time, Hyun-suk and Park Dong-jae, his only blood relative, were standing on the street. Dong-jae waved him off with an angry look and said that they were acting according to plan. At the same time, Sang-mi put her finger on the ringing phone, accepting a call from Commander Hyun-suk. She put the phone to her ear with a smile on her face. Hyun-suk asked, "Is it her?" Sang-mi agreed with him and said into the phone that they hadn't talked for a long time. The commander said that he heard about what happened in Ulsan. It seems like they had to try hard. She put her hand on her side and said that they only messed around with weaklings. Someone else dealt with Taisu. Sang-mi confidently asked how they were doing with time. She had something to talk about with him. Hyun-suk held the phone to his ear and apologized and said that he didn't have the time for it now. He put his hand on his head with a tense look and said that he couldn't contact Dong-jae. Did he really get stuck in the dungeon again? Sang-mi remembered him with a smile on her face and asked if he really got into something again. She said loudly that he was the same as always. The commander looked at the phone in his hand with a smile on his face and said that Min Yuseok, the leader of the Abyss Squad, had already gone after him, so this matter would be resolved soon. Hyun-suk asked how about meeting up. The commander, smiling, sitting behind the chair, said that she had done a good job with the mission in Ulsan. Besides, they hadn't seen each other for a long time and could discuss plans in private. Sammy, looking happy, said loudly into the phone that she was only glad about it. In the present, Kanho quickly looked forward. The protagonist, standing under a powerful stream of dark mana, looked down. He used the self-defense skill and thought that Shiwan had already managed to break through his defense. He, with a smile on his face, surrounded by flying streams of mana, raised his finger up and told Kanho not to worry. He hadn't even shown his hidden abilities yet. The protagonist, with a grin on his face, clutching a weapon in his hand, thought that, just like in the story, its reload speed was very fast. It was better not to go against him without protection. Kanho, with a confident look, stood on one knee, leaning his hand on the ground, using protective armor. Shiwan, with a confident smile on his face, raised his hand, concentrating dark mana in it, and asked if they would check his clothes for resistance. He directed a rapidly flying purple flame forward and loudly told the main character to run if he wanted to live. Kanho quickly jumped aside from the dark mana exploding near him. Shiwan looked at him with a smirk on his face, directing a beam of mana from his finger, and asked, "Did he really dodge?" He moved his hands to the sides, directing wind arrows to the ground. Kanho, quickly running away from them, thought that he had encountered a similar skill before. But this one is on a completely different level. If even one arrow hit him, he would be finished. The protagonist used a quick dodge and quickly found himself aside from the fallen arrows. He looked up with a serious expression and thought that this means black magic. Information about his constellation of the Seeker of Black Darkness appeared above Shiwan's head. It stabilizes black magic, prevents mental and physical madness. Kanho thought that this was his first constellation. Shiwan loudly addressed the constellations and said that this insect turned out to be tenacious. They should not worry that everything will end quickly. The master manipulator said that it was quite annoying to mess around with such a turn of events. The Lord of the Wild asked, "Are they deliberately taking their time?" The Angel of War said that it was quite cruel. The Dimension Stealer glowed and said that he didn't know what to say. It seemed that it was too early to judge the results. Kanho quickly ran forward, leaving traces of mana behind him. He confidently raised his clenched hand with mana and thought that it was good that he didn't remain silent. Now it was his turn to act. The protagonist used his abduction skill, directing a huge hand of mana towards Shiwan. He looked in surprise at the hand of mana rushing towards his face. Shiwan, with a smile on his face, moved his hands to the sides and, using his dispersion skill, dissolved the hand rushing towards him. Kanho gritted his teeth and thought, did he really just disperse and absorb it? Shiwan, with a smile on his face, hanging in the air among the remnants of mana, said that he didn't think he had such a skill. He should slightly reevaluate his skills. The protagonist quickly made a leap forward. Kanho used the teleportation skill and created several illusions and quickly attacked him, jumping up. Shiwan looked at him in surprise, surrounded by illusions. He used his space control skill and disappeared into the red crack that opened in the sky. Kanho, holding a weapon in his hand, quickly flew forward. The protagonist raised his leg and slid down the wall, leaving a scratch on it from the weapon. He clenched his teeth with an angry look and, holding the weapon stuck in the wall with his hands, looked at Shiwan. Kanho thought that this was his second constellation. Information about his constellation, the spatial conductor, appeared above Shiwan's head. It opens and closes spaces to facilitate movement. Kanho, with great force, leaning his feet on the wall, tried to get his weapon out of the wall. He confidently used a jump and quickly headed towards Shiwan, holding his weapon in his hand. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, thought that then how was he supposed to do this? He used a shadow step and quickly attacked him from different sides. Shiwan looked away with a smirk on his face and thought how desperately he was fighting. He would see what the protagonist was still capable of. Shiwan would burn his body in turn. He extended his hand forward, striking the shadows with an explosion of purple flame. Kanho used the exchange skill and held the knife in his hand and moved behind his back. Shiwan quickly turned to the side with an irritated look. Kanho confidently directed the weapon in his hand forward at great speed. He threw the knife at him with all his might, blowing up the air around him. Shiwan extended his hand with powerful red mana and blocked his blow. The knife disappeared into a bright spatial rift. The protagonist quickly headed towards him, creating several illusions. He quickly turned to the side with fear on his face. At the same time, Yuseok quickly put his hand on Dongji's shoulder. He turned to his side with fear on his face and asked, "What is this?" Dongjae asked loudly, Is it really Yusiak? The squad leader, looking tired, stretched out his hand and breathed heavily, squeezing it. Dong Jae, looking confused, clenched his hands into fists and said what happened. Yusiak turned to the side, pressed his finger to his mouth and interrupted him, quietly telling him to shut up. He clenched his hand into a fist, covered his face and quietly told him to listen carefully. Yusiak received information that the Purification Guild was hunting them. Dong Jae looked at him with a frightened look. He, looking angry, clenched his hand into a fist and quietly asked if this was true. The man, hiding behind the building, listened to their conversation. Yusiak, fearfully, quickly ran forward, putting his hand on Dongji's shoulder and loudly said that there was no time for explanations. He needed to follow him. Dong Jae, running after him, agreed with his words. The commander, with a red face, clenched his teeth, turned to the side and thought that it was good that he had established communication in advance. The man looked at them in surprise. He looked forward with an angry expression, clenching his fist, and asked loudly, "What is this?" The guy holding the phone in his hand looked at him and asked, "What is this?" The man said loudly that they had lost sight of the target. Yusiak looked angry, quickly running forward, and clenched Dongji's hand. The protagonist looked away with horror on his face, gritting his teeth, and using a shield. Shiwon looked at the shadows of Kanha fighting on the ground. The protagonist, in surprise, kneeled down, leaning his hand on the ground, and looked at the circle of mana around him. Shiwon, surrounded by mana, said that he didn't seem to understand who he was dealing with. He asked with a terrifying expression, "How dare Kanha chase him?" Shiwon, using the oxidized skill, quickly hit the ground with an explosion of green mana. The protagonist, with a confident expression, quickly ran forward using the exchange skill. Shiwon looked down with an arrogant expression and said that it was useless. He extended his hand forward with a powerful stream of dark mana, using his skill to create a spatial rift. Kanghu, with a drop of sweat on his face, turned to the side and thought that it was black and spatial magic. The protagonist, with a tense look holding a knife in his hand, quickly jumped to the side, looking to the side. Kanghu headed towards the open rift at great speed. A powerful beam of dark mana hit the illusion, dissolving it. The protagonist quickly ran forward from the flying beam of mana. He, with an angry look moving his hand away from the beam, thought that it was impossible to keep up with it. Shiwon, with a smile on his face, holds his hand covered in red mana in front of him. A powerful beam of dark mana hit the running Kanghu. The protagonist looked up in fear, coughing up blood from his mouth. A powerful explosion of mana shook the ground, with its power illuminating the space around with purple light. At the same time, Dong Jae and Yusiak quickly run forward along the street. Yusiak, turning to the side, loudly told him to be patient a little longer. They will run here and that's it. They looked forward with fear as they entered the dark room. Several men with guns in their hands looked at them. Yusiak looked around in surprise and asked loudly, "Are these really those guys?" A man with a sly grin on his face held a knife to Dongji's throat. The guy with a smile on his face told them to stand still and not move. "He doesn't want to see them kill him, does he?" Yusiak looked away with an angry look and loudly said that they were freaks. The guy with a smile on his face hit his back with a stick with great force. Dong Jae fearfully clenched his hand into a fist and loudly addressed Yusiak. The guy said that he didn't think it would be that easy. He ordered the guys to get out of here. Yusiak, with an angry look, lay on the ground and clenched his palm. He stretched out his shaking hand and loudly told them not to do this. The guy turned around, hearing Yusiak loudly call out to Dong Jae and loudly say that it was that voice. They quickly ran in the direction they heard the scream. The man clenched his fist and loudly asked Yusiak if he was okay. The commander was sitting on the ground leaning against the wall and covered his face with his hand and apologized to them and said that Dong Jae was kidnapped. The guy put his hand on his shoulder in surprise and loudly asked what that meant. Yusiak, with beads of sweat running down his face, clenched his teeth and holding his hand on his head, loudly said that he should have been more careful. The man looked at him and said that they would start searching. Which way did they go? The commander pointed to the side and said that they went there and turned left. They ran quickly in the direction he showed with confident faces and loudly told him to rely on them. Yusiak, with an ominous grin on his face, looked to the side and said that he relied on them. Shiwon flew closer to the explosion site and looked at the dark smoke rushing from below. He stretched out his hand with a smile on his face and addressed the respected constellations. He looked at them and asked if they enjoyed this show. Shiwon said with a smile on his face that even if it was for such a short time, it was an honor for him. He did not have time to finish speaking and turned towards the flying ball of light. Shiwan looked up at the bright glowing ball and wondered if the dimension hadn't closed yet. He looked at the bright smoke below and said loudly that it had. Kanhu, with a smile on his face, holding a phone in his hand, came out of the smoke and thanked him. He listened to the music with a confident look and said that thanks to the time Shiwan spent talking, he was able to recover. Shiwan looked down with an angry look and thought that he thought the protagonist had died. He said that how dare he listen to music in his presence. Kanhu, putting his phone in his jacket, told him to stop pouring out his soul. The protagonist, with a confident grin on his face, raised his hand with a weapon appearing in it, and said that now no attack will help him. Shiwan looked at him with a displeased look and asked what kind of nonsense is this. He released a very strong energy, and said that he will kill him, and he will not say such nonsense anymore. Kanghu looked at him with a serious expression and thought that if he hit him this time, he would definitely die. But if he couldn't defeat him here, he wouldn't be able to defeat him in reality either. Shiwan looked at him with a smug smile and thought that he was definitely bluffing and even closed his eyes. He used the skill Assassin's Loyalty and released a very strong magic attack. Kanghu stood still with a calm expression and dodged at the last moment with the skill Quick Dodge. Shiwan was very surprised by this and continued to watch him. He wondered with a shocked expression how he managed to dodge. Kanghu turned to him with a confident smile and looked up. At the same time, Hyunsuk asked loudly with a shocked expression, was Dongjae really kidnapped? Yuseok bowed to him and told the master that he apologized since it was his fault. Hyunsuk calmed down and said that he didn't need to apologize since it wasn't his fault. He sat down on his chair and said that they should sit down and talk in a calm environment. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked who it was. Yuseok sat down next to him and said that he wouldn't say it was an elite hunter squad. There's a high chance that their goal is money. They might be contacted through Dongji's phone. Hyunseok thoughtfully thinks about everything he said. After a few seconds he said that it was a simple kidnapping or it was the work of the Purification Guild. It seems that they shouldn't rule out either of those options. He looked at the newspaper lying next to him and said that the Purification Guild has been getting more and more controlled lately. If they got information on him, then it's no wonder they took on Dongjae. One way or another, they have to investigate this. He should contact the people who know that he is his uncle and make sure that the Purification Guild doesn't follow him. Yuseok started to get up from his chair and said that in that case he will do it right away. Hyunseok said that he was relying on him. Sanmi would also arrive soon and could help them. Yuseok thought that it would be perfect if he could take this opportunity to deal with her. He turned around and said with a sly smile that he would obey him. At the same time, Shiwan said with a sly smile that he wouldn't be able to avoid this attack. He released a large amount of his energy and said that he was destined to die. Kanghu closed his eyes and calmly thought that if he started to dodge the attack after it hit him, he wouldn't be able to avoid it in time. But he could sense the mana contained in the enemy's skills. It was impossible in general. However, the mana flows in this place are much purer and more abundant, so he should be able to do it. He suddenly ran forward very fast with the skill acceleration and dodged all of his opponent's attacks. Shiwan was very surprised by his speed and watched his actions closely. Kanhu continued to run forward with a sly smile and thought that his sensitivity to mana played into his hands. The Lord of the Wild asked, has he found his way? This man is worthy of being looked at by them. The vicious manipulator said that he is looking forward to the outcome of this fight. Shiwan, with a surprised and displeased look, asked loudly, how dare he decide to outshine him? He used the skill Assassin's Loyalty and created an explosion of dark energy. When the dust raised by the explosion cleared, he did not see him in the arena, and this confused him. Shiwan looked around with a worried look and wondered how he could disappear. Kanhu used the skill Teleportation and appeared behind him. He swung his dagger, which he channeled his energy into, and was about to strike. Shiwan noticed this with a surprised look and watched him use the decapitation skill. At the same time, the bandit took Dongjae to the utility room and said that he should sit here quietly. If he interfered, he would start cutting off his fingers. After that, he left the room and closed the door behind him. Dongjae looked at his tied hands and asked how he ended up in this situation and what was going on. Yuseok said that the Purification Guild was hunting him, but these guys were definitely not from that guild. The gray guy called on the phone and said that they captured Dongjae as they ordered. He will come to check it out. Guanhyun, who he called, said that it was easier than he thought. In 2 days, he will personally come for him. At the same time, Kanhu did not finish his strike and his dagger stopped in front of Shiwan's throat. He couldn't complete his attack because his arm was bound by a chain made of magical energy. Kanhu looked at him with a serious expression and said that it looks like he's already given up. He saw the system window, which said that it was the constellation absorber, which gave absolute defense against attacks from enemies whose level was 1/3 that of the skill owner. Kanhu surprised him greatly by saying that he had activated 3 constellations. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he said that in any case, it seems like the winner has been decided. Kanhu used his skill and jumped away from him a few meters. He said with a sly smile that he was willing to bet that he was willing to take back his words. The fallen prophet said that this was amazing. This caught Shiwan's attention, and he suddenly raised his head to look at the constellations. The fallen prophet said that he didn't think he would successfully use a skill that was blocked from him before. The drug lord asked, "Isn't this a skill that monsters use?" The war god of the war hammer said that it was amazing that he was so skilled at handling it. He was looking forward to the continuation. Shiwan, with a very angry and worried look, thought that he couldn't lose to a guy who hadn't even reached level 50. He asked what kind of tricks he used. Kanhu, with a calm look, said that he didn't use anything except stealth. Shiwan, with a smile, asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Where did he see a level 50 assassin with such a skill? Kanhu, with a calm look, said that there was some truth to it. He looked at him with a sly smile and asked, however, he doesn't believe him, right? The Lord of the Wild asked, does he mean to say that he hid his true level from the beginning? He had exhausted his opponent. Due to fatigue, he may well defeat him. The War Angel said that no one should reveal their cards to the opponent. Shiwan was very unhappy about what happened and clenched his hand into a fist. He started to fly into the air and a very strong flame appeared under his feet. He started to float above the ground and created a fire tornado above his head. He looked down with a serious expression and said that he admits that he probably underestimated him too much. He should let him show a little sincerity. At the same time, Sangmi, sitting on the bus, looked out the window and said with a smile that she hasn't seen Dong Jae and the commander for a long time. She took out her phone and said that she can finally fulfill her promise. She texted Kanghu, does he remember the promise? She had an opportunity to fulfill it. If everything goes well, they will meet in Jianghian in 2 days. Kanghu at this time looked at the huge flame above him and wondered if this crazy freak really decided to use this skill. The Lady of Light, watching what was happening, said that it was amazing. The great dictator said that he never thought he would have such a skill, even with his high level. Shiwan, holding his hand above his head to control his skill, said that he should have started with this. He looked at his opponent with a sly smile and said that he would burn him to ashes. He lowered his hand down with the same smile and directed all those flames towards him. Kanhu stood in place and looked at it with a shocked look as it quickly approached him. Shiwan used the great red flame skill and because of it, a huge explosion occurred. A large cloud of smoke remained in the arena, and the constellations sitting in the stands watched what was happening. He looked down with a displeased look and said that he couldn't believe this. Isn't this a violation of the rules? Kanhu stood in the same place with a sly smile, looking at him and covering his head with his hand. Shiwan looked at the destroyed arena and said that the constellation interfered with their fight. The Dimension Stealer said that he couldn't allow people to do too much in his dimension. Besides, he had already passed the test. Shiwan looked at him with a surprised and confused expression and asked, what did he mean? The Dimension Stealer said that he had completed his task. Now he could return. Immediately after that, a rift in space appeared behind Shiwan and began to pull him in. Due to his strong dissatisfaction, his hands began to tremble and he asked, what did this all mean? He shouldn't joke around with him. After these words, he was teleported back to the dimension he came from. The Dimension Stealer said that in order to avoid consequences, he erased his memory and sent him back to his dimension. Kanhu, with a slightly worried expression, thought that he was on the verge of death. Although he suspected that such a thing could happen. Although one could say that it was obvious. During the constellation test, there were extremely dangerous situations, but he still received support. This means that he completed the task. He put away his dagger with a small smile and said that in that case they should move on to the reward. The Dimension Thief told the respected constellations that they themselves knew this very well. Looking at the amount of holy power, the result is obvious. The Battle Angel said that it was an amazing sight. The Lord of the Wild said that it was a pity that he got it. Don't they think that it would have suited him better? The Dimension Thief, unhappy with this, said that he would kick him out if he continued to talk such nonsense. Apocalypse said that he had become interested in him too. He would continue to watch him, and would never forget this sight. Kanhu looked at the system windows appearing around him with a smile and thought that thanks to this test, he was able to leave a good impression of himself. The Dimension Thief said that they were all showing too much interest in his ward. He would allow them to do so, but only today. The holy power gathered from the constellations went to Kanhu and the system announced that it was being converted into experience points. The Dimension Thief said that he congratulated him on completing the test. After returning, he would gain new skills. He would look forward to his growth. After that, Kanhu returned to his dimension and the system announced that the level had been raised to 101st. He looked at this system window with a smile and said that now he had finally reached a worthy level. A few more system windows appeared in front of him and he was surprised by what he saw there. It said that the basic skill of the assassin class, Soul Imprint, had been acquired. Skills are improved with the advanced Soul Imprint depending on the strength of the constellation. You can leave an imprint on 5 items. These items can be freely exchanged within 100 meters. Kanhu said that it will be easier for him now. During the time with Sohi, he encountered difficulties with weapons. Perhaps he should put an imprint on all the useful weapons he has. The system notifies that the Dimension Thief is a neutral constellation. It is a constellation with special abilities for stealing skills and upgrading skills. First, it maintains mastery of all skills at maximum. Second, it allows you to steal an enemy's skill. Third, if he kills another hunter, the contract for his constellation will be stolen. Kanhu looked at this and said that the newly discovered characteristic is quite useful, but he does not think he will use it often. The system notifies that upon reaching level 100, the constellation Master Yawabi will grant him a chance to Yawabi. Kanhu said that it happens that different items that are not compatible with each other are mixed, and this creates problems for the character. If he does not take advantage of this, he will regret it. He clicked on one of the 3 cards that he decided to take. After that, the system notifies that the constellation Master Yawabi has created a good item. The ability to use a skill once. He can copy one skill 100% from a hunter. Kanhu said with a wide smile that if he could copy the skill Shiwan Great Red Flame, it would be nice. Getting a skill that is not available to anyone from the assassin class is cool. He has someone in mind, but the problem is that he is an infamous person who is currently in China. He received a call on his phone and it caught his attention. He answered the call and Yeren said that she was happy that he got in touch. How is he feeling? Kanhu said that she shouldn't worry since he was fine. She said that it was great news. It seemed that the Eclipse Guild had finally quieted down. If he had some free time, would he like to take on an easy quest? Kanhu asked what kind of quest it was. Yeren said that he would need to mine something. A new mine had been discovered in Hongqian. The Freedom Stone. It was a stone similar to a magic stone that required mana to mine. It was needed to create certain items, but it was extremely rare since there were almost no mines to mine it from. It seemed that the reward would be worthy. Kanhu said with a smile that he would be able to start doing this quest tomorrow. The next day, in a dungeon located outside of Hongqian, the surprised miners stared at something and said nothing. Kanhu sat on the ground and used his magic with a serious look. A smile appeared on his face, and he thought that it would be great to dig it up and go meet Sammy right away. He wants to get to the Abyss Commander as quickly as possible. Because of the strict security measures, it is impossible to access it without a middleman. Kanhu continued to use his magic and saw a very strong energy, which attracted the attention of the miners standing nearby. He looked at the place where this energy was coming from with a smile, and said that it was here. He used the skill Bleeding Strike to strengthen the blow of his pickaxe and immediately found the desired stone. Kanhu looked at this with a slightly tired look and wiped the sweat from his face. He took the stone for himself and said that this would be enough. The surprised miners looked at him and said that he did it in an instant. Is he really that sensitive to mana? Maybe he is a high-level hunter? Kanhu heard someone cry out in pain and immediately turned towards the voice. A guy with a disgruntled look and a sword in his hand attacked the miner and asked loudly why are they just taking up the workplaces? Do they really want to be laughed at? He noticed Kanhu who had a lot of stones and asked who he was. Did he really think to hide these stones for himself? He took up his sword and went along with other armed men towards him. They all go towards him together and this guy asked, "This way is better than digging by yourself, right?" Kanhu remembered his past because of this situation, and with a serious look thought that all these guys are the same. He took out his dagger and thought that this is not the best scenario, but it does not matter. Suddenly someone shot at a group of these guys and a strong magical explosion occurred. Kanhu looked at it with a surprised look and wondered what was that. Several wounded guys fell to the ground and their leader, who was not affected by the explosion, loudly asked what was that. Where did it come from? The man with the scar on his face stared at them and pulled back his arrow to shoot his bow. He fired and hit one of the bandits from a long distance. The bandit leader turned towards those who attacked them with a very displeased look and asked loudly, "Who are these idiots?" The man who fired the bow adjusted his mask and asked, "Was he the one talking about them?" Kanhu, standing next to the bandits, looked at him in surprise and noticed the devil's mask. The girl raised her shotgun and fired a shot using magical energy. The bandit leader managed to run to the side and her shot hit one of his subordinates. He pointed at them with his hand and said loudly that they should surround and destroy them. The bandits ran up to them very quickly and started fighting them in close combat. Suddenly, one of the bandits was hit from behind by a knife, which caused him to die immediately. The girl with the shotgun was very surprised at what had just happened. Kanhu looked at them with a serious expression after throwing his dagger and taking out another one. He took the dagger in his right hand and using the short distance jump skill, he ran past the bandits very quickly and killed several of them. The man with the bow holds back one of the bandits and watches what is happening on the battlefield. The leader of the bandits was very angry because he attacked his subordinates and called him a freak. He ran towards him with his sword in his hand and loudly said that he will kill him. The girl with a worried look loudly warned Kanhu about the danger, which made him immediately turn around. Using his new skill, he took the dagger with his imprint stuck in the bandit's throat. He struck back very quickly and dodged the sword strike. He looked at the bandit trembling in pain with a smile, and said that it was very easy. Kanhu pulled out his dagger, and the bandit's body fell to the ground. The girl looked at him and thought it was amazing that he dealt with them in just a few seconds. What caught his attention was that the man with the scar used fire magic and defeated the remaining bandits. After that, he walked towards him and said that as expected, his skills were amazing. He took off his mask and said with a smile that he never thought he would meet him in such a place. He surprised Kanhu by telling him his full name. After this battle, a miner who was attacked by the bandits came to them and said that he was grateful to them for saving him. His name is Mr. Jung Se Hyun, right? The man agreed and said that they were all safe now. Kanhu looked at him and thought that this was Jung Se Hyun's team that he was leading. He is a man whose goal is to free the exploited hunters. He has enough power to destroy oppressors without listening to their excuses, and he was nicknamed the Silent Judge. While trying to defeat Eclipse, he died at the hands of Donghyun. Kanhu asked how he knew his name. Seon said that for sure, he didn't explain anything. He got information about him from his man who was embedded in the Eclipse Guild. He surprised him by personally dealing with Sohee. Kanhu looked at him with a serious expression and thought that probably everyone in Eclipse already knew about it. He asked if they could call him Jung Sungyu instead of his real name. Also, if they don't mind, he would like to exchange contact information with each of them. What he said surprised them a lot, and they looked at him with bewilderment. Seon said loudly that it was an honor for him. The girl said that her name was Bang Seon, and she knew that he was good at support. Kanhu looked at her and thought that she seemed to be a relative of Sehyun. He looked at his phone at this time and said that according to the insider's information, the Eclipse Guild was still hunting him. He raised his head with a serious expression and said that he should be careful. The next day in Hongcheon, Gangwon Province. Kanhu looked at his phone and thought that this was not a bad quest. The payment was worth the time spent. He remembered that Yeren looked at the freedom stones he took out and said that she would add another 15 million to the payment. Kanhu continued to look at his phone and thought that now there was only one task left. Sangmi approached him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She asked him with a big smile, how was he doing? After some time, the two of them arrived at Gyeonggi Province, the headquarters of the Abyss. They approached a man in uniform and Sangmi asked if he could notify the commander that guests were waiting for him. Kanhu looked around and thought that there were as many guards here as in his story. The soldiers immediately greeted Hyunsuk, who had just arrived, and called Sangmi by name. She turned to him and called out loudly with a cheerful voice for the commander. He said with a big smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He noticed Kanhu standing next to her and asked with a serious look, who was standing next to her. Sangmi said with a smile that he came with her. Kanhu said that he could call Sungyu. Hyunsuk looked at him with a serious expression and said that it was nice to meet him. He should wait for a while. After that, Kang-hoo sat alone in the office and thought that this already seemed like isolation. Even though they were very careful about safety, this was too much. A smile appeared on his face. He remembered the scenario and thought that Hyun-suk only had one reason to be so careful at this moment. In any case, he was here at the right time. He would be able to gain his trust. At the same time, Sang-mi asked loudly with a very surprised expression, "Was Dong-jae seriously kidnapped?" Hyun-suk calmly said that he was sorry for having to treat her guests like that. He couldn't do otherwise since it was an emergency. Sang-mi said that it was strange anyway. How about entrusting this task to her guest? He was the one who helped her in Ulsan. His skills are obviously good. Hyun-suk asked with a serious expression, "Is she suggesting sending an outsider on such a task?" Sang-mi said that he was trustworthy, so there was no need to worry. Maybe she should talk to him in person? He wanted to meet him anyway. After that, she left the office and Kang-hoo came inside and sat down opposite him. Hyun-suk said that he heard that he was looking for a meeting with him. He looked at the commander with a serious expression and said that he would be honest with him. He wants to get support from the Abyss. Hyun-suk was surprised by this and thought, does he want to get support from them? He said that as he already knows, the public doesn't speak very well of them. Plus, they have a long and unfinished conflict with the Purification Guild. He doesn't think that's the best place to get support. Kang-hoo said with a serious expression that it's obvious that the Abyss is partially under the Purification Guild's control. However, he is successfully resisting them. Doesn't that mean he has great power? That's why he came to him. Compared to other reputable places and larger guilds, he could get a much better reward. Kang-hoo thought it was a reasonable offer. The Abyss had a significant number of dungeons and other riches. And their leader Hyun-seok also had high-level skills. If he immediately declared his desire to join his guild, it would be suspicious. If he kept the right distance, it would guarantee his safety. It was best to create business relationships based on trust. Kang-hoo said that he didn't think it was an easy path. If he supported him, he would provide them with appropriate assistance. Hyun-seok said that it turned out that he wasn't afraid of the prejudices about his guild. He also liked the fact that he didn't try to win his favor with lies. They had the same goal in the Abyss. He didn't think he could immediately entrust him with high-priority tasks as the commander-in-chief. At the same time, the guy clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that they needed to move him to the farthest room. He was leading Dunge and asked with a very displeased look who he was that they were keeping such a close eye on him. It seemed that someone from his family was an important person. The boss was even planning to raise the stakes. He had heard that the amount was already quite large. Would they be able to pay the ransom if the amount increased? The second bandit said with a smile that of course it was. He leaned over to his partner and said that he had heard that the customer was the Purification Guild. The bandit said loudly in a good mood that if that was really the case, then that was cool. These bastards care about their image, so blackmail will work. They opened the door and one of the bandits kicked Dunge into the room and loudly said that he should quickly go inside. Suddenly they heard a loud sound that attracted their attention, and one of them loudly asked what was going on there. Another bandit, closing the door to the room, said that if he wanted to stay alive, he should sit quietly. He slammed the door and said that from now on a real monster would be watching him. At the same time, a huge man walked down the corridor and stopped next to the door. Dunge was sitting in a dark room and wondered where they got this information from. He and his uncle had tried to hide their family relationship. It was obvious that the Purification Guild would threaten his uncle by holding him hostage. The entire Abyss would be in danger afterwards. He looked at his tied hands and asked why he was so weak. His hands were filled with energy, and he said that if only someone were next to him now. At the same time, Kanho was driving a car and Yeren said on the phone that she had a task for him. This was a request to find and save a kidnapped person. A high reward would await him for successfully completing the task. She would send him all the information. Kanghu agreed and said that he would contact her when he was done. Immediately after that, she sent him a photo of Dong-jae, whom he would have to save. He remembered Hyun-suk's words about not being able to give him important tasks, and said that even though he refused, in the end he still had to save Dong-jae, because he was the only member of his family. He needed to make an impression, and then Hyun-suk would consider his request. And he would also be able to prevent the internal conflict in the Abyss. After some time, Kanghu arrived in the Gimcheon district. He created energy in his hand and said that he would finally be able to use it. The power obtained from the constellation test. After some time, at the building where Dong-jae was being held, a man goes up to the entrance of the building and says that his shift is over. The guard who was told this went inside and wished his colleague a good shift. He went inside and they did not notice that someone else had snuck inside. Kang-Hu entered the building with his skill and saw one of the bandits telling the others that they should get ready because a client would be arriving soon. He thought that it seemed like that someone was coming for Dong Jae. If we look at the narration from Shiwan's point of view, it was written that Hyun-seok, who was spreading rumors about the Purification Guild, would be taught a lesson through his nephew Dong Jae. Although the kidnapping process was not described in detail, he instructed Tae-seok to kidnap him. He would definitely come for him personally. The man walked up to the car that stopped in front of the building and said that he welcomed him. The boss was already waiting. The man who got out of the car was Gwan-hyun, who was looking at him with a smile. Kang-Hu was looking at them through the glass door while they were talking about something. He quietly ran between the bandits standing in the hallway and thought that now was the perfect time, so he should hurry. He passed by all the guards standing on the stairs and in the hallway unnoticed and was able to go down to the lowest floor. Kang-Hu looked into the dark hallway and thought that there was almost no guard on this floor. He looked around and wondered if there was really anyone here. Maybe he should have started from the lowest floor? He was very surprised when he noticed a very strong man who swung his fist and looked right at him. At the same time, the leader of the Black Bones gang, Shin Juno, extended his hand with a smile and said that he never thought that such a precious guest would personally visit them. It was a great honor for him. Gwan-hyun extended his hand back and said that he was glad to meet him. Juno said that they had put a lot of money and effort into this task. Gwan-hyun asked if maybe they should have involved more people. Then they could have done it faster. Juno asked if such an important matter deserved more payment. He of all people should know about this, since he is one of the leaders of the Purification Guild. Gwan-hyun looked at him with a serious expression and asked how much he wanted. Juno happily said that he knew that he could negotiate with him. How about doubling the fee? Gwan-hyun looked at him with a very serious expression and thought that he had decided to cross the line. However, if everything ends well, most of the assets of the Abyss will be received by their guild. He said that perhaps he should agree, but first he should check everything. Jinho started to get up from his seat and said that he doesn't have to worry. He pointed behind him and said that they can check everything right now. They went out into the hallway and Gwan-hyun said that it seemed like he was confident in his security. Jinho asked with a satisfied smile, there was a lot of money at stake, right? Even if a high-level hunter were to invade their place, they would do everything to ensure the hostage's safety. Does he happen to know what a madman is? He was talking about the big man who was currently delivering a very strong blow to Kang-Hu, who managed to dodge the blow. He ran a few meters away from him and thought that it was a Russian monster, enhanced by various drugs, a madman. During the training process, they are deprived of personality, so they become killing machines, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, with the exception of their master. Now he understands why there were no other guards here. Did he notice him because of the smell? Apparently, the drugs enhance all of his senses. Kang-Hu looked at the man who was quickly running towards him, swinging his arms, and thought that he had a sense of smell like an animal. The man struck very hard with his palms, but Kang-Hu managed to use the skill quick dodge and ran behind him. He took out his dagger and thought that if he was guarding this door, then his target was inside. They both quickly ran to this door, and he used the skill Bleeding Strike, which wounded the man. He looked at him with a very angry expression, and Kang-Hu said with a smile that of course he would not let him pass so easily. At the same time, on the upper floors, Gwang-hyun said that it means they have madmen. It is not so easy to find such in Korea. Jinho walked next to him and said with a smile that even high-level hunters cannot cope with him. In addition, a strengthening spell was cast on the door. This means that security is at the highest level. They heard a loud growl and it made them very worried. He thought with a very scared look, what just happened? At the same time, the man struck the ground with a very strong fist, but Kang-Hu used the short-range jump skill and dodged this blow. He looked at the elevator next to him and thought that the Black Bones would be here very soon. Should he deal with him, or should he try to open the door? He looked with a smile at the man's fist, which was flying towards him, and thought that he had a great idea. He used the teleportation skill to appear behind this man and ran forward. He immediately noticed that Kang-Hu was behind him and turned sharply towards him. He ran after him very quickly to prevent him from opening this door. He used the acceleration skill and the man hit the door with his blow, which broke the spell. He received very bad injuries from this blow and blood flowed from his nose. After some time, Jinho went down to the right floor and was very surprised when he saw a man who had one hand cut and was covering his face with the other. He looked around with a dissatisfied and worried look and said that someone was definitely here. He remembered that a few minutes ago he said that he would go first to check everything, and he could go down a little later. Jinho looked at the wounded man and asked who did this. However, there was nothing to worry about, because he had prepared 2 more in advance. At the same moment, Kanhu, who was able to enter the room, saw these 2 madmen who were protecting Dongji. He, sitting next to these guards, looked at him and wondered who he was. Was he on his side or not? Kanhu remembered that when he was driving in the car, Yeren told him that she would send him the basic information. He had an active special item. He would have to show this code to confirm his identity. At the same moment, Kanhu, with a very serious look, showed him this code that was sent to him earlier. Dongji looked at this code with a surprised expression and thought that now he had no doubt that his uncle had sent him. One of the madmen started to scream loudly and quickly ran towards him, swinging his weapon. He struck the ground with his axe very hard, and Kanhu managed to jump to the side. He was surprised when he saw 2 madmen running quickly towards him. Dongji looked at this with a serious expression and thought that he was tired and had almost no mana. He had to use his skills effectively. The man with the axe quickly ran forward and was about to attack with his axe, which he held in one hand. Kanhu used the speed skill and ran past him very quickly. He looked at the second man who stood in his way with a serious expression and thought that these 2 freaks were really bothering him. Dongji watched what was happening with a surprised expression and thought that he was only doing what he did, avoiding them and not even trying to defeat them. Was he trying to get to him? Kanhu uses the speed skill again and dodges the man's attack. Dongji realized that now was the right time, directed his energy at him, and used the ability enhancement skill. Kanhu, who was about to be hit with an axe, said with a smile that he was quite smart. While this buff was in effect on him, he used speed again and ran very quickly between the 2 madmen. He ran up to Dongji, turned to his opponents, and said that he did a great job. Kanhu looked at these madmen. He put his hand on the hostage's shoulder and said that now everything is ready. The 2 run very quickly towards them and have already swung their weapons to attack him. Kanhu's body becomes transparent, and he said that they have had enough. He used the teleportation skill and they both disappeared the moment the madmen struck with their weapons. At the same moment, Jinho runs into the room with the man who was injured earlier. He looked around the room with a very worried look and asked what happened here. He asked loudly in a shocked voice where the hostage went. Kanhu, who had just teleported, said that everything had gone well. He was interested in seeing such a victory. He looked at Dongji, who was sitting next to him, and thought that he had great buffs. The battle was easier for him with him by his side. Thanks to the 4th teleportation skill, a successful escape was guaranteed. The system window said that the 4th skill allows you to teleport to the last designated save point without a distance limit. It can be used once a day, with a maximum of 2 people. Dongji said that he was grateful to him for saving him. He looked at him and sighed with relief, saying that thanks to him, he was alive. Kanhu said that it was not time to thank him yet. Dongji asked with a slightly surprised look, what did he mean? Kanhu said that there was something he would have to do. At the same time, Guangyan asked with a displeased look, did he think he had a problem with his eyes? For some reason, he didn't see a hostage here. In this situation, he won't be able to pay them the money. Jinho got so angry about what happened that he started shaking. He couldn't take it anymore and asked loudly, is he crazy? Does he know how much money they spent on this mission? He pointed his finger at him and said loudly that they should catch him. Immediately after that, the man who was standing next to him ran towards him. Guanhian very quickly took out his weapon and defeated the huge man with one blow. Jinho looked at this with a very scared look and thought, did he just defeat the man with one blow? Guanhian very quickly put the blade of his halberd to his throat and said that he should be the one asking him if he was crazy. If he valued his life, then he should shut up and get to work. He should do everything possible to bring Dongji to him. Jinho quickly ran to the exit and said loudly in a scared voice that they would reconsider their plan of action. Guangyan watched him run out of the room and wondered how and who knew about this place. He intentionally placed a request in a place that had no contact with the Purification Guild. He even came here in person because he was afraid of information leakage. Maybe he was being bugged? At the same time, the soldier from the abyss loudly said that there was nothing on this side. Yusiok waved his hand and loudly said that if they found anything, they should immediately report it to him. Suddenly, his phone started vibrating due to a notification. He received a message saying that there was a suspicion of bugging. If he sees this text, he should turn off his cell phone. The meeting place and time will be changed, and he will have to bring Hyunseok there. A wide smile appeared on Yuseok's face, and he said that there is still a little time left. At the same time, at the Abyss headquarters, the commander was sitting at the table, looking very worried that he had entrusted this matter to a stranger. They were continuing to search with Sangmi and Yuseok, but there was no progress. Even if he couldn't replace his parents, he had to take care of his safety, but he couldn't even do that. Suddenly, his phone started ringing, which knocked him out of his thoughts. He immediately answered the call from Yuseok, who said that they had contacted him and said that Dong Jae was safe. However, they wanted money for him, and he would have to come to the meeting alone. Hyunseok immediately got up from the couch, hoping that he had a chance to save him, and said loudly that he was on his way. Where would he have to go? After a while, Yuseok entered the building and said that he thought something had gone wrong, but in the end, everything went fine. Dong Jae was very surprised when he saw him, and was about to ask him something because he suspected him of betrayal. Yuseok put his hand on his shoulder with a kind smile and apologized to him, and said that it was not his fault but his uncle's. Kang-hoo came out of the shadows and caught their attention by saying that he was grateful for their work. Yuseok was surprised when he saw him, and said that he had met someone else last time. Is Shin Tae-suk not coming today? Sangmi entered the building and said that it was such a pity. She said with a very displeased look that she hoped that it was just a misunderstanding. Yuseok asked with a shocked look how could this happen. He wanted to say something about Shin Tae-suk, but he didn't have time because Dong Jae untied his hands and said that if this was the work of the leaders of the Purification Guild, then most likely they are looking in Gimcheon now. He ran very quickly towards Kang-hoo, and Yuseok was very surprised by what happened. He guessed about the message he received and was about to say something about it, but Kang-hoo understood what he wanted to say and agreed with him. He showed him the phone and said that they were the ones who sent the message. He advised him to turn off the phone to avoid trouble, and he obediently followed his advice. Yuseok asked loudly with a very dissatisfied look, did he really suspect him all this time? Dong Jae turned around and said that the more he thought about it, the stranger it became. How many people know that he and his uncle are family? When Mr. Sunggi said that there was a rat among them, then he immediately understood everything. Right after that, he thought of him. The ones who kidnapped him wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. Kang-hoo turned to him and thought that if he had taken him to Hyunseok, there was no way he would have been able to catch Yuseok. Even though they had to go to great lengths, they had no other choice. He said that he now knew what kind of person he was. He said with a sly smile that he had witnesses and even a recording. The Abyss commander definitely wouldn't let this go. Yuseok was really angry about what was happening, and he gritted his teeth and called them freaks. At the same time, a member of the Purification Guild held out a memory card and said that this was the data he asked for. Shiwon took it and asked what data he was talking about. The man said that this was the CCTV data from Songjong Station in Gwangju. Most of it was damaged, but some of it was still intact. Shiwon looked at it with a sly smile and said that he needed to check it right away. He turned on the video from the memory card and started watching the video, which was extremely staticky. He said with a serious expression that one of them seemed to be from Eclipse. He looked at Kangha and said that he was different though. He looked at him with a thoughtful expression and said that it was strange, since he had seen it somewhere before. At the same time, Sammy asked if he was not happy with being the second in command of the Abyss. Yuseok bit his lip and asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about the Abyss. He got angry and said loudly that all the good items, the power, they were wasting it all on a futile goal, to resist the Purification Guild. Who needs this Abyss anyway? It suits the gang more. He pointed his finger at Dong Jae and said with a displeased expression that he did understand what he was talking about. He felt embarrassed by this and was about to say something, but Sanmi said that he should stop. It was time for them to finish, since they would not be able to understand each other anyway. Kanha thought that he should listen to him some more. In the end, the Abyss would be sold to the Purification Guild. Suddenly, Yuseok pulled out his submachine gun and said that, however, it was not too late, he had to finish with them. Sangmi grabbed her sword hanging on her back and asked, "Is he serious?" Kang-hoo took out his dagger and said that it seemed like he still hadn't come to his senses. Yuseok started shooting and said loudly that they should die. At that moment, Hyunseok ran into the building and cut off his hand with a submachine gun with a quick swing of his sword. Because of this, a very strong explosion occurred that burst out through the roof. Kanghu and the others stood there with a serious look and silently watched what was happening. Hyunseok with a very serious face pierced the traitor who was looking at him with an angry look. With a sharp movement of his hand, he pulled his sword out of his body, and he immediately fell to the ground. He put his sword back in its sheath and silently looked at the body of the deceased Yuseok for a few seconds. Dongjae, surprised by what happened, loudly called out for his uncle. Hyunsuk walked towards him and said that he was very glad that he was safe now. He asked with a small smile, "How about going back to the headquarters?" Dongjae smiled too, agreed and asked, "Does he have a choice?" Kanghu looked at them with a smile and thought that it was even easier. Hyunsuk turned to him and said that if they don't mind, he would like to invite them to the headquarters too. He wants to thank them for saving Dongjae. Kanghu happily agreed to this and thought that he still had something to talk about with him. Hyunsuk walked towards the exit with a smile and said that he would bring the car here then. Sangmi ran after him and said that she would look around just in case. They had come a long way, so they should stand here and rest. Dongjae asked with a worried look, "He was nothing more than a piece of trash, right?" Kanghu turned to him and asked why he decided to ask him such a thing. Dongjae looked at the floor and said that what he heard made him think so. He knows that his uncle does good things. But he doesn't think that he can live the same way as his uncle. It hurts him when he gets hurt. Just like Yusuk did. Kanghu caught his attention by saying with a serious expression that he was the same way. He walked to the side and said that he didn't want to give up his safety to save the world. He turned around and said with a small smile that he should live the way he sees fit. However, in his opinion, he shouldn't give up on his family. After a short period of time, Si-hwan asked if Dongjae suddenly disappeared and they lost contact with Yusuk. Gwang-hyun said with a tense expression that he was very sorry. Si-hwan said with a serious expression that as expected, he made a bad choice. They won't need him anymore. They should get rid of this trash and cover their tracks. Gwang-in, who was standing next to the two guild men, looked at the many corpses of the bandits and said that he listened to him. Jinho, who looked very scared, tried to crawl away from him through all the corpses and begged him not to come near him. Gwang-in, who looked serious, mercilessly stepped on his back and stabbed his halberd into him, causing him to feel a lot of pain. He pulled out his weapon and told the guild men that they should burn everything here. Also, they should remember to make a report. Shiwon said that he really wanted to destroy them. Nothing bad happened, they would still have a chance to deal with the abyss. Right now, he wants to focus more on this. He watched the videos of Kanghu and said that he never thought he would find the answer in such an unexpected place. He said that so he was the one responsible for this, right? Then he should start with her. Sometime later, at the Abyss headquarters in northern Gyeonggi province, Dongjae lay down on the bed and said that he could live in peace now. Sangmi sat next to him and said with a smile that he had done a good job in his role. How did he manage to get out of there? He raised his finger and said that it was all thanks to Mr. Sungyu. After all, he knew Yuseok's number and used a secure text message that didn't indicate the sender's name. That's why he came back safely. Tomorrow, he would tell his uncle what he had been putting off for so long. Sangmi was happy about this and said that it was a great idea. She wondered if it was Sungyu who gave him this idea? She said with a smile that it was time for her to go to bed too. She waved at him and wished him a good rest. At the same time, in the office, Hyunseok bowed and said that he was grateful to him for saving his nephew. Kanghu said that he just completed a task, like always. Hyunsuk recalled the past when he spent time with Yuseok and said with a smile that they had walked side by side for a long time, and he was his subordinate whom he trusted too much. If it weren't for him, something irreparable would have happened. Could he reconsider his answer to his proposal? Kanghu said that of course he could. He thought that everything was going very well so far. Hyunsuk said that he wanted to ask him something. This caught Kanghu's attention and he asked what he was talking about. The commander asked with a serious look, for what benefit did he help the abyss? Kanghu was very surprised by this question and asked with a confused look, what did he mean? Hyunsuk said that he had a conflicting feeling after helping him catch the traitor. Most likely, he did it not for him, but for the abyss. Kanghu thought that he could not remain silent any longer. He said that he was right. As the opponent of the Purification Guild, his interests were the well-being inside the abyss. Hyunsuk was surprised by this answer and asked what he meant. Kanghu said with a serious expression that, however, he could not give up his safety, so he kept his distance. Hyunsuk lowered his head with a small smile and said that he understood everything now. He started to take something out of his jacket pocket and said that this answer was enough for him. If he needed support, he could tell him about it. He handed him the item he was looking for and said that if he wanted to meet him alone, he could use this. Kanhu took it and said that he would gladly accept it. Hyunsuk sighed and said that he was glad that he was opposing the Purification Guild. Currently, Shiwan and Guangyan have a secret alliance. He doesn't know their goal, but they do strange things, so it's better to stay away from them. Kanhu thought with a small smile, did he already know about the existence of the 13 stars? Then that would be enough to change the course of the game. Hyunseok stood up from his seat and said that it was already quite late and he should go to bed. Kanhu also stood up and said that he would only stay here for a day. He thought with a smile that now he had eliminated the main danger inside the abyss. He would put more and more pressure on Shiwan. The next day, Dong Jae asked with a dissatisfied look, didn't he say that it would be enough for them to keep in touch? Hyunseok stood next to him and said that he should stay in Gyeonggi province. Dong Jae asked, wouldn't it be better if someone like him was always at hand? Sangmi watched them argue and said that she was wondering how much they would change after what happened. Kanghu looked at them with a calm look and thought that people don't change that easily. If you think about it, even in the story he showed interest in Kanghu's abilities. Although the two had never met before because of the Purification Guild. Dong Jae turned to them with an embarrassed smile, apologized, and said that it wouldn't happen again. Kanghu walked towards him and said that he could call him brother. They would see each other often in the future. Dong Jae was surprised by this and asked with an embarrassed look, is that really true? Kanghu looked at him and thought that he was an excellent buffer and had other qualities. He needed to take advantage of this. He said with a sly smile that they could even exchange contacts. Dong Jae immediately took out his phone with a happy smile and agreed with him. After that, Kanghu turned around and said that it was time for him to go. Sangmi looked at him with a displeased look and asked if he was already leaving. They were going to eat after all. Hyunsuk extended his hand to him and said that he could call him anytime if he needed anything. They shook hands and he said that he was looking forward to their next meeting. After that, Kanghu walked away from them in the other direction. His phone started ringing. He answered it right away and asked if something was wrong. Yeren said that she was very glad that he answered the phone right away. She found out about the identity of the body that was found. At the same time, Shiwan looked at Sohee's file and said that he heard that she was sent after an escapee from the Kianmayan camp. They threw so much effort for one escapee. Where is she now? The guild members said that he was looking into the matter. It seems that she was removed from this case. Now Gwangju is under the control of another person, and he also learned that they are pursuing Sohee. Shiwan looked at her file again and wondered if it was because she failed the mission. She pursued the target and even entered into battle. It seems that he has enough information. He said that they will have to find her. Maybe she's hiding under a fake name, they should start searching from there. Does he have any other information? The guild member said that there was information that the Chianin guild was providing support. Shiwan was surprised by this and wondered if Yeren knew him? Was the hunter she was talking about and this guy the same person? He should ask her in person. However, there was a chance that she would kick him out for privacy reasons. He said with a smile that it could wait for now, they should continue working. Her guild had a good image because they found a good hunter. Sometime later, at the VIP market, where there were two guards wearing the same clothes. The girl said that Chairman Kong said he would arrive right after the deal was completed. She apologized for the wait. Kanghu turned around and thought that he would never have guessed that the corpse was related to Bakwa. He looked around and thought that he was the owner of the VIP market, a businessman who owned a huge amount of money. In the story, the VIP market was created solely to improve the character's stats. Bakwa was nothing more than an NPC. He never thought that it would develop into this. His attention was caught by Yuri's voice, who said that she didn't expect to meet him here. What brought him to Busan? After that, they sat down on a bench together, and she said that she was surprised that she met him here. She looked at him with a displeased look and asked why he didn't answer her. In fact, she was waiting for this. Kanghu remembered the messages she sent him and wondered with a surprised look, was she waiting for a response to those messages? Yuri took out a flower and said that in any case, she was glad that they met again. She wanted to give it to him. Kanghu took it and asked, isn't this a crazy Salakium? Yuri happily said that he understood everything correctly. She took out some leaves and said, here's another one, Grandpa grew these. Kanghu was very surprised when he saw this and thought, did he grow Salakium? The only one who can grow this plant, the one he bought it from before, Master K. Could that same master be her grandpa? Yuri said that she was grateful to him, so she wanted to help in some way. For the fact that she can leave Ground Zero and for the fact that she and Grandpa can finally become a family. All this happened thanks to him. Kanho looked at her with a puzzled look and said that he didn't do anything special. Yuri said with a smile that thanks to him she can trust people again. If she hadn't met him, she wouldn't have been able to trust her grandpa and would have run away. It seems that he had a granddaughter about the same age as her. They even have the same names, so for him it was like she had come back. Kanho thought that was why she decided to take on the role of his granddaughter. In the story, she had no one to rely on. She dedicated the rest of her life to take revenge on the Purification Guild. However, she had a family member. Apparently he did this unconsciously. He asked what brought her to the market. Yuri said with a smile that she came here to see her grandmother. She wanted to introduce herself to her since they were now one family. Kamhu was surprised by this and said that she should wait. He wanted to ask about her grandmother, but Yuri anticipated his question and said with a happy smile that she owned this market. Kamhu was very surprised by this and wondered what was in his mind at that time. Their attention was drawn to a woman who approached them and said that she was grateful that they came here. The woman looked at them with a smile and said that her name was Kang Bakwa. After that, she put her hand on the body of the dead hunter and said that she was grateful that they took the body. Since he has no family, she will take care of the funeral. Kanhu stood next to her and asked, "So he is not a member of her family?" Bakwa said with a smile that he was a dear employee to her. A child who dreamed of becoming a hunter. He was happy when the Purification Guild accepted him into their ranks. It was hard for her to accept it, but she was happy that he became a member of the largest guild in the country. However, why was he alone, and in Ground Zero at that? Kanhu looked at her with a serious expression and thought that meant he was in the Purification Guild. Perhaps he was abandoned to hide something. Maybe that was why there was no information about him. He took out a weapon from his inventory and said that he had it on him. Bakwa was surprised when she saw it, took the dagger from his hands and said with a smile that this was a gift she gave him. She turned to the employee who was standing next to him and asked if she could bring it. The employee gave Kanghu a dagger that was emitting purple energy and Bakwa asked if he liked it. He looked at the dagger with a surprised look and thought, how could he not like it? The system windows appeared in front of him, which said that this weapon is Corrupted Faith, Level 2. Increases strength by 350 points, endurance by 150 points, strength against demons by 100 points. Awakening skill, allows the owner to absorb some of the characteristics of the destroyed weapon 5 times. Kanghu thought with a smile that a weapon with such characteristics would be worth more than 500 billion won. He asked if he could really take it. Bakwa said with a smile that he could consider it as thanks for returning her body. She planned to give this blade to him as a gift after he returned. Minjun would be happy if someone used this weapon in his place. Kanghu bowed to her and said that he was grateful for that. Yuri walked up to her and said that she must be very sad about what happened. Bakwa looked at her and asked, "Her name is Yoon Yuri, right?" The name reminds her of her deceased granddaughter. It was difficult for her and her husband because they constantly thought about her, so they separated. She got over it thanks to Minjun, but it was harder for her husband. She held her hands and said that she felt a little relieved now. She can come here if she wants. Yuri agreed with a happy smile and said that she would be happy to do so. After that, she and Kanghu went to another floor. She caught his attention by saying in a serious voice that this was the work of the Purification Guild. She hoped that someday they would pay for everything. Kanghu looked at her with a surprised look and thought that even despite other circumstances, she was still hostile to the Purification Guild. He said that it was time for him to go. Yuri smiled and nodded at him in agreement. He continued walking and thought that Master K might have useful information about mana hypersensitivity. He looked away with a thoughtful look and said that if she didn't mind, he would like to go with her. He turned to Yuri, who blushed because of what he just suggested. She looked at him with a happy look and asked if he really wanted to go with her. At the same time, in an old building located far from the city. So he, who survived the incident, gritted her teeth in pain and asked how long she would have to suffer from these injuries. She bandaged her severed arm and said that it was all because of the cursed Haoyan. So he recalled her words with an angry look and thought that at first she thought it was nonsense. But considering that the master still hasn't contacted her, it seems like it's true. Because of the strong anger, she started shaking and her fist caught fire, and she said that she couldn't believe it. After all, she did everything in her power for him. She was very surprised because she saw someone in front of her and heard a sound. So he quickly pulled out a knife that was lying next to her with her hand and said loudly that she should get out of here. She threw the knife forward and with an angry face asked loudly, how long will she continue to chase her? Hyoin, next to whom a knife was stuck into the wall, said with a smile that she was too hot-tempered. She created claws from her blood with a mad look, said that she wanted to do good to her. She ran very quickly towards her, and with the same crazy look said loudly that since she did not want to, she would have to act differently. At the same time, Yuri got out of the car with Kanhu and said that they were there. Isn't it amazing that there is such a place in Ground Zero? He looked around and said that it looked like Salacium was grown here. Kanhu looked away with a smile and thought that his subconscious was so unpredictable. Yuri looked at him and thought that it turns out that he came here to meet his grandfather. I wonder if he had other reasons? Their attention was drawn to a male voice, who said that he had heard a lot about him. Kanhu turned to him with a very surprised look and thought that this man was Master K. The old man standing in front of him asked if they wanted to go inside. They went inside the luxurious house and sat down on the white sofas. Kanhu looked at the old man sitting next to him and thought that thanks to Yuri, he was able to meet a person who is not so easy to meet. The master said that first of all, he wanted to thank him. He helped not only his granddaughter, but also his wife. He was talking about their precious Minjun. He saw him not long ago, but now a misfortune has befallen him. Kanhu was very surprised when he heard this. He asked, so he was here? The master agreed with him and said that he wanted to arrange the supply of medicinal herbs between the guilds. He refused because he was asking for medicines that he usually does not deal with. Kanhu thought with a serious look that the Purification Guild suddenly contacted him. Could it be that they used him and abandoned him? He asked if he could tell him what kind of medicines they were talking about. The master said with a smile that it would be better if he told him the reason for coming first. Kanhu said with a serious expression that since he was constantly dealing with medicine, it seemed like his knowledge of medicine was quite deep. He rolled up his sleeve, showed him his hand and asked if he could take a look at it. The master started examining his hand and asked what was bothering him. He was very surprised because of what he showed him and couldn't say anything. At the same time, there was a very strong explosion in the abandoned building and so he jumped out of the window. She landed on the ground and looked at the building in front of her with a very serious expression. She started looking around and wondered where she went. She couldn't just die like that, could she? She felt Hyoin approaching and was about to attack her from behind and turned around abruptly. She started attacking with her claws, laughing loudly and asked if she was really going to fight to the end. This was a real shame. So he blocked her attacks with her energy with a serious expression and jumped to the side. She looked at her with an angry look and said loudly that she will fight as long as she has the strength. She created several fire dragons from her energy and said loudly that she will burn her to ashes. Hyoin looked up with a very surprised look while one of the dragons was flying towards her. The attack hit her, and there was a very large explosion. So he jumped to the side and looked at the battlefield with a very surprised look. Hyoin, who survived the explosion, laughed with a smile and said that she doesn't know if she can handle it. So he looked at her with a serious look and thought that her firepower was reduced due to her injuries. She needs to break through her defense right now. She got into a fighting stance and her body slowly started to become invisible. She disappeared and Hyoin asked, she wondered what she would do this time? Steal the skill again to escape? Does she seriously think she can last long? She turned around and said with a big smile that she could do as she saw fit. Hunting is no fun if the prey is easy to catch. So he had managed to hide in the bushes nearby to rest and was breathing heavily due to fatigue. She gritted her teeth with a dissatisfied look and called Hyoin crazy. She heard a loud sound that caught her attention and she quickly turned around in that direction. At the same time, Master K was looking at Kanghu's hand and said that it was not easy for him. Probably, the side effect was a sharp decrease in stamina when using a lot of mana. He had studied such reactions to buffs, but this was the first time he encountered something like this. It cannot be cured so easily. Kanghu stretched his hand and thought that this meant that it would not be so easy to deal with. The side effects of mana hypersensitivity are a limitation that prevents him from surpassing the protagonist. He asked if he could sell him crazy Salacium? The master said that of course he could do it. He tries not to sell it because of the high risks of danger, he should only use it in emergency cases. Kanhu nodded and thanked him for that. Just after their conversation, Yuri came to them, happily putting the food on the table. She sat next to them and said that they should eat. Kanhu looked at his plate and wondered why she put so much on him. Yuri looked at him with a serious look and waited for him to try what she had prepared. Kanhu tried the dish and said that it was very tasty. Hearing this, she happily said that it was excellent. The master said that, by the way, it seems like he has some useful information for him. How about going to the dungeon of unlimited mana? Kanhu looked at him with a surprised look and wondered if that dungeon was accessible. Yuri asked with a happy look, were they going to a new dungeon? If they don't mind, she would. The master called her name, apologized, and said that he didn't think she should do that. The Dungeon of Unlimited Mana is in a club run by a criminal organization under the control of Eclipse. They demand a huge amount of mana as an entrance fee. Yuri sighed with a dissatisfied look and said that she understood him. Kanhu thought that it was only briefly mentioned in the story, but he never thought that it existed. Moreover, he didn't know that it was under the control of Eclipse. However, he can't pass up such a jackpot. Dungeons with entry restrictions still offer good rewards. The Dungeon of Unlimited Mana is a special dungeon with a limited number of attacks. There will definitely be scammers there. The master stood up from the table and said that in that case, he will go. He needs to check for the presence of the mad silatium. Kanhu put his fork on the table next to his plate and called over to Yuri, who was sitting next to him. He said that he felt that the Purification Guild might be involved in Minjun's death. She was surprised by what he said and asked with a serious expression, did he really think so? Kanhu said that her grandfather had the answer to this question. The Purification Guild used Minjun to trade medicinal herbs. They first found him, and then killed him. If she could find out what kind of medicine it was, then maybe they would be able to uncover the exact cause of his death. If she stayed here, then she would definitely have a chance to find out. Yuri thought about his words and looked down silently for a few seconds. Kanhu said with a serious expression that he didn't want to pressure her, but he needed her help. At the same time, Guangyin handed over the business card to Sohee, who looked at him with a shocked expression and asked, is she a member of the Eclipse Guild? He looked at her with a smile and said that she should let him invite her to the Purification Guild. After a while, Master K handed over 2 pills and said that these capsules were made from the concentrate of the mad silatium. He should only use this as a last resort, and the consequences would be severe. As a token of gratitude, he would give it to him for free this time. Kanhu took the pills and thanked him. He turned around and said with a smile that it was time for him to go. He waved at them and told Yuri that they would see each other again. She waved back happily and told him that he should be careful on the way. Master K said that he would check his harvest and go to bed, and she should go since it was already quite late. Yuri agreed with him, left, and yawned because of fatigue. The master looked away, called his brother, who had been standing next to him all this time, using invisibility, and asked what he thought of this guy. The man said that he saw potential in him, but there was still a lot of work. The old man turned to him and said with a smile that he said that about everyone. It's not that easy to judge people, even for a person of the assassin class, right? And even one who had earned the title of Heavenly Curse. The man gritted his teeth out of anger and said that he never wanted such a title for himself. However, this guy is not that simple. His unusual illness, and also the fact that he used his granddaughter to get into this house. A small smile appeared on his face, and he said that if he said something like that to his daughter, he would have killed him. The master said that, however, the fact that he helped his wife and Yuri cannot be undone. They should keep an eye on him. Maybe he can share information about the Purification Guild. The next day, Kanhu came to the club where there were many people and thought that this was the club that the master told him about. On this floor, it looks like an ordinary club. Haoyan came to him and asked if he was the one who helped her in Gwangju. She didn't think that he would meet him here. Kanhu was surprised when he saw her and looked at her with a very worried look. She said that she was a regular customer here, so she could share information. Kanhu thought that the girl who was chased by the guys from Haoyan's guild in Gwangju. Judging by the number of her constellations, she is at least level 200. With that level, she didn't need to be afraid of the guys from that guild. He didn't ask her much about it that time, but it seemed like she could help him now. Kanhu said that in that case, he had a question. Is it true that there is a dungeon in this club? He wondered how deep her knowledge is. This dungeon has never been done before and there isn't much information about it. Haoyan said with a big smile that this information is correct. She heard that the entrance is in the parking lot, which is under the first floor. There are a lot of guards there to prevent other hunters from getting in. It seems like there is a protective barrier set up there too. Kanhu thoughtfully thought that the protective barrier was a problem. Haoyan took out her phone and said with a smile that she never got a chance to thank him. Would he mind writing down his number for her again? It seems like he gave her the wrong one last time. Kanhu took her hands and said that she could thank him right now. Could she help him get down to the parking lot? Hyoin happily agreed and said that she seemed like she could help with that. Kanhu looked at her with a smile and thought that he didn't know what she had in mind, but he couldn't pass up this chance. It seemed like her constellations were worth it. A system window appeared above her head, saying that the Master of Liberation allows you to dispel or overcome obstacles created by mana. Hyoin took his hand and quietly said that in order to move around the club without obstacles, this is the best way. She is right, isn't she? Kanhu looked away and said that he was not wrong with his choice. A man in a guild uniform was looking at them and staring at them. Kanhu looked at him and thought it was weird. Hyoin grabbed his shoulder and said that they were going in the wrong direction. She looked at his face and told him that he should look at her. They looked at each other with smiles and Kanhu thought that he would figure it out later. They continued up the stairs and he thought that the main thing now was to get to the parking lot. Hyoin turned to the security guard who was standing on the stairs. He noticed that she nodded and because of this, a smile appeared on his face. After that, they arrived at the right place and Kanhu thought that she helped him more than he could have imagined. Hyoin dispelled the protective barrier with her ability and said that he could pass. She waved at him and said that she wished him luck in this dungeon. Kanhu nodded his head and thought, what did she think of? Donghyun came up to her and said that she did a good job. Hyoin turned to him and called him master with a happy smile. He flexed his fists with a sly smile and said that they would finally meet Kanhu. It seems that the protective barrier distracted everyone and he missed the important part. Until now, there was no hunter who had enough mana to pass the dungeon. Moreover, the entrance to this dungeon only leads to the upper floor. Kanhu at this time approached the door leading to the dungeon, extended his hand and directed his energy. He felt an attack from the side and turned around abruptly with a surprised face. Donghyun released a strong stream of energy at him while he was not expecting it. He looked at him with a smile and said that he would have to cheat. Kanhu looked at him with a surprised look and thought that this was bad because he had not yet gathered the required amount of mana to enter. Maybe he should retreat. Donghyun, with a sly smile, ran towards him, clenching his fist to attack and asked if he was too confident. Kanhu looked at him with a worried look while taking out a pill from his inventory. Donghyun released a very powerful wave of energy and said loudly that he should try to block this attack too. Kanhu ate the pill and thought that he can't give up now. Immediately after that, a strong energy engulfed him and he began to direct his mana into the dungeon door, while the magical energy was quickly approaching him. The system notified that the amount of mana exceeded the required amount and the dungeon was open. At the last moment, he managed to enter inside and Donghyun's magical attack hit the wall. He looked at the place with a serious expression as the dust cleared. He got very angry when he saw that he was missing and called him a freak. Kanhu, who found himself in the dungeon, sat down on the ground, grabbed his hand and said that he barely got here. His attention was drawn to the creatures that were crawling towards him. Kanhu continued to sit in place and looked at the many slimes that were crawling towards him with angry faces. Hyoin went down to the entrance of the dungeon and asked with a surprised look, what happened here? She looked at the destroyed floor of this room and Donghyun, who was standing in place. She approached him and asked what they should do now. They didn't think he would go into the dungeon. He said that she should bring him mana potions. Hyoin looked at him with a worried expression and asked how many potions they should bring. Donghyun turned to her with a very angry expression and said that she should bring everything they have. At the same time, Kanhu controls a dagger with his ability and uses the freeze skill to attack. He calmly stabbed with this dagger and defeated several slimes. The Ice Witch constellation, stolen after killing Gubin, is a constellation that specializes in enhancing ice attack skills. If he has more hidden skills, he can easily catch all the slimes that are immune to physical attacks. Kanhu looked ahead with a smile and said that there was no one left except him. The boss of the mid-level slime king looked at him with an evil look and looked very angry. This monster released a large number of slimes from its body and roared loudly with an evil look. Kanhu ran forward very quickly and bounced off the small slimes with his skill. He directed ice energy into his dagger and pierced the slime king and broke part of his body into pieces. Kanhu walked up to the body of the boss who began to disappear and took the crystal that was lying on the ground. The system notified that he received an obsidian stone. He looked away with a smile and said that this boss is only mid-level, but he dropped a stone. The reward is much better than he thought. The system notified that he stole the skill cutie. To use this skill, you need to shout cutie and it summons a medium-sized slime that can block the enemy's physical attacks for 30 seconds. Kanhu looked at this system window with a smile, and said that it seemed that he would be able to put the stolen skill to good use. However, the fact that he would have to shout out the name of this skill. After that, he walked further and saw a valley that was dotted with glowing flowers. Kanhu remembered the past when he asked if he could find out anything in this dungeon for him. The master handed him a list and said that if he did get there, he could look for these plants there. Kanhu took the list and began to read out loud: mandrake, wild ginseng root. These are all rare herbs after all. The master said with a smile that a couple of years ago, overseas hunters discovered another dungeon of infinite mana. They were able to get in because the dungeon did not require such a huge amount of mana. And among them was a botanist. He heard that he discovered plants growing inside the dungeon. Kanhu continued to look at the list and asked, "Does he mean that all these plants can be found there?" The master said that it seemed that due to the unique environment in this dungeon, rare plants can grow. If he came across a plant called Violante, he would definitely collect it for him. He could not be sure that the dungeon he entered would have the right environment for the plants, but he asked for it just in case. Kanhu looked at the list and thought that he had no reason to refuse him. He said that he could put it on it. Kanhu pulled out one of the plants and said that the master's guess was correct. He had not even hoped to find it here. He put it in his inventory and said that it seemed that his supplies were replenishing, but he still had to find the remaining plants. Kanhu looked to the side and noticed that 2 fires were lit in the rock. He looked at it with a worried look and thought that it must be a monster that was protecting these plants. The stone turtle stood up on its paws and opened its mouth wide, and Kanhu took the dagger and stared at it. Many other stone turtles with different plants growing on their backs began to rise from the ground. Kanhu looked around and thought that each of these monsters had medicinal herbs growing on them. He swung his dagger with a sly smile and said that he was grateful to them for saving him from having to look for it. At the same time, Master K, sitting in his house with a cup of tea in his hand, said that, to be honest, he himself would not mind getting into this dungeon. There were a lot of rare medicinal plants growing there that could cure him. Heavenly Curse put the cup on the table and said that no medicine or medicinal herb would cure him. He knows his body better than anyone else. Besides, given the condition of entering this dungeon, even that guy with his unusual injury would hardly be able to get in there. The master said that giving up now wasn't the best decision after all. Sky Curse said with a dissatisfied look that he should stop, and it would be better if he minded his own business. The master said that the reason he sent that guy to the dungeon wasn't just for his health. Sky Curse looked at him and asked, "Is it about that medicinal plant called Violante?" The master said that the Purification Guild wanted to make a deal with him for it. Yuri was surprised by what he just said and thought about the Purification Guild with an angry face. At the same time, Kanhu dealt with many stone turtles and looked at the list that was given to him earlier. He crosses out what he found and said that he had collected almost everything that was on the list, and there was still some left. Maybe when he clears the entire dungeon, he will be able to find it. Kanhu noticed a huge rock flying towards him, bounced to the side, and it crashed into the wall next to him. He looked at it with a worried expression and thought that he didn't have a second of peace. That monster stood up, turned to him, and said that he had dodged his attack well. Kanhu looked at that huge monster, and the system announced that it was the main boss, the Lord of Life Forces. He looked at the back of that turtle with a surprised expression and said that all the plants grew there. The Lord said that not only had he invaded his domain, but he had also encroached on his food. He would not let that person escape. Kanhu used the Soul Seal skill to take his dagger lying next to the boss, and said that this was great because he would be able to save time. At the same time, Heaven's Curse asked, didn't he refuse the Purification Guild? There was no point in looking for that plant. The master threw up his hands and said that of course he wasn't going to do business with them. He didn't even know if it grew in that dungeon. But if this guy can bring the plant, then they can find out why the Purification Guild was planning to get it. At the same time, the Lord of Life released several vines towards him and said that he would nourish his soil with them. Kanhu used the speed skill, quickly ran towards him and dodged all the attacks of the monster. He swung his dagger and with a sly smile was about to attack the surprised dungeon boss. He looked at the Lord with a smile and said that however, first he must taste his weapon.